markup of 12 bills. We received the President's budget request less than 2 months ago, and since then we've marked up all these bills in record time. And despite our differences of opinion, we've maintained this committee's tradition of collegiality, and I thank you for that. I look forward to more of that tradition today. I'd also like to thank all the committee staff who put in extraordinary efforts putting these bills together at such a rapid pace. First up today is the fiscal year 2018 Labor, Health, and Human Services Bill, and I'm pleased to recognize Chairman Cole to present his bill. Please give him your attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. This morning we'll consider a bill funding the Departments of Labor, Health and Human Services, Education, and related agencies for fiscal year 2018. I'm pleased to chair this subcommittee and to provide support for important programs that touch the lives of every American. While our lower allocation this year has forced us to make some difficult decisions, I want to remind my colleagues that the cuts we're making today amount to barely 3% of what we had to spend last year, and is essentially what we had to spend in fiscal year 2016. And the money this subcommittee gave up helped Congress to fund a needed increase in spending for veterans, an increase that I know everyone on this committee supported. This bill before us today focuses on key national priorities: investing in biomedical research to find cures for diseases like Alzheimer's and cancer, ensuring our country is fully prepared and able to protect our citizens from disease outbreaks or bioterrorism, continuing to support early childhood education, particularly for those at risk, helping first-generation college students prepare for, access, and complete a post-secondary education, and continuing to support people living with disabilities. The bill also preserves funding for popular programs like career and technical education, support to our historically black colleges and universities, programs to help Native Americans, the AmeriCorps program, LIHEAP, and the Corporation for Public Broadcasting. It does so in a fiscally responsible way by living within the agreed-upon budget caps and by eliminating low-priority or unauthorized programs in order to fund high-priorities activities that benefit all Americans. The National Institute of Health, our nation's premier biomedical research agency, is funded at $1.1 billion above last year's level. NIH is working to find cures for Alzheimer's disease, cancer, and develop the next generation of medical treatment through the use of precision medicine techniques. We need to continue to build upon the $2 billion increase we provided in the omnibus this year and last year. I view this mark we set forward today with respect to the NIH as a floor, not a ceiling, for biomedical research funding, and I'm hopeful that this number can increase as the process moves forward. Biodefense and preparedness programs, including new funding to prevent a pandemic flu from occurring, are increased across the bill. We're all aware of the terrible toll that prescription drug and opioid abuse is taking on our nation. I'm proud to say the bill includes another $500 million to continue comprehensive programs to enable states, localities, and tribes to develop anti-opioid initiatives focused on prevention, education, treatment, and recovery services as outlined in the 21st Century Cures Act. Head Start receives a $22 million increase in the bill. Preschool programs are continued at $250 million. The child care programs receive a $4 million increase. Special education programs for students with disabilities are increased by $200 million, which will help local school districts ease the financial burden of providing specialized educational services. TRIO and Gear Up, which help disadvantaged students prepare for and complete college, receive increases of $60 million and $10 million, respectively, over last year. The bill also includes $500 million for the Student Support and Academic Enrichment Grant Program. These funds can be used flexibly by school districts across the country, whether the need is in the area of counseling, computer science instruction, or teacher training and arts programming. Pell Grants are maintained in the bill at a maximum grant of $5,920 per student. The bill also protects the most vulnerable of our nation's people by continuing community services programs, the low-income home energy assistance program, Meals on Wheels, job training programs, and programs supporting Native Americans, veterans, and people living with disabilities. These increases and the preservation of other programs would not have been possible without a generous allocation from our full committee chairman, Chairman Frelinghuysen, who faced a challenging non-defense discretionary number and the difficult task of recommending allocations across the subcommittees. I think he did a remarkable job of balancing priorities, and I want to personally thank him for paying attention to this subcommittee and its needs. I will also note that in this initial allocation, it's the beginning of the congressional funding process. I'm always ready to negotiate with our friends in the Senate and on the other side of the aisle, and I'll be looking for opportunities to enhance our priorities, plug holes, and work together across the aisle and the rotunda as we continue down the path of fiscal year 2018. Frankly, it's my belief that at the end of the legislative process, we will have a product that will win the majority of both Democrats and Republicans, as was the case in FY16 and FY17. Finally, I want to note that the bill protects human life by continuing longstanding prohibitions against federal tax dollars being used to pay for abortion, and including new provisions that will ensure that no tax dollars are used for research on human fetal tissue obtained in abortion. In closing, of course, in addition to thanking my chairman, I also want to thank the ranking member of both the full and subcommittees. Anita Loy and my good friend Rosa DeLore have been remarkable working partners. As a matter of fact, I think the ranking member of the full committee is essentially a member of our subcommittee because she's there every single time. And we're always delighted to have her input and receive her insights. And again, my good friend from Connecticut, we always start this process pretty far apart, but in the last 2 years, we ended up voting for the same bill. Perhaps I would hope we can accomplish that again. My fellow subcommittee members, I also want to thank. They put in a lot of hard work, and I particularly want to single out the staff. Susan Ross, Jennifer Kama, Justin Gibbons, Catherine Selman, and Lori Bias on my staff, Stephen Stiglighter and Robin Giuliano on the Democratic staff for all the hard work they did. Literally yesterday, as we were slogging along thinking we were having a long, hard day, they were working back and forth to try and solve as many issues as they possibly could in the manager's amendment. They were here till well after 1 o'clock last night preparing for today. So as challenging as this has been for us, the reality is it's been more challenging for the staff, and they've acquitted themselves brilliantly, I think, in the process. I think every Cardinal is convinced he has the best chief clerk on the committee. I actually know I have the best chief clerk on the committee in Susan Ross, so I particularly want to thank her. Finally, Mr. Chairman, I'm proud of the bill that I present to you today. It represents a balanced approach that will benefit every American and maintain appropriate stewardship of taxpayer dollars that we've been entrusted with as members of Congress. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back my time.
Thank you, Chairman Cole. You should be proud of your work product. My pleasure to recognize the ranking member, Ms. Del Loro from Connecticut, for any remarks she may have.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I am pleased that we are here today marking up this bill in full committee for the 3rd year in a row. Many members of this subcommittee have heard me say that I believe that the Labor, Health, and Human Services Education Bill is called the People's Bill, and I say it for a reason. The biggest economic challenge of our time is that too many people are in jobs that do not pay them enough to live on. They struggle. The programs in this bill provide opportunities for hardworking Americans to improve themselves and for our economy to grow. We need a country that works for the middle class and the vulnerable, not just the wealthy and those with the most lobbyists. Too often, workers lack the skills and experience to access better jobs and earn family-sustaining wages. We need to enact policy that ensures that everyone can benefit from the economic recovery and that everyone has the skills training they need to get good jobs with high wages. Right now, we grow jobs, but not incomes. We are shrinking, not growing, the middle class. It used to be that workers with high school degrees were able to secure good-paying jobs in manufacturing and elsewhere that allowed them and their families to prosper. These jobs have not grown over the past 40 years, especially not since the financial crisis that has shifted where jobs are being created and what skills are needed. Median income today is below where it was before the financial crash. Keep that in your heads as we prioritize where to spend taxpayers' hard-earned dollars. We must invest in job training and education. We must put at the center of our effort the 70% of Americans for whom a 4-year degree is not their course. We should prioritize their aspirations for their families and communities. The advantages for workers with more than a high school diploma is clear, but we need to shift our thinking so that we do not only focus on degrees, but rather on in-demand skills and credentials that help people get good jobs with decent wages. In many cases, work-based learning and apprenticeship programs are equipping employees with critical skills. If people are to see better and better lives for their families, we must build a pipeline of skilled workers. That means we need to have a public workforce development system that adapts to businesses' changing needs. The federal government has long played a key role in helping American workers learn and grow through workforce development and connecting businesses with talent. But programs that help grow our economy, educate our students, and protect women and seniors cannot operate if the labor HHS bill is starved of funding. I am troubled, Mr. Chairman, to see the labor HHS bill once again bearing the brunt of Republican budget cuts. The overall cut to non-defense discretionary spending is $8 billion, and the labor HHS bill is cut by more than $5 billion. And this cut is completely unnecessary. The allocations that we approved are approximately $5 billion below the non-defense level allowed under the Budget Control Act. We have the resources available, yet the majority refuses to allocate them to the essential programs funded through our bill. I will also note that when adjusting for inflation, this bill is approximately $30 billion below the 2010 level. There are bright spots in this bill, and I strongly support increases for NIH research, emergency preparedness, special education, and TRIO and Gear Up. But even those increases show the fundamental insufficiency of the labor HHS allocation. The NIH increase is about half the size of the increase for each of the past 2 years. And special education funding continues to fall short of our commitment to students with disabilities. Unfortunately, the modest increases in this bill are far outweighed by decimating cuts to programs that ought to be seeing increases. Education, a key to the middle class. I'm deeply disappointed that the bill fails to make additional investments in Title I, which reaches 25 million students in more than 80% of our school districts. In addition, level funding for preschool development grants and nominal increases for Head Start and child care means we will continue to fall behind in providing children and families with high-quality early education opportunities and care. The bill threatens the future of the Pell Grant program by slashing $3.3 billion. The bill does nothing to make college more affordable and sets Pell on a dangerous path at a time when 44 million student borrowers have more than $1.3 trillion in student debt. This bill is fundamentally anti-teacher. It eliminates the more than $2 billion for supporting effective instruction grants or teacher training, which helps reduce class sizes and gives teachers evidence-based professional development. The proposal eliminates nearly a dozen education programs, including the largest reading program for low-income children and youth. It eliminates Special Olympics and the funding to expand access to the arts in our most under-resourced communities. It imposes harmful cuts to proven education programs like Promise Neighborhoods. If we do not invest in our children, we deny them the tools for success. With regard to women's health services, this bill's approach to women's health pushes a dangerous and harmful ideological agenda. It eliminates funding for Title X family planning and the Teen Pregnancy Prevention Program. It includes new ideological riders that would block funding for Planned Parenthood and effectively block life-saving research using cells from fetal tissue. Health services. The bill cuts access to the Mental Health Block Grant and the substance abuse prevention programs. We speak often about the opioid crisis, but when the opportunity arises to take strong action, we fail to fund these priorities in a meaningful way. The bill also cuts nurse training, tobacco prevention, completely eliminates the Minority HIV/AIDS Initiative, and it fails to fund a public health emergency fund. For the unemployed, this bill hurts workers by eliminating the employment service, which helped nearly 6 million unemployed workers, including veterans, find jobs in 2015. This funding goes to our one-stops to help people looking for jobs get relevant skills. This is a betrayal of job seekers in our economy. The report makes reference to the skills gap. Why would we cut off such a useful avenue that helps meet businesses' needs and closes that gap? The bill also eliminates grants, expanding the highly effective registered apprenticeship model that connects job seekers with good-paying jobs employers are desperate to fill. The bill includes cuts to the programs that make our country more competitive. Job Corps. It slashes job training for dislocated workers and eliminates a tool that helps us to evaluate if workforce and education programs are effective. Why would we eliminate programs that have for so long been about economic opportunity and a ladder to the middle class? And of course, there are the writers. Yet again, this bill attempts to block funding for the Affordable Care Act, continues to prohibit funding for gun violence prevention, which has had a chilling effect on gun violence research. And finally, this bill prohibits the Department of Labor for ensuring that financial advisors act in the best interests of their clients. In short, the funding in this bill fails to meet our country's needs. It breaks our promises to women, seniors, students, and our workforce. It does not move us toward a country that puts the middle class and the vulnerable first. It benefits those with the most money and the most lobbyists. And today we will offer a set of amendments to restore those promises. And my hope is that some of our colleagues in the majority will join us in this effort. And in conclusion, let me just say is I want to thank the Chairman, Frelinghuysen. Thank you so much for your chairmanship and directorship of the committee. To my colleague who does attend all of the Labor H committee meetings, because her heart and soul is with the Labor H committee. To my colleague, Tom Cole, it really is a pleasure to work with Congressman Cole on these issues. We do have differences of opinion, but we manage in a very civil way to deal with these issues. I, too, would like to say a thank you to my subcommittee members for their diligence and their commitment to the programs and the issues that we face here. And I also want to say a thank you to staff. And on the majority side, I want to just say thank you to Susan Ross, to Jennifer Kama, Catherine Salmon, to Justin Gibbons, and to Lori Bias. On our Democratic side on the committee, Dr. Stephen Stigleiter and Robin Giuliano, and my own personal staff, Eric Anthony, Brandon Honore, Liz Albertine, Bev Pato, and Hillary Clifford. So thank you all very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your time.
Well, thank you, Ms. DeLauro, and thank the chairman as well as the ranking member for their comments and for their shout out for the very excellent staff that all of our staff is great, but this committee has a huge jurisdiction. The Labor, Health, and Human Services and Education Appropriations Bill for this year reflects congressional priorities and focuses on investment in programs that the American people need the most, like public health, medical research, biodefense, educational opportunities, and proven programs to improve job growth and our economy. As Chairman Cole has highlighted, the bill includes an increase of $1.1 billion for the National Institutes of Health, investing in life-saving research into such causes and needs as pediatric cancer and Alzheimer's, just to name a few. In addition, funding for public health is prioritized. This includes the CDC's public health preparedness and response programs, which ensure we are ready in the event of a bioterror attack or a pandemic emergency. Opioid abuse has quickly become a large-scale epidemic, as we heard so passionately from Mr. Jenkins yesterday and many of you. This is a huge crisis across the country, and this bill includes $747 million to address this national crisis of that abuse, including $500 million for state response grants as authorized in the 21st Century Cures Act. Within the Department of Education, we invest in programs that ensure all students have access to quality education and quality higher education. Programs like Head Start, Pell Grants, and IDEA special education grants. At the Department of Labor, funding is targeted to programs with proven national benefit that will help create jobs and equip people with the tools needed to succeed. I'm pleased that the bill continues important programs that help our veterans find employment when their military service is complete, such as the Veterans Employment and Training Service and the Homeless Veterans Reintegration. Chairman Cole and his subcommittee conducted very careful oversight to ensure that taxpayers' dollars are being spent on programs that will best serve the American people and assist the most vulnerable. To make these investments, funding for lower priority and underperforming programs have been scaled back. These are responsible reductions that encourage these agencies to focus on their core missions. In addition to saving taxpayers' dollars, this bill also reduces harmful red tape so that American businesses will be able to create more jobs and grow our economy. I'd like to thank both the chairman and the ranking member and all the members of the subcommittee for their work, and again, thank the staff for putting in countless hours to bring this bill before the committee this morning. And I urge the committee to support the bill. I'm pleased to yield time to the ranking member, Ms. Lowy, for any comments she may wish to make. Ms. Lowy.
Well, thank you very much. It's hard to believe that we're almost at the end of the line, Mr. Chairman. And I really want to commend Chairman Frelinghuysen for your leadership on this committee and for moving this process forward. Although there have been many late nights, I prefer working during the day, but I do thank you for your leadership. And certainly I want to thank my friend, Chairman Cole. We've worked together for a very long time, and I know of your strong, strong leadership, especially raising the dollars we're investing at the National Institutes of Health, which is so important to, I think, all of our districts around the country, so I thank you. And of course, my friend Rosa DeLore. We've been sitting together on this committee for a very long time, and Rosa's passion and her commitment and her determination is admired by all of us, so I thank you. It's a great team, and I thank you very much. Well, we've done it. Well, I think we've done it. We're at the final full committee markup, just this bill and one other bill. But frankly, I would caution my colleagues from patting ourselves on the back, because we still have no budget, no spending agreement, no plan to address the debt limit, so this is far from regular order. I do want to say, with regard to this committee, one of my proudest achievements has been increasing funding for the National Institutes of Health, which I mentioned before on this subcommittee. And so I'm really very pleased that with your leadership, Mr. Chairman, and our ranking member, we've been able to increase it again by $1.1 billion. But I do have concerns that we're going to have fewer future research scientists with this bill, as it does not meet the growing needs of our education system. We cut funding for teacher development, literacy grants, and after-school enrichment. Even if we invest heavily in research on diabetes, cancer, heart disease, and more, cuts to chronic health and tobacco programs at the CDC would mitigate overall improved health outcomes, particularly at a time when more Americans are getting hooked on dangerous new tobacco products such as e-cigarettes. And I certainly want to thank Chairman Rogers in this regard for your leadership on this committee on opioids. You have really done an amazing job, and we're seeing the impact of it and the results of your work. And I wanted to talk to you at some point about the connection between that and what's happening with e-cigarettes. I really can't believe it. I was at a school, and some kids were telling me, and this is 13 to 16, and maybe they didn't have the scientific percentages, but the percentage of kids that are, I guess you call it vaping or something like that. But you've been so successful. with opioids, I'd like to work with you on that issue as well, because I think it's a real danger. So I also want to thank you for your leadership. Of course, as in past years, funding is only part of the story. Attacks on women's health and dangerous policy provisions continue to plague this bill. Secretary Price testified before the subcommittee that Title X is often an individual's only line of opportunity to gain access to the kind of care they need. In case you missed it, that was a statement from Secretary Price. I really was delighted to hear him talk about the importance of that program. And the president even included funding for Title X family planning in his budget proposal. Yet this bill would eliminate Title X, continue Republican attacks on Planned Parenthood, and dismantle access to comprehensive health services for women. It even would end teen pregnancy prevention grants, which have helped reduce the number of teen pregnancies while increasing funding for abstinence-only programs that, unfortunately, studies show do not work. There are many more items of concern, including robbing the Pell Grant surplus, doing nothing to make the grant more generous, cuts to substance abuse prevention at a time when the opioid epidemic is ravaging communities, and the elimination of apprenticeship grants and funds to help low-income students afford childcare, among others. As a result, this bill would make it more difficult for future students to afford college and leave more Americans without the training for high-skilled jobs. The House Republican bill unacceptably cuts important investments in our students, the health of our communities, job creation, the strength of our labor force. Its redeeming quality is that it almost assuredly cannot be enacted because too many won't support it, and our votes will be needed to enact appropriation bills as they have in recent years. It's time for the majorities to stop wasting time. We really have to work together with Democrats on a more reasonable spending agreement so that we can keep government open and work for the American people in 2 short months. I've always been an optimist, Mr. Chairman. I look forward to that process. I look forward to taking our bills and working with the Senate and getting our work done. So thank you again. It's been a pleasure working with you.
Thank you, Ms. Slowey. Further general discussion. Chairman Rogers is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. I just wanted to briefly commend the chairman and the ranking member and all the members of the subcommittee for your commitment to addressing the opioid epidemic that all of us are facing back home. Practically every family in your district and mine has been somehow impacted by this horrible problem. I want to commend Kentucky, the state legislature, who did a great thing just a few months ago now, limiting the prescription of opioids to a 3-day supply. You know, one of the biggest problems we have is you go to the tooth dentist and get your tooth fixed, and he gives you a big bottle of OxyContin just in case you need it. Well, you never need it. So it goes in the cabinet in the house. Young people get into that supply laying there knowing that it's a safe matter because it's a prescription and they can safely take it and become addicted. So this 3-day prescription limit, I think, is going to go a long way to take the excess supply of opioids out of reach. I also want to thank my friend Evan Jenkins. I wish you could have gone with he and me a while back to a home in Huntington, which he had helped set up and now being run by a nonprofit civic organization that he bolsters. I wish you could have been there with us to see, what was it, 30 or so babies screaming in pain. These are addicted children, newborns, that he has been such a big, powerful boost in taking care of a big supply of those in Huntington, West Virginia. So thank you, Evan, for doing that great work. Now is the time for action on this problem, and this subcommittee has grabbed the reins and is pulling the team. We lose now almost 100 people a day, deaths, just from prescription medicine. CDC, of course, calls it a national epidemic. We're now appropriating over $8 billion across the government. Much of that funding comes through this bill, thank goodness. Nearly $17 million increase for NIDA, the National Institutes of Drug Abuse at the NIH, that Dr. Volkov is running very successfully. $20 million increase for CDC's prescription drug overdose program, and fulfilling the second half of our $1 billion commitment through the 21st Century Cures Act. But with the tight allocations that the big chairman had to deal with this year, he strained and helped this subcommittee meet its obligations in a very satisfactory way as far as I'm concerned. So I want to thank you, Mr. Chairman, Madam Ranking Member, and all the members of the subcommittee for doing the right thing in helping us continue this battle against the prescription drug overdose. I yield.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Further discussion on the bill. Mr. Graves is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And before we get into the robust debate here we're going to have, I know there's likely going to be some critical points brought up about this bill later today. Before we get there, I want to point out some positives and thank the chairman and the committee for their hard work, because some difficult decisions have had to be made as this bill was put together. But one focus and priority that I noticed and I appreciate was the support of the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. You'll recall that about a year ago, we all were in here and we had a pretty strident debate about the Zika virus. And then prior to that, the year prior to that, was the Ebola breakout. And it's because of the good work of the CDC that these threats have been diminished, and we're not having a similar debate this year because of their good work and their preventative measures and their emergency response. So, Chairman, I just want to thank you for your support of the CDC and also share with the committee that there's a new director in place, a great Georgian, Dr. Brenda Fitzgerald, and I know she'll look forward to working with everybody on the committee and with the chairman as well. But thank you again for the support.
Thank you, Mr. Graves. Mr. Cuellar is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I also want to thank Chairman Cole and the ranking woman, Mr. Laurel. I want to point out a couple things on education. My father and mother only got a first grade, third grade education. My father was born in Guerrero, Mexico, came over, became a legal resident, and then a naturalized citizen. I'm the oldest of 8 kids, so I saw the importance of education, because even when we were trying to do homework, they didn't speak English, so it was hard for them. So some of the programs that we got from school were very, very important. I just certainly want to just point out a couple of things that are so important, Mr. Cole and Mr. Lauro. That is the money for early childhood programs that provides money for Head Starts and child care programs. Those they have increases, and I want to thank you for increasing those programs. But in particular, the Pell Grants are so important. There are so many kids that want to go to school, but they don't have the access to go off. And sometimes they have to work so many hours, and instead of graduating 4 hours, in 4 years, they go up to 6 years, as you know. So the Pell Grant, especially the summer program that we added, was one of the best things that we could have done, Mr. Laura and Mr. Cole, and I want to thank you all for doing that. Keeping the amount of Pell Grants at that amount is key to make sure that people are able to go off. The other thing is the TRIO and the Gear Up programs. Again, I've seen a lot of kids that are being helped by that. Mr. Cole, you're going to be in Laredo in a couple of weeks. And Mr. Laura, you're certainly welcome down there in the McAllen area. And you're going to see a lot of kids that have benefited from this programs. So I just, when it comes to education, both of you have been solid. When it comes to education, I just want to say thank you for this. I know we got some other differences, and we'll work that. But again, as I've said, this is a process. This is only the beginning. We got a lot of time, and we'll be talking about this at the end of the year. But again, when it comes to education, Mr. Cole and Ms. DeLauro, y'all have just been solid, and I just want to say thank you for this.
Mr. Cuellar, any further general discussion? Ms. Lee is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I, too, want to thank Chairman Cole and our ranking member for your tireless work in putting this bill together, which, of course, is woefully underfunded. And I question many of the priorities. And while I am very pleased to see the modest plus-ups with Gear Up and TRIO and Head Start, Veterans Job Training Program, these plus-ups, quite frankly, come at the expense of other very important programs. This bill represents the most hurtful and egregious policy riders of all of the 12 spending bills, as in legislating on an appropriations bill. That's what I'm talking about. We talked about that a lot yesterday. Here we go again. This bill would slash opportunities for a basic standard of living for low and middle income families. These are the programs that provide opportunity to help lift Americans out of poverty and into the middle class and allow for the middle class to continue to move forward in securing the American dream. This bill would cut access to higher education for our low-income students by slashing $3 billion from the Pell Grant surplus account. It also shamefully, and this is horrible, it eliminates funding for Special Olympics for disabled children. How do you do that? I don't even get it. It eliminates programs for literacy funding and child care for parents in school that would harm students' access to high-quality education from toddlers to aspiring college students. As if there aren't enough assaults on education alone, the cuts to our critically important health care programs can't be understated or overstated. This bill puts America's health at risk by eliminating funding for the Teen Pregnancy Prevention Program, the racial and ethnic approaches to community health, and Title X family planning, Now, I am the co-chair of the HIV/AIDS caucus. It's bipartisan. And I am, again, shocked by the elimination of the Minority AIDS Initiative in the Office of the Secretary. If we're serious about ending HIV and AIDS once and for all, especially in communities of color, we must ensure that this program is fully funded. And I'll talk about some of these programs that address people of color later in this bill, because it really is an assault on those who have been disadvantaged as it relates to their race and ethnic background. I'm also disappointed that this bill divests in our workforce by eliminating proven apprenticeship programs. We've had several subcommittee discussions about the need to fund apprenticeship from members on the other side of the aisle and from the administration, but again, here the funding is cut almost all the way in terms of eliminating apprenticeship programs. On top of that, slashing senior community service employment programs, the Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Grant, and Job Corps. This will hurt millions of Americans who are looking for new training and better employment. The bill before us, millions of workers will be locked out of competitive employment opportunities needed to succeed in today's 21st century global economy. Once again, the bill includes these poison pill riders that would restrict women's access to reproductive health care, block implementation of the Affordable Care Act, deny Americans health care, and block Department of Labor's fiduciary rule for retirees. Riders don't stop here. I'm sad to see that this bill politicizes women's health by adding new riders to block funding for Planned Parenthood and attack life-saving fetal tissue research. Politicians have no business undermining scientific research or interfering in women's personal health care decisions. I'm sad to say that this bill really does pick clear winners and it picks clear losers. The winners are millionaires and billionaires. The losers are everyone else. it should be the people's budget, which I know we have tried to frame this budget as, and we're responsible for this people's budget. But I think the American people deserve better of us. They deserve us to support their help in looking for job opportunities and training and a real shot at the American dream. And unfortunately, I don't think this reflects that. Thank you.
Ms. Lee. Mr. Ryan's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I went baritone on you there for a second. Sorry about that. I just want to make a comment as we start this committee. I was able to sit on this committee a few years back, and it was a lot of fun to be on this committee, subcommittee of Labor H. This committee and the programs in this committee didn't just fall out of the sky. This committee and the programs in this committee that we fund and these programs are because the free market has flaws. And we all believe in capitalism and investment and making sure that we can grow our economy. But there are certain things it does not do. And you will see throughout the course of this debate us advocating for funding for programs that plug the holes in the free market. And whether you're talking about AIDS, you're talking about early childhood education, corporations don't fund that. The free market does not fund those kind of programs. And that's what we're here for, and that's what this committee is here for. And I remember Chairman Obey used to say, this committee is about knocking the rough edges off of capitalism. And that's the discussion that we're going to have here today about whether or not we think that there needs to be intervention and there needs to be programs and things that the free market does not address. And at the end of the day, the argument that we're going to have between the two parties is that we think investing in these programs is best for the economy, is best for corporations, is best for the country, because this is the pipeline into the workforce. This is the pipeline into the healthcare system that a lot of the diseases and sicknesses could be prevented here. So I just want to take an opportunity, Mr. Chairman, before we get up and running here, to provide our side's context for why we're even here funding these programs.
Thank you. I hope we're up and running. Mr. Bishop is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to take a moment to say a few words in support of the Job Corps program. As many of you may know, I'm the co-chair of the Congressional Job Corps Caucus with Representative Lou Barletta of Pennsylvania. My congressional district is home to the Turner Job Corps Center in Albany, Georgia, which is the 4th largest Job Corps center in the country. It's one of only 4 centers with an on-site Head Start program and its residential parenting initiative for single parents. Staff and students at Turner Job Corps are also complete more than 5,000 community service hours every quarter. I know that the budget is tight this year, and there are it's a great fight for the available funding, but I would really appreciate it if we could keep in mind at least level funding for the Job Corps program in fiscal year 18. The FY17 Act included a $15 million increase for Job Corps. The bill before us today includes a $16 million reduction. I understand the Department of Labor has closed centers in part because it claims it has insufficient funding to operate all the centers at full capacity. The Labor Department stated that filling the centers with students is not a priority because it's unsure whether it has sufficient funding to support its current capacity. Job Corps funding cuts would undoubtedly result in many more students not receiving the benefit of the program and further center closures, particularly in rural communities, where the Department of Labor believes it's harder to recruit and retain students. In fact, the Department of Labor is considering cutting the slots at Job Corps centers that are administered by the Department of Agriculture by 25%, and it may consider even closing 4 of these centers, which predominantly serve rural students. Half of my district is rural. Much of America is rural. Job Corps can serve thousands more students at relatively low additional costs. Providing additional funding to the program and requiring the Department of Labor to maximize student capacity will actually drive down the cost of the program per student. I'm very, very grateful to Chairman Cole. We had a conversation on Monday, and I greatly appreciate his willingness to work with us on the final Job Corps allocation. I hope that the funding can at least be restored to last year's level so that this program can continue to prepare young Americans for the future. Young people make up a small percentage of our population, but they're 100% of our future. I think it's incumbent upon us as a Congress to invest in those young people, and this Job Corps program does just that. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Is there any further discussion? Ms. Capter is recognized.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I wanted to thank you and Chairman Cole and Ranking Member Lowy and DeLauro for their really hard work and advocacy on this massive bill. And I'm disappointed that the final mark is actually significantly below where it should be. But I just wanted to use this moment, since the Congressman Rogers discussed the issue of drug addiction, to separate in people's minds the difference between those who are abusing opioids for whatever reason and those who begin their lives, and their lives never end, with incurable mental illness. And I have a concern, and Chairman Cole's been very open to this, working with many members over many decades. Most recently, Congressman Tim Murphy of Pennsylvania, who understands this because of his own profession. But to separate out the accounts and the ability for us to diagnose and treat mental illness, many of whose patients ultimately then do over-abuse in terms of self-treating with alcohol or drugs. But there is a distinction between them, and I fear with the way SAMHSA has been operating over a number of years, that the mentally ill, again, are going to get lost in this system, massive system that we are dealing with billions of dollars going out the door. Let me go back. I was in Washington when Ronald Reagan was shot by John Hinckley. And there was unaddressed mental illness by Mr. Hinckley, who ended up in prison for that. I was here when Russell Weston traveled 3/4 of the way across this country and shot our officers here, Officer Gibson and Officer Chestnut. And I said at that time, Congress would do one of two things. We would either build more barriers with more guns and more protections around the Capitol, or we would finally address mental illness. Well, guess what we did? We have a lot more barriers. 9/11 came and more barriers came. But the point was that serious mental illness, the number of pharmacological treatments, the type of research being done has never been sufficient to get at the bottom of this. And with deinstitutionalization, these people are among the most neglected across our country. I challenge you to go to all your local county jails and see where over half of the population or more of that jail is. They are the deinstitutionalized that this country has not been able to wrap their arms around for years. Think back to Sandy Hook and the great tragedy there. Who was the perpetrator? What was his diagnosis? What about Virginia Tech in 2007? 32 dead. One from my district, actually, who was in college there at the time. And, of course, our beloved colleague, Gabby Gifford, in 2011 being so terribly, terribly shot and wounded. So I just say to my colleagues, as we move forward, I am begging this committee, for the first time in my 30 years with Tim Murphy on the Republican side of the aisle, and Diane DeGette on our side, and Eddie Bernice Johnson, we finally have a bipartisan coalition to really get at this. And it could be one of our greatest gifts to this country. So I just wanted to put that on the table here. It comes down to specifics in bills like this where we ask ourselves, are there sufficient funds for early diagnosis among youth? Because if you check in your local jails, you will find that the youth treatment programs, the early diagnosis is not done, and what we're doing across this country is graduating youth offenders from the juvenile facilities into the adult facility. We're building more prisons, but you know what, folks? We're merely graduating mental illness from one level to another. So I thank the indulgence of my colleagues for letting me put this on the record, and we will have an amendment later on the topic.
Thank you, Ms. Capter. Any further discussion? If not, we're going to turn to Mr. Cole. I believe he has a manager's amendment.
I do indeed, Mr. Chairman.
Clerk will read, and consider done. The gentleman is recognized to explain his amendment.
This is simply a manager's amendment. It's an unusually long manager's amendment, which I think, frankly, shows how hard the two sides work to work through a lot of areas and satisfy the needs of individual members and recognize the high-quality suggestions we got. So, again, it's non-controversial, and I ask that it be approved, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Laura.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of the manager's amendment, and while because of wanting to be so comprehensive, I got the amendment late last night. Most of these are non-controversial changes to the bill and to the report, which have been agreed on by both Democrats and Republicans. Just one bit of concern that we've added new encouragement and report language regarding sodium and carbohydrates. Nevertheless, we accept the changes, and I want to say thank you to the chairman for their inclusion.
Thank you, Mr. Lurie. Ms. Wasserman Schultz is recognized to speak on the manager's amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank the chairman and the ranking member for including language in the manager's amendment that expresses our collective disappointment that the administration has yet to appoint the special envoy on anti-Semitism. This is a critical position. We have experienced across the globe a rise, not a decrease, in anti-Semitism, and it is baffling that the president has yet to appoint the special envoy and that the Secretary of State appears to be considering not appointing a special envoy and further actually proposed cutting the budget for that office. So making sure that we can combat the scourge of anti-Semitism wherever it rears its head is the goal of having that special envoy, which is a light to the world about the United States' strong stance. And I appreciate both the chair and the ranking member's support.
Thank you, General. Ms. Pingree is recognized. Thank you, Ms. Wasserman Schultz.
Mr. Chair, I want to thank the chair and ranking member. Also for their work in the manager's amendment and the tremendous work they did on this bill. I know we're going to hear about a lot of the areas of concern as we go through this hearing, but I did want to voice my appreciation for the fact that you partially restored the funding for a program that's had significant impact in my district. That's the Community Economic Development Grants. These CED grants provide assistance to small businesses that create and expand job opportunities for low-income individuals. In my district, this funding has helped local entrepreneurs, those who work closely with our Community Economic Development Corporation, build businesses from lobster processing. We got to take care of our lobsters back in Maine, to textile manufacturing, while created hundreds of quality jobs for those who benefit most. Small businesses that share the opportunity and prosperity with their communities are the ones that survive and thrive. Support comes from these businesses by supporting these community economic development grants, and they make a big difference. I do want to add, though, and I'm not taking back my praise because I do really appreciate it, but in fiscal 15 and 16, this program was funded at almost $30 billion. Then it went down to 19. It was zeroed out in the president's budget, and it's been moved back up to 10. So I greatly appreciate it. It is only 1/3 of what we had in fiscal year 15, but I know going from 0 to 10 is a significant change, so I really appreciate it. It's not gone. The money's there, and I hope in the future we can work toward funding it at an even higher level again. Thank you very much.
Ms. Pingree, anyone else? Thank you, Ms. Pingree. Mr. Ryan is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I also want to thank the chairman for his help on getting some language in. We'll take up some other issues in this bill over the course of the day. I'm also jealous that the chairman gets on MSNBC more than I do, and that's a real political problem.
I pull my tie up. Look, you'll get the.
Whoa. Smackdown from the chairman. You seem so gentle, Mr. Chairman. And
so far, so good. Thank you, Mr. Time's yours.
I just hope the Republicans get the same treatment from you, Mr. Chairman. No, on a serious note, I want to thank the chairman. We've got some great language in here with regard to increasing maker education and maker spaces in our schools throughout the country so that we're preparing our kids for a 21st century education. Only 16% of American high school seniors are proficient in math and interested in a STEM career. Promoting these maker spaces and maker education will bring creativity, ingenuity, and innovation back to the classroom. This is the kind of technology that we need in our schools, promoting this cutting-edge technology and learning the necessary skills that are going to move forward. And this should be available in places like Akron, Ohio, and Gary, Indiana, and Eastern Kentucky. If we're going to get our kids into the pipeline, they should have the same opportunities as those kids in Silicon Valley and New York City. So I want to thank the chairman and the ranking member for that. Also, we were able to get language in this bill emphasizing the importance of reducing teacher stress. One of the big issues for teachers is the high turnover rate, which costs our country about $7 billion a year. About 46% of teachers experience high stress daily during the school year. This report language encourages the NIH to promote a study on reducing teacher stress by implementing and analyzing evidence-based management programs. So I want to thank the chairman for that and the ranking member for their work and all the committee staff work for getting this in. And I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you, Mr. Ryan. He's done a masterful job. Any further comments on the manager's amendment? Yes. Ms. Clark.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to thank the chairman and ranking member of the committee and our terrific staff on both sides of the aisle. And in particular, I want to thank you for working with me and Ms. Herrera-Butler on the postpartum depression amendment and including that in the manager's amendment. We look forward to working with you on this issue. Thank you.
Ms. Clark. Mr. Rupersberger is recognized.
Hello. Yeah.
Hello.
How are you?
How are you, Dutch?
I'm fine.
Here we go.
Until we vote, and then we lose every vote. But other than that, it's okay. But all I did want to say was I really want to thank the chair and ranking member for dealing with the issue of opioids, NIH, and Head Start. And thank goodness you did that, and that's so important to our country. And thank you. Real bad.
Any further discussion? If not, questions on the manager's amendment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment's agreed to. Further amendments. Mr. Loro is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk, and I ask unanimous consent to dispense with the reading.
Gentlewoman's recognized for 5 minutes.
This amendment would restore the funding.
Which amendment, Mr. Loro?
It is amendment number 1.
Number 1.
Apprenticeships.
Great. Thank you. Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you. The amendment would restore funding to the apprenticeship program to the 2017 level. The current bill completely eliminates the apprenticeships program, despite the fact that the need for, and I might add that I'm offering this amendment along with my colleague, Mr. Pocan. The need for apprenticeships is stronger now than ever before. The biggest economic challenge, as I've said, facing this country today is that too many people are in jobs that do not pay them enough to live on. Too often they lack the skills and experience to access better jobs and earn family-sustaining wages. To quote the chairman's report, and I quote, according to the Bureau of Labor Statistics data, employers are currently reporting over 6 million open positions. Employers are unable to fill many of these positions due to a lack of applicants with required skills, end quote. Apprenticeships enable companies to build a pipeline of skilled workers with customized skills, while apprentices learn a lucrative trade. In fact, during the labor budget hearing in front of the subcommittee, Secretary Acosta testified, and I quote, "It's a proven strategy that works. High-quality apprenticeships and the emphasis on high quality enable workers to be involved in the training of their future workforce so they can be sure that new hires possess the skills that are needed for the job." And he went on, apprentices receive wages and, just as importantly, skills. Along the way, they earn while they learn. That is just as important because that means they are not saddled with debt. Apprentices earn nationally recognized certificates of completion, leading to long-term career opportunities. I might add that not only Secretary Acosta, but his predecessor, Secretary Perez, both proponents of apprenticeships. Days before the election, President Trump, in reference to career and technical education, said, and I quote, "We're going to start it up big league," end quote. The budget also contradicts the statement of Secretary DeVos, and I quote, "This administration is committed to supporting and highlighting career and technical education." The advantage for workers with more than a high school diploma is clear. We need to shift our thinking so that we not only focus on degrees, but rather on in-demand skills and credentials that help people get good jobs with fair wages. By 2020, 2 out of 3 jobs will require education and training beyond the high school level. Work-based learning apprenticeship programs are equipping workers with lucrative skills. We need to provide the resources. If we were serious about job training, we would be making investments like we did through the TACT program. It provided $2 billion to more than half of all our community colleges. The program has supported partnerships with 2,500 employers in all 50 states, served more than 400,000 participants who have earned 240,000 in-demand credentials. So we have started apprenticeships. Nearly 9 out of 10 registered apprenticeships are employed with an average starting wage of over $60,000. I just want to make one more point about this. Positive outcomes are for registered apprenticeships. President Trump has recently signed an executive order to expand non-registered apprenticeships using H-1B fees. This creates a duplicate system that does not guarantee quality training opportunities and provides fewer safeguards for workers. We should focus federal dollars on proven programs like the apprenticeship grants funded through LHHS. These grants are a valuable tool for our economy. At a time when workforce investment is critical, we cannot eliminate one of its most important tools in order for people to thrive in the workforce. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment.
Thank you, Ms. DeLauro. Chairman Cole is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise to oppose the amendment. The amendment would put the subcommittee over its 302B allocation, and that's, I think, something we're going to hear a lot of today, but obviously we wouldn't be able to go forward if we included it. The committee actually supports the administration's apprenticeship initiatives and believes that apprenticeships are a promising job training delivery model. The bill includes $35 million for the Office of Apprenticeship at the Department of Labor. The committee also includes report language urging the department to work with the authorizing committees to enact an appropriate authorization of the appropriations for apprenticeship. This is, I think, a really important point. The committee is not convinced that a large unauthorized grant program is the most effective approach to expanding apprenticeships. Results from the existing grant program have frankly been slow to materialize. That said, I look forward to working with the members of the committee and the authorizers to agree on a more effective bipartisan approach to expanding apprenticeships as we go forward. But again, we would be appropriating without an authorization. That yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Cole, the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Pocan, is recognized.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I'd like to associate myself with the comments of Ms. DeLauro on this. This is an area I think we're going exactly the wrong direction, and if the money isn't there through the allocation, we should make the money be there for the allocation, because this is the problem we have. While the economy's largely come back, people's wages haven't. And 30% of people are going to wind up with a 4-year degree, but the other 70% don't. And if people want to have good family supporting wages, they need to have higher skills. You get those through apprenticeships. I would argue we should be vastly expanding what we do in apprenticeships. In Germany, it's 10 times per capita the use of apprenticeships. In Switzerland and other countries, they go into IT and healthcare and a whole lot of other areas rather than just the traditional trades. But I think this is to zero out a program is exactly the wrong direction. And I don't just say this as someone who's with, as a member of Congress, I say this as an employer who is part of a unionized printing business I own and affiliated with a union that does apprenticeships. And when I look at the training programs they have and the jobs that get created across the spectrum when it comes to apprenticeships, this is the path forward. I think there's a Washington State study that says there's a 90-to-1 benefit to the individual who gets an apprenticeship over a lifetime, and to the public, there's a 23-to-1 return on the investment in an apprenticeship by increased taxes and other things that people are paying because of increased incomes. So at this time, with incomes not going up while the rest of the economy has gone up, the last thing we should be doing is cutting back on apprenticeships. I would argue we should be putting more money into apprenticeships. And I, again, want to completely associate myself with Ms. DeLauro's comments. I hope that this is something we could do in line with what the Secretary of Labor mentioned in committee, but we're not doing in this budget bill, and I would hope we can increase those funds.
Thank
and
you,
I yield back.
for his comments. Any further discussion on the DeLauro amendment? Hearing none, seeing none. The questions on the DeLauro amendment. To close. Excuse me, a minute to close. I apologize.
been a long couple days. I might add that with regard to the funding of this program, it was funded in 2016, it was funded in 2017, and quite frankly, we are appropriators, we are not authorizers, and we should not be abdicating our role as appropriators when we believe that the program has such value that we should be funding it. I might also add that on the non-defense side, we are below the cap. Budget Control Act said we could be spending $5 billion more on non-defense, like apprenticeships. We have resources available. Majority refuses to allocate them to the essential programs funded through our bill. We need to enact policies that ensure everyone can benefit from an economic recovery. Everyone has the training they need to get good jobs with fair wages. We've had Democratic and Republican leadership on this issue. It restores funding for a critical program supported by the Secretary of Labor, would close that skills gap that this subcommittee has deemed a, quote, concern, according to the report. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment.
Thanks, Gentlewoman. The question is on the Gentlewoman's amendment. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Opinion of the chair, the nays have it. Requisite number of hands. Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Adderholt, no. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Aguilar, aye. Mr. Amadei. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop, aye. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Calvert, no. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter, no. Mr. Cartwright. Mr. Cartwright, aye. Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark, aye. Mr. Cole. Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Cuellar. Mr. Cuellar, aye. Mr. Culberson. Mr. Culberson, no. Ms. DeLauro.
Aye.
Ms. DeLauro, aye. Mr. Dent. Mr. Dent, no. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Mr. Diaz-Balart, no. Mr. Fleischman. Mr. Fleischman, no. Mr. Fortenberry. Mr. Fortenberry, no. Mr. Frelinghuysen. No. Mr. Frelinghuysen, no. Miss Granger. Miss Granger, no. Mr. Graves. Mr. Graves, no. Dr. Harris. Dr. Harris, no. Miss Herrera Butler. Mr. Jenkins. Mr. Jenkins, no. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce, no. Miss Captor. Miss Captor. Miss Captor. No. No.
No, you're yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I meant aye.
Miss Captor, aye. Mr. Kilmer. Mr. Kilmer, aye. Miss Lee. Aye. Miss Lee, aye. Mrs. Lowy. Aye. Mrs. Lowy, aye. Miss McCullum. Aye. Miss McCullum, aye. Miss Meng. Miss Meng. Mr. Molinar. Mr. Molinar, no. Mr. Newhouse. Mr. Newhite. Mr. Newhouse, no. Mr. Palazzo. Mr. Palazzo, no. Miss Pingree. Miss Pingree, aye. Mr. Pocan. Mr. Pocan, aye. Mr. Price. Mr. Price, aye. Mr. Quigley. Mr. Quigley, aye. Mrs. Roby. Mrs. Roby, no. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers, no. Mr. Rooney. Mr. Rooney, no. Miss Roybal Allard. Miss Roybal Allard, aye. Mr. Ruppersberger. Mr. Ruppersberger, aye. Mr. Ryan. Mr. Ryan, aye. Mr. Serrano. Mr. Serrano, aye. Mr. Simpson. Mr. Simpson, no. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stewart, no. Mr. Taylor. Mr. Taylor, no. Mr. Valadeo. Mr. Valadeo, no. Mr. Visklosky. Mr. Visklosky, aye. Miss Wasserman Schultz. Miss Wasserman Schultz, aye. Mr. Womack. Mr. Womack, no. Mr. Yoder. Mr. Yoder, no. Mr. Young. Mr. Young, no.
Are there members who wish to record their vote? Ms. Ming. Aye. Ms. Ming is recorded.
Miss Ming recorded aye.
Mr. Amadei. Mr. Amadei is recorded no.
Mr. Amadei, no.
Anyone further? Then the clerk will tally. On this vote, the ayes are 22, the nays are 29. The amendment is not agreed to. Ms. Roybal Allard is recognized.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will read.
The reading be dispensed. It's amendment number 2.
Number 2, consider it read. The gentlewoman's recognized.
My amendment would restore funding for 6 critical Title VII and Title VIII health workforce programs that were significantly cut or eliminated in the chairman's mark. The Title VII programs were established to improve the placement of providers in underserved areas and improve the racial and ethnic diversity of providers. The Health Careers Opportunity Program creates an educational pipeline to encourage and help minority and disadvantaged high school and college students graduate from health or allied health professions. The Centers of Excellence program serves as an innovative education center to recruit, train, and retain underrepresented minority students and faculty at health profession schools. These health equity programs are the foundation of our federal efforts to educate and maintain a health professional workforce that mirrors the population they are serving. We need to strengthen them, not slash or eliminate their funding. The Public Health Workforce Development Programs support postgraduate training for preventive medicine residents and provide grants for the specialized training of frontline public health workers and managers. Funding for these programs is critical to assuring a well-trained public health workforce to protect and promote health for all Americans. The Behavioral Health Workforce Education and Training Program helps expand the mental health and substance abuse workforce, serving children, adolescents, and transitional age youth who are at risk of or have developed a recognized behavioral health disorder. Research shows the younger an individual uses drugs, the more likely they are to develop an addiction. In the face of our nationwide opioid epidemic, it has never been more critical to close the gaps in access to behavioral health services for our young people. The Geriatrics Workforce Enhancement Program is the only federal program dedicated to training a workforce with specialized expertise in geriatric issues, including Alzheimer's and related dementias, mobility challenges, and end-of-life palliative care. By 2030, 20% of the U.S. population will be over the age of 65. It makes more sense to increase support for programs that will work to improve the health of older adults, not reduce our support. Finally, for over 5 decades, the Title VIII nursing workforce programs have been the largest source of dedicated funding for bolstering nursing education and building the supply of qualified nurses for all healthcare settings, particularly in rural and underserved communities. These programs are not just training grants. They are lifelines to communities that would not otherwise have access. The 8% cut to these programs in the chairman's mark will decrease support for the advanced degrees necessary to train nurse practitioners, nurse midwives, nurse anesthetists, and clinical nurse specialists. The cut will act as a deterrent for clinical nurses to pursue the doctoral degrees that would allow them to train the next generation of nurses, and it will seriously impair efforts to create a more diverse nursing workforce by limiting opportunities for racial and ethnic minority students and individuals from disadvantaged backgrounds. In the midst of a regional demand for nurses, as well as a nurse faculty shortage, it is imperative we restore funding to nursing workforce programs so we can continue meeting the increasing demand for culturally competent nurses in all levels of practice. At a time when the demand for healthcare continues to rise, cuts and consolidations to Title VII and VIII are counter to the goal of increased access. I ask my colleagues to support this amendment to protect and promote the health professions workforce for the 21st century.
I thank the gentlewoman for her comments. Chairman Cole to respond.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I rise to oppose my good friend's amendment. Obviously, this is a situation where, again, the additional spending my friend is proposing are beyond the resources of the subcommittee. And I remind the full committee, we do have $5 billion less than we had last year. In addition to that, I also remind everybody there's a lot of popular increases in here. I doubt we'll see very many proposals today that come with offsets made up of the additional money at NIH or the additional money for IDA or the additional money for TRIO or the additional money for Gear Up or what have you. But I will make this, there are many of these programs that my friend mentions that actually I support, and I would actually agree with the thrust of her comment. So I do think we will work toward a larger budget deal. That would be certainly my hope and my intention. And if that happens, as has happened the last 2 fiscal years, there might be additional resources available to this subcommittee. Should that occur, I certainly would work with my friend to try and see what we could do to address some of our very legitimate concerns. But just given our allocation right now, I must oppose my friend's amendment.
Thank the gentleman. Ms. DeLauro is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I rise in strong support of Ms. Roybal Allard's amendment. Health Career Opportunities Program was eliminated despite its proven record of increasing the diversity of our health care providers. This is an ongoing weakness in our health care system. It's an opportunity for us to signal our commitment to ensuring that more people have the tools they need to enter the health care professions and make good wages. This is about jobs. We should be increasing funding to this program, not eliminating it. And the assistance is for minority and disadvantaged of folks to enroll and succeed in medical school and in other health professions training. This is a pathway to the middle class. This is simply no good reason to halt this effort, especially when, yes, not only were we cut $5 billion or more than that here, but in fact there is $5 billion on the table for non-defense programs. The resources are available, and I take my friend the chairman at his word, is that we look at the ways in which we can increase these funds, particularly if there is $5 billion more for non-defense discretionary spending. I strongly urge my colleagues to support Ms. Roybal Allard's amendment.
Further discussion on this amendment? The gentlewoman has a minute to close.
For over 20 years, the U.S. has been suffering from a shortfall of many health providers, and at the same time that we are faced with a growing crisis of chronic diseases. And this deficit is expected to grow exponentially in the next decade. Title VII and Title VIII are the only federally funded programs that improve the supply, distribution, and diversity of the workforce to ensure that health professionals are prepared to take on our healthcare challenges of today and in the future. And I ask my colleagues to please support my amendment.
The questions on the gentlewoman from California's amendment. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. The opinion of the chair, the nays have it. The amendment is not agreed to. Requisite number of hands. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Adderholt, no. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Aguilar, aye. Mr. Amedee. Mr. Amedee, no. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop, aye. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Calvert, no. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter, no. Mr. Cartwright. Mr. Cartwright, aye. Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark, aye. Mr. Cole. Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Cuellar. Mr. Cuellar, aye. Mr. Culberson. Mr. Culberson, no. Ms. DeLauro. Ms. DeLauro, aye. Mr. Dent. Mr. Dent, no. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Mr. Diaz-Balart, no. Mr. Fleischman. Mr. Fleischman, no. Mr. Fortenberry. Mr.
If you give that clerk your attention, please.
Mr. Frelinghuysen. Mr. Frelinghuysen, no. Ms. Granger. Ms. Granger, no. Mr. Graves. Mr. Graves, no. Dr. Harris. Dr. Harris, no. Ms. Herrera-Butler. Ms. Herrera-Butler, no. Mr. Jenkins. Mr. Jenkins, no. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce, no. Ms. Capter. Aye. Ms. Capter, aye. Mr. Kilmer. Aye. Mr. Kilmer, aye. Ms. Lee. Aye. Ms. Lee, aye. Mrs. Lowy. Aye. Mrs. Lowy, aye. Ms. McCullum. Ms. McCullum, aye. Ms. Meng. Aye. Ms. Meng, aye. Mr. Molinar. Mr. Molinar, no. Mr. Newhouse. Mr. Newhouse, no. Mr. Palazzo. Mr. Palazzo, no. Ms. Pingree. Ms. Pingree, aye. Mr. Pocan. Mr. Pocan, aye. Mr. Price. Aye. Mr. Price, aye. Mr. Quigley. Aye. Mr. Quigley, aye. Mrs. Roby. Mrs. Roby, no. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers, no. Mr. Rooney. Mr. Rooney, no. Ms. Roybal Allard. Ms. Roybal Allard, aye. Mr. Rupesberger. Mr. Rupesberger, yes. Mr. Ryan. Aye. Mr. Ryan, aye. Mr. Serrano. Mr. Serrano, aye. Mr. Simpson. Mr. Simpson, no. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stewart, no. Mr. Taylor. Mr. Taylor, no. Mr. Valadeo. Mr. Valadeo, no. Mr. Visklosky. Mr. Visklosky, aye. Ms. Wasserman Schultz. Ms. Wasserman Schultz, aye. Mr. Womack. Mr. Womack, no. Mr. Yoder. Mr. Yoder. Mr. Yoder, no. Mr. Young. Mr. Young, no.
Are there members who wish to record their vote? Mr. Fortenberry. I believe Ms. Ming, did you vote? She did vote. Okay. Anyone further that needs to be recognized? If not, the clerk will tally. Excuse me. I got Mr. Fortenberry he did vote.
Mr. Fortenberry, no.
Yeah. Clerk will tally. On this vote, the A's are 22, the nays are 30. The amendment is not agreed to. Further amendments. Mr. Price.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment that asks.
An amendment offered by Mr. Price.
Consider it read.
Consider it read, please.
You're recognized.
Mr. Chairman, my amendment attempts to deal with the rather peculiar and disproportionate cuts in this bill that affect people in the teaching profession, our teachers and principals. Out of the $2.4 billion in cuts to the Department of Education in the bill, over $2.1 billion come from programs that support educators. I come by this concern honestly. I'm the son of 2 teachers. I have taught myself at the college level. But I've become convinced over the years that none of the education reforms we talk about and want to implement will be worth a thing without a first-rate teaching force. We simply must address the recruitment and retention of teachers, and we need to address it at all levels of government. The House has done this, actually. We came together in a remarkably bipartisan reauthorization just a couple of years ago, the Every Student Succeeds Act. An essential aspect of that act was to coalesce around the idea that teachers, principals, and other school leaders must be supported. Research has backed this up. Good teachers, effective principals are critical factors behind student success. Unfortunately, the bill before us today just doesn't seem to get that, doesn't recognize it. 4 critical programs eliminated or drastically reduced. First, the bill eliminates the Supportive Effective Instruction Grant Program, commonly referred to as ESSA Title IIA. Nearly 98% of our school districts receive Title IIA grants. If you cut to the degree this bill anticipates, you'd eliminate about 8,000 public school teaching jobs. You would eliminate professional development opportunities for nearly 2.5 million
Would you suspend for a minute? Gentlemen and ladies, please give the gentleman your attention.
This would increase class sizes in a number of communities, would reduce innovation, and classroom instruction would suffer. Secondly, the bill eliminates the school leader recruitment and support program. That's aimed at principals. With access to high-quality preparation programs, provides sitting principals with development opportunities. That would be simply eliminated. The third program, even more puzzling to me, because I do know a good bit about it and what it's meant in our state, totally eliminates the Teacher Quality Partnership Grant Program. That's the only federal initiative targeted directly at higher education-based teacher preparation programs. Grantees must use data and research to inform instruction. In other words, they become better instructors. And graduates must fulfill 3-year teaching obligation in a high-need district in which they're prepared. That's extremely vital to our teacher recruitment efforts in North Carolina and other states. And then finally, the bill cuts the Supporting Effective Educator Development Grant Program, the SEED program, by 1/3. That's a program that provides competitive grants to national nonprofits, institutes of higher education, the Bureau of Indian Education, for alternative preparation and certification activities, as well as professional development associated with that. It's critical to mention that states are currently finalizing their plans under the ESSA. If we want to fulfill the potential of that act, we've got to provide adequate resources for school leaders who are charged with actually implementing the plans. We can't mandate that they have accountability plans and higher standards without the money to do so. I acknowledge, of course, that I don't have an offset for this amendment, given the paltry allocation that's left after all the other bills have been processed. You can't reasonably offer any amendment of this sort without robbing Peter to pay Paul. But I must say, I am shocked to see this committee in this disproportionate way targeting the very individuals who we count on to shape the minds of the next generation.
Thank the gentleman for his comments. Mr. Chairman Cole.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I rise to oppose my friend's amendment. And again, it's just, as my friend acknowledged himself, it's additional spending without an offset. And while I do recognize and agree with my friend that there's considerable value here, I'm not the son of school teachers, but I'm the father of one. So I think I know something about it. I used to pursue the procession just as my friend did. But we had to make some difficult choices here. If things change going forward, we're happy to review those choices and see what we can do. But I would disagree a little bit with our friend's characterization on the other side that we somehow have a terribly deficient allocation. This allocation is 3% less than it was last year. Okay, 3% less. It is exactly the same amount of money that we were spending in the fiscal year 2016 budget. So it's tough. I would grant you that. And if we're going to increase things that I think we all agree are vital, like NIH or like some of these other programs, TRIO and Gear Up, which I believe in, or help school districts with kids, where frankly we never got any help from the last administration on IDEA money. They never proposed an increase. Actually, it's been this subcommittee and this House that's actually gotten the increases in IDEA money in the last couple of years. So, you know, as my friend knows, this is a process. I take his objections seriously. I genuinely do. And I look forward to working with him as the process goes forward. And again, if things change, we're going to revisit a lot of these programs. With that, I yield back, but I do urge the rejection of the amendment.
Thank you, Ms. DeLauro.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Just for a moment, this is with regard to the allocation. There is no need for this to be our allocation for Labor HHS. First of all, the committee has yet to approve 302Bs for each of the subcommittees. The Budget Committee has yet to approve a top-line spending for 2017 for both non-defense and defense spending. I won't talk about defense at the moment, but on the non-defense side, we are below the cap. Budget Controls Act says that we can spend $5 billion more on non-defense. We have the resources available, and I will repeat, the majority refuses to allocate them to essential programs that we like under this bill. Labor HHS subcommittee represents approximately 1/3 of non-defense discretionary spending. Yet we have had more than our fair share of cuts. We have not enjoyed enough of the increases over the past few years. After the bipartisan budget agreement 2 years ago, the other non-defense subcommittees received an average of a 6.9% increase. Labor H got 3.4%. As I will repeat, since 2010, Labor HHS programs have been cut by $30 billion. It's not the 3% from last year. It is a cumulative effect of a $30 billion cut when you adjust for inflation here. Once again, the Labor H bill is being shortchanged. We are holding us to an allocation that we have not approved and where there is $5 billion more before we reach the level for non-defense discretionary spending. With that, I want to just say, please support Mr. Price, because this bill is anti-educator at the moment. And when you look at the cuts to teacher and principals programs, it's over $2.2 billion in the cut. My colleague, Mr. Price, has talked about Title II being zeroed out. He's talked about the school leader recruitment and support program eliminated. And he talked about supporting effective educator development, or the SEED program. Teacher quality partnerships are eliminated. Unacceptable. This is the only federal program targeted to higher education prep programs that ensure new teachers are prepared for the rigors of the classroom. Without support for teachers, we put our students at a severe disadvantage. I urge my colleagues to support Mr. Price, but to understand fully that there is money available for us to address these needs. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Laura, Mr. Ryan is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to make a couple points here. We have more, the chairman mentioned the 3% cut. We've been having the circular argument since I got in Congress in 2003. When you guys are in charge, there's tax cuts. They go primarily to the top 1%. Then we come to the Appropriations Committee, and we talk about how we don't have any money. We talk about the debt and the deficit. And there's been a huge concentration of wealth for the wealthiest people in this country. That is fact. And these programs help us grow the economy for everyone else. And my wife's a school teacher too. More special ed kids today in the schools. More kids living in poverty in school districts. More school districts that have seen manufacturing erode in their economy, so they've lost their tax base. These teachers are being asked to do more with less. In some school districts, they haven't even seen a pay increase. And if you look at what corporate America is doing, if you look at what tech companies are doing, the best thing they do, the most important investment they make, is into their workers. And this is training money. And if it's important for technology, if it's important for the private sector, it's as important for us to invest in these teachers who are educating our kids in the most difficult, complicated environments you could imagine. You got more technology, more social media, more peer pressure, more drugs, more alcohol, more abuse. And these teachers need more training, and we need to make bigger investments into their ability to deal with all of these circumstances. So I rise in support of this amendment, and I hope we'll vote it.
Thank you, Mr. Ryan. Ms. Ming is recognized.
I, too, rise in support for this amendment. The elimination of Title II Part A would have grave consequences for students in my district in Queens and throughout New York City. New York City Department of Education currently uses Title II funding for preparing, training, and recruiting 800 teachers, as well as reducing class size in early grades. Title II is also essential to help maintain the Teaching Fellows program and develop high-quality teachers and school educators, including school principals. Cutting this funding would result in 108 school leaders. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on this amendment. Thank you.
Ms. Robo-Allard is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I rise in support of the Price Amendment. You know, I, like the other speakers, I'm very concerned about the impact eliminating Title II funding will have on teacher training and teacher quality in our schools, especially those with the greatest need. For example, California public schools will immediately lose $228 million if Title II is eliminated. This will result in nearly 1,000 educators losing their jobs, and in addition, more than 204,000 educators will be losing mentoring, continuing education, and professional development support. All are critical to ensuring teachers have the skills and the support needed in the classroom. The impact will be larger class sizes, which disproportionately harm students such as English language learners, special needs students, and those that require special attention. At a time when we suffer nationwide from a severe teacher shortage, cutting off the resources needed to properly train and retain educators is a serious step in the wrong direction. The Every Student Succeeds Act gave much of the decision-making power back to the states and local school districts. But this bill would pull the rug out from under them by slashing their education funding. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on this amendment and show our students and the teachers that they have the support of Congress, the support that they deserve, better, and they deserve a better bill than this.
Thank you, gentlemen. Mr. Serrano from New York is recognized.
Thank you. Is my tie on straight, Mr. Chairman?
It is straight. You have always been
Just check.
well put together. Since I've known you many years.
Just
I look
checking.
after you.
Thank you.
On the train.
On the train. Thank you. I'll be very brief. This one is one of those areas where we just don't make any sense. Teacher training, teacher retention. In the old days, before I came to the State Assembly and became chairman of the Education Committee, and during that time, I worked for the school district in the South Bronx, and teacher retention was a problem then. Teacher retention is still a problem today. We don't pay teachers enough. We have them study beyond what other people have to study to get prepared. And we say all the time that we talk about the future of our country. Well, there are many things that make the future of our country, but certainly those men and women that go into that classroom every day with our children to build them up, to prepare them, to get them going, those folks are the ones real heroes on the line, on the ground. And we need to do everything we can to retain them, to train them properly, and to keep them feeling that they're respected. So I would hope that we rethink this. And as we go forward, we think of what we're doing, the harm we're doing to ourselves and to the future of our children, and therefore to the future of our country. Thank you.
Mr. Serrano, Mr. Price to close. A minute.
Mr. Chairman, I really appreciate the comments from members, including the chairman. I think we've struck a responsive chord. All of us have a special place in our heart for teachers, I would think. But it's not just sentiment. It's also a recognition that nothing we want to do in education, nothing our country needs to do in education is going to work unless we attend to the need for a well-trained, well-motivated teaching force. That's just the fact of the matter. And this bill, I must say, fails particularly in this area. I'm not sure why that's true, but I am encouraged that it can be addressed in the future. I do hope we can avoid talking about these budget allocations like they were handed down from Mount Sinai. They weren't. This is self-inflicted damage. The irony is that this process doesn't really address our long-term fiscal needs, our fiscal discipline, and at the same time it starves our country of needed investments. That is foolishness that we've got to overcome through this process. In the meantime, this is a targeted amendment. It has to do with a particular deficiency in this bill, no matter what the allocation is, and I urge colleagues to support it.
Thank you, Mr. Price. The questions on the Price amendment, all those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. Pending the chair, the nays have it, and the amendment's not agreed to. Sufficient hands, the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Adderholt, no. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Aguilar, aye. Mr. Amadei. Mr. Amadei, no. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Calvert, no. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter, no. Mr. Cartwright. Mr. Cartwright, aye. Ms. Clark. Aye. Ms. Clark, aye. Mr. Cole. No. Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Cuellar. Mr. Cuellar, aye. Mr. Culberson. Mr. Culberson, no. Ms. DeLauro. Ms. DeLauro, aye. Mr. Dent. Mr. Dent, no. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Mr. Diaz-Balart, no. Mr. Fleischman. Mr. Fleischman, no. Mr. Fortenberry. Mr. Fortenberry, no. Mr. Frelinghuysen. No. Mr. Frelinghuysen, no. Ms. Granger. Ms. Granger, no. Mr. Graves. Mr. Graves, no. Dr. Harris. Dr. Harris, no. Ms. Herrera-Butler. Ms. Herrera-Butler, no. Mr. Jenkins. Mr. Jenkins, no. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce, no. Ms. Captor. Aye. Ms. Captor, aye. Mr. Kilmer. Aye. Mr. Kilmer, aye. Ms. Lee. Aye. Ms. Lee, aye. Mrs. Lowy. Aye. Mrs. Lowy, aye. Ms. McCollum. Ms. McCollum, aye. Ms. Meng. Aye. Ms. Meng, aye. Mr. Molinar. Mr. Molinar, no. Mr. Newhouse. Mr. Newhouse, no. Mr. Palazzo. Mr. Palazzo, no. Ms. Pingree. Aye. Ms. Pingree, aye. Mr. Pocan. Aye. Mr. Pocan, aye. Mr. Price. Aye. Mr. Price, aye. Mr. Quigley. Mr. Quigley. Mrs. Roby. Aye. Mrs. Roby, no. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers, no. Mr. Rooney. Aye. Mr. Rooney, aye. Ms. Roybal Allard. Aye. Ms. Roybal Allard, aye. Mr. Ruppersberger. Mr. Ruppersberger, aye. Mr. Ryan. Aye. Mr. Ryan, aye. Mr. Serrano. Aye. Mr. Serrano, aye. Mr. Simpson. Mr. Simpson, no. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stewart, no. Mr. Taylor. Mr. Taylor, no. Mr. Valadeo. Mr. Valadeo, no. Mr. Visklosky. Mr. Visklosky, aye. Ms. Wasserman Schultz. Ms. Wasserman Schultz, aye. Mr. Womack. Mr. Womack, no. Mr. Yoder. Mr. Yoder. Mr. Yoder, no. Mr. Young. Mr. Young, no.
The members who wish to record their vote. Mr. Bishop?
Mr. Bishop recorded aye.
Mr. Quigley? Aye.
Mr. Quigley recorded aye.
Anyone further might want to change their vote? Hearing none, the clerk will tally. You next. You have an amendment? You're going to be recognized next. On this vote, the ayes are 23, the nays are 29. The amendment's not agreed to. Ms. McCullum was up earlier. Do you still want to do your amendment? While your voice lasts.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And McCullum, amendment number 1 with Joyce and Dent.
We consider it read, and the
Yes.
ladies recognized for
Now,
5 minutes.
it's my intention to offer this amendment to restore funding for the community service block grant to its FY17 level, and I will be withdrawing the amendment, Mr. Cole. I know that we can work with you in a good faith effort, but I just want to reiterate to the committee, because there's a lot of people asking to work with Mr. Cole, and I want to put in my pitch why I really think this needs to be restored. This CBSG funds more than 1,000 community agencies. They're in our districts, rural, urban, large, small, and they work to prevent poverty, create opportunity, and support families in times of need or crisis, sometimes keeping a family from going into the crisis mode. Community action centers have a board of directors, and we know the people who serve on their boards are people in our faith community, local leaders, private, nonprofit folks, and these agencies are really moving forward to help people. But the cut that Mr. Cole unfortunately had to ask for in this bill is 15% cut. It would strike a significant blow to our communities. We need to be supporting their mission to serve and educate and to transform communities into being stronger. So I'm just going to mention a few of these services. They're common sense services. They go, as I said, to low-income people, but they primarily, in my district, a lot of them go to seniors, is to help seniors reduce that energy bill by getting the energy efficiency, by having insulation put in. It's someone who helps make sure that they have a car that starts. When a battery goes out and you just got that first job and it's cold in the winter, sometimes it's a CAT board that's part of this group that'll step in and say, we can put a battery in your car so you can get to work and you don't lose that job. And it helps reduce the cycle of poverty. It's early childhood education and Head Start, which we have a waiting list in. So I know that there's lots of reasons why we should be, supporting a lot of the things in this bill that are cut. But I just felt it very important that I lay a marker in the ground to support community service. Thank you.
Thank you,
With that, I
Ms.
yield back.
McCullum. Chairman Cole.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. First, I want to thank my friend for proposing and withdrawing. And since she's my fellow co-chair of the Native American Caucus, I would like to think I work with everybody well, but I'm probably going to work a little bit more closely with my good friend from Minnesota. As my friend knows, this program was zeroed out entirely in the president's budget, so it was a pretty considerable stretch to get it back in. But I agree very much with the points my friend is making. And again, if we get a larger agreement, this is actually, in the context of this bill, a comparatively modest amount of money. But as my friend suggests, I think it does a great deal of good. Again, we'll wait and see what the larger process is, but I do look forward to working with my friend in very good faith, and hopefully we can address her concerns in the course of the negotiation as we go forward.
Thank you. Ms. DeLauro is recognized.
I'll be very, very brief, and I want to thank my colleague for introducing the amendment. I understand she is withdrawing it, and I again take the chairman at his word, and pending that great relationship, I'm looking for this program to be plussed up, Mr. Chairman. But I just very, very, very quickly, this is CSBG provide core funding. It really helps empower people to become self-sufficient. Every dollar, nearly $7.50 is leveraged from state, local, private sources. Grantees serve 99% of counties across the country. It has helped people who are unemployed people get their GED, afford safe, affordable housing, and 2 million people have been able to obtain food assistance. It supports projects that lessen poverty in our communities and address the needs of low-income people. So I strongly support the amendment. I understand what my colleagues have done here, and I look forward to working with you and the chairman to increase the amount. Thank you very much.
Chairman Dent.
I'll be quick, too. I offered this along with Ms. McCollum, but just wanted to say that CSBG provides a lot of services in lieu of government. In my district, they're providing services for energy assistance, housing assistance, food assistance, and frankly, they do it at a bargain price. They leverage one heck of a lot of money. I know Chairman Cole supports the program. I look forward to continuing this dialogue as we fix this as the process moves forward. Thank you. Yield back.
The discussion on this amendment. Mr. Joyce is recognized.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of Mrs. McCollum's amendment as well. The Community Services Block Grant is a valuable resource that enables local communities to address poverty and expand economic opportunity for all. In my district, the Ashtabula County Community Action Agency works to help those most in need, be it through work training, education programs, or other innovative programs that lead to self-sufficiency. With this cut to CSBG, they may be forced to scale back or even eliminate some of their programs. Mr. Chairman, I'm concerned that this lowered funding, but I know that this is a process, and I know that Chairman Cole will continue to work through this. The community action agencies operate in 99% of the counties throughout the United States, so I encourage all members of this committee to push for more robust funding as we move forward with this bill, and I look forward to working with the chairman on this issue. I yield back.
Mr. Joyce, Ms. McCollum, a minute to close.
As you can see, Mr. Chair, this is, did you want to on this amendment?
Mr. Young, if that's all right, Ms. McCollum.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank my colleague for this amendment and her commitment, and your commitment to making sure that we get some good and better robust funding for this if possible. I want to thank my colleagues, Chairman Dent and Congressman Joyce. This is a program that I've seen work on the ground, from the ground up. This empowers people. It helps people get out of poverty, empowers them, and gets them to new areas of opportunity in their lives. So thank you for your commitment for this. I yield.
Young. Ms. McCollum, a minute to close.
I think we're ready to close. Thank you. So I encourage my colleagues to, this August when we're at home working in our districts, to visit one of the CSGB community action centers, Head Start centers, whatever's in your community, and see the good work that's done. And Chairman Cole, as you can see, this is a bipartisan amendment, and so in that spirit, knowing that we're going to get this solved, I withdraw the amendment.
Amendments withdrawn. Ms. Lee is recognized. And then we go to Ms. Wasserman Schultz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is Lee Amendment number 1.
Clerk will read.
An amendment offered by Ms. Lee.
Consider read. The gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, this amendment is pretty simple. It just simply strikes the 8 harmful policy riders that are included in this bill, which means that we should not legislate on appropriations bills. As I mentioned earlier, this bill is loaded with poison pill policy riders that undermine the health, education, and workforce of communities all across the country. It directly attacks the Affordable Care Act by denying funding for it. Totally undermines health care for 23 million people. This bill would deny health insurance to more than 17 million people who are enrolled in the ACA and will continue the majority's assault on health care. Once again, it also eliminates Title X family planning funding. It's unconscionable that this bill guts vital health care for women, especially low-income women and women of color who are more likely to use Title X family planning as their primary source of medical care. I'm not sure what you think the most vulnerable women should do regarding pregnancy prevention and family planning. There are no options. As if that weren't enough in terms of assaults against women, the bill prohibits new ideological riders to block funding for Planned Parenthood and block life-saving research using cells for fetal tissue. Once again, members of Congress are interfering with women's reproductive health care and decisions. The attacks on women really can't be understood in this bill. I really don't quite understand why women are targeted. Where do you expect women to go to receive the health care that they need? These appalling riders don't stop here. This bill prohibits the Department of Labor from enforcing rules that ensure that financial advisors act in the best interest of their clients, the best interest, mind you. Families won't be able to retire with dignity and enough retirement money after decades of work if this bill passes. If there weren't enough assaults on labor, this bill stops the National Labor Relations Board from issuing its joint employer rule. This rule is important to empowering collective bargaining rights for unions. Once again, this bill looks to weaken labor enforcement at every turn, from wages to benefits to health and safety conditions. Lastly, once again, it unfairly targets women by allowing their employers to block access to preventive health service as if they had so-called religious or moral objections. Without a doubt, women will not be able to receive the wide range of health care services, including even vaccinations or cervical cancer screenings with this rider. These riders are simply unacceptable. They're downright wrong. Once again, these riders show us that this committee, when it wants to, legislates on appropriation bills.
Thank you, Ms. Lee. Chairman Cole, please give Chairman Cole your attention, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I rise to propose Gentlelady's amendment. Covered a range of issues here. Obviously, there's some we just disagree on. Certainly, with respect to the Department of Labor, you know, I look on joint employers, frankly, as the protection of entrepreneurship by small business people. The fiduciary rule has actually been in here before, so a lot of those things are new, and indeed joint employer has been in here before. Our hope is a different administration means a different outcome in that regard. With respect to my the gentlelady's concern on women's health, you know, we see community health centers as a more appropriate provider, and they're robustly funded in the bill. And in terms of the others, look, I'm not ashamed of it. I'm pro-life, so we're going to look at this issue a little bit differently. But respect the gentlelady's opinion, but still respectfully urge the rejection of her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Lauro.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of Representative Lee's amendment, which strikes what are harmful and partisan riders from the bill. The amendment would make much-needed improvements to the bill as it stands by removing the riders that hurt employees, seniors, women, and families across the country. This amendment would direct retirement advisors to act in the best interest of the consumer, though through the implementation of the fiduciary rule. It would eliminate a rider that would hinder women's ability to make their own family planning decisions. I might add that community health centers in the bill are level funded. They could never assume, and they have so said, that they cannot assume an influx of more patients. It protects the integrity of the Affordable Care Act, which provides access to high-quality, affordable health care for millions of Americans. And it as it stands, the bill bans life-saving fetal tissue research because of an ideological agenda. It blocks funding to Planned Parenthood, decimating access to preventive health care services, from mammograms to pap smears for women across the country. A quick quote from the immediate past president of the American Congress of OBGYNs, Dr. Mark DeFrancesco. Quote, if Planned Parenthood went away, there are a good number of patients just in my service area that no longer have a doctor. I reiterate, the community health centers are not now equipped, given they are going to be level funded, to be able to take on new patients. These riders literally have no place in this bill, and their elimination would vastly improve it. Strongly urge my colleagues to support Representative Lee's amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Lauro. Mrs. Roby is recognized.
I rise in opposition to the amendment offered by my colleague. I strongly support the work of our subcommittee to make sure this bill does not fund abortion providers or incentivize unethical behavior. As this committee knows well, I'm unapologetically pro-life. I believe every life deserves a voice, and that's why I take every opportunity I can to fight for greater protections for the unborn. But you don't have to be staunchly pro-life like me to understand or agree that funding of abortion has no place in the federal budget. It has long been the policy of this committee and this Congress that no taxpayer dollars will be used to fund abortion, and I will fight against any effort to dilute or get around that. The language included in this bill is critical to these efforts, and I urge my colleagues to join me in voting against this amendment. And I just want to say special thanks to my chairman for supporting these efforts in the underlying bill. Thank you so much. I yield back.
Further discussion on this? Mr. Jenkins is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I also want to strongly urge the rejection of this amendment. And I had not planned on rising except when the sponsor of the amendment suggested, well, where are women supposed to go to get these services? And we all have our own state experiences, and I just simply want to share the West Virginia experience. We have one Planned Parenthood facility in the entire state of West Virginia. We have dozens of community health centers. So thank you to Chairman Cole for mentioning in his remarks about community health centers. I have the proud experience of actually having served on the board of the largest community health centers in West Virginia. I know the fact that more than 1 in 5 of all West Virginia residents get their health care from a community health center. So when we have an opportunity to defund Planned Parenthood and make an investment in community health centers, that's good for West Virginia. So to that answer, the sponsor of this amendment's question, where are women supposed to get health care if we defund Planned Parenthood? Come to West Virginia. Invest in community health centers. That's where women get their health care in large part in West Virginia.
Gentlemen, Ms. Lee, a minute to close.
Thank you very much. Let me just respond by first saying, again, our ranking member pointed out that you didn't put any money, any additional funds into community health centers. Secondly, we're talking about Title 10 family planning. The Hyde Amendment, unfortunately, is still in place. This has nothing to do with denying the federal funding for abortions. This has to do with family planning. Planned Parenthood provides STD screenings, breast cancer screenings. It provides primary care for many, many women who need it, where they need, depending on where they live, West Virginia, Texas, California, doesn't matter. Also, to the chairman's point with regard to our disagreeing, we may disagree in terms of a woman's right to choose in terms of abortion and her total health care needs. But what I hope could agree on is that members of Congress shouldn't dictate to women their choices and their decisions. That has nothing to do with a political decision. Women should be able to make their own health care decisions based on their conscience, based on their medical advice, and based on their personal decisions. And it has nothing to do with what we should dictate here. So I ask for an aye vote.
Thank you, Ms. Lee. On the Lee amendment, all those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. Opinion of the chair, the nays have, and the amendment's not agreed to. Further amendments, Ms. Lowy, I think, has an amendment. Apologies.
I have an amendment at the desk, number 1, and I ask.
An amendment.
Clerk considered read, and
I ask unanimously.
pleased to recognize you, ranking member.
My friends, my amendment would strike the so-called Dickey rider and provide $10 million for the CDC to conduct research on gun violence and injury prevention. In 2015, 36,252 Americans lost their life to a firearm. On average, every single day, 93 Americans are killed by a firearm and 47 children and teens are shot. We lose enough children and teens to gun deaths every year to fill 139 classrooms of 20 children each. In an average month, 50 women are shot to death by an intimate partner. Domestic violence is more likely to turn deadly if a gun is in the home, and an abusive partner's access to a firearm increases the risk of homicide 8-fold for women in an abusive relationship. America's gun homicide rate is more than 25 times the average of other developed countries. States with universal background checks and mandatory waiting periods prior to purchase have lower rates of suicide than states without these laws. Why? That's a question worth answering when it's a matter of life and death. And yet language in this bill has a chilling effect on research, weakening our ability to figure out how we can prevent gun deaths, how we can save, excuse me, how we can save lives. The American Medical Association has said gun violence is a, quote, public health crisis, called on Congress to allow CDC to conduct meaningful research to understand the effects of firearms on public health. Congressman Jay Dickey of Arkansas, who first offered the research restriction as an amendment more than 20 years ago, sadly passed away in April. In his final years, he spoke out against the rider, which carries his name, noting, quote, "We must learn what we can do to save lives. Now the legacy he tried to undo surpasses his own life." Adoption of my amendment would help prevent one of the leading causes of death in our country. Why wouldn't we do everything we can to equip policymakers with the information to confront this public health crisis? Preventing research because you worry about the outcome is cowardly. Protecting Wayne LaPierre and Smith & Wesson instead of the innocent Americans who are dying every single day is wrong. So I urge support for my common sense amendment.
Thank you, Ms. Lowy. Chairman Cole, please give those who are speaking the respect they're due. Chairman Cole.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I rise in opposition to the gentlelady's amendment. This is a topic around which I frankly feel there's been a lot more heat than light as we've discussed it over the years in this committee. As my friend pointed out, this is a pretty regular feature in this bill. It's been there since 1996, but it doesn't limit research into gun violence. Frankly, it just simply says that no funds made available in the Act shall be used in whole or part to advocate or promote gun control. That doesn't prohibit research into gun violence. And quite frankly, we do a lot of research out at NIH, appropriately so. The biggest cause of gun violence is actually suicide. And we do enormous research into that, as we should. So again, I think the concerns here are, in my view, overblown, and I would urge the rejection of the amendment.
Thank you, Chairman. Ms. DeLauro is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and I am delighted to hear the chairman of the subcommittee say that, in fact, it does not prohibit research. It should not prohibit research. In effect, what it has had is a chilling effect on the research, with great concern as to whether or not the budget for the CDC will be impaired by trying to do research in this area. But it is not prohibited. We ought to move full steam ahead to deal with research in this area. And the interpretation of this, which is why I support Mrs. Lowy's amendment, because there has been an interpretation of this that has, in fact, has prevented us from doing research on gun violence. And in the wake of so many senseless gun deaths across the country, now really is the time to take action. And repealing this misguided policy is important. There is no reason not to fund this research. Richard Burke, a professor of criminology at the University of Pennsylvania, put it. There is, quote, no upside to ignorance. Last year, the American Medical Association called gun violence, quote, a public health crisis. Research is a critical part of any public health emergency, but unfortunately, research on gun violence is currently stalled. This is about public health, and the epidemic of gun violence is a true public health emergency. It is well within the purview of the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention to study. CDC's findings could be used to prevent even more gun deaths. The gun lobby insists on blocking gun violence research at every turn. And yes, it has used its appropriation process and appropriation bills to chip away at the federal government's ability to protect the public from gun violence. Federal research has a track record of saving lives. Automakers have used the seatbelt and airbag research to reduce traffic fatalities by 35% over the last 45 years. Again, to quote the words of our former congressman and our colleague, Jay Dickey, the author of this legislation, and he said, somehow or some way, we should slowly but methodically fund such research until a solution is reached. Doing nothing is no longer an acceptable solution. Let's strike the writer, allow the CDC to pursue this life-saving research. We need to pass Mrs. Lowy's amendment.
Thank you, Ms. DeLore. Any further discussion? If not, I yield to the ranking member a minute to close. Please give the ranking member your attention.
My friends, in America, a child or teen dies from a gun every 3 hours and 8 minutes. Those are statistics. During today's markup, 3 children will die. 3 mothers will mourn. 3 fathers will grieve. And, my friends, we could do something about it. I knew Jay Dickey. He was a friend, and I joined with many in mourning his passing. So let's do what the original author of this language advises: end the chilling effect on this crucial research, and vote yes on my amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lowy. The questions on the Lowy amendment. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. Opinion of the chair, the nays have it. The amendment's not agreed to. Ms. Wasserman Schultz is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have Wasserman Schultz Amendment number 2 at the desk, and I ask that it be considered as read.
Considered read. The gentlewoman is recognized. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment will ensure the continued successful implementation of the Affordable Care Act. I'm disappointed, but far from surprised, that this bill includes so many cuts and policy riders attacking the ACA. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle can keep trying and failing to repeal the ACA, but the reality is that it is the law of the land, and sabotaging it by defunding it is an attack on your own constituents. And since our conversation about the ACA so often gets caught up in political rhetoric, I want to set the record straight with some facts. It is a fact that because of the ACA, about 20 million Americans have gained access to quality, affordable health care who did not have it before. It is a fact that Medicaid expansion has made health insurance possible for millions of low-income individuals and families. In Florida, the ACA has helped more than 1.5 million Floridians gain quality, affordable health care. In addition to more insured Americans, the ACA is providing better coverage and better outcomes for patients. Women can no longer be charged more just because of being born a woman, with all the joys that come with our gender. And as a breast cancer survivor, I'm one of up to 129 million Americans with pre-existing conditions who are no longer at risk of being denied coverage and waiting for the other shoe to drop, or have to choose between different kinds of life-saving care because we can't afford the copays or the deductibles on both. 105 million Americans also no longer have a lifetime limit or an annual limit on their coverage. And lastly, it is a fact that the ACA is lowering health care costs. Since the Affordable Care Act became law, prices of health care goods and services have risen at their slowest rate in 50 years. Costly readmissions are down, Medicare spending growth per beneficiary is slowing, and since 2010, nearly 11.8 million Medicare beneficiaries have saved more than $26.8 billion on their prescription drugs. And if you've ever stood behind a senior citizen at a drugstore who has to leave a few prescriptions behind because they can't afford to take them all home, or has to ask the pharmacist to score their pills so they can break them in half so they can double the length of time that prescription lasts, you know that the Affordable Care Act has saved some lives. They have an average savings of $2,272 per senior. In a district like mine, where we have a large number of seniors, those savings are a big deal. Those are not my opinions. They are established facts showing the Affordable Care Act's real impact on Americans. And that's why I'm offering this amendment, to protect a law that is moving our nation's healthcare system forward for so many Americans. My amendment restores funding to the 2017 funding level for the CMS program management and strikes harmful riders included in this bill. For example, Section 229, which would block funding for the ACA Navigator program, which assists people in signing up for insurance coverage. My amendment would also strike Section 527, which effectively blocks any funding from being used to administer the ACA. Policy riders like these are not only inappropriately legislating in an appropriations bill, but they are also not honest attempts to save our constituents money or ensure they receive better health care. They are designed to intentionally sabotage the Affordable Care Act. If we want to make the ACA better, Democrats are ready to come to the table for genuine problem-solving conversations. Let's sit down together and acknowledge, as we do, that there are problems with the ACA that we can work together to solve. But what is included in this bill is not that. The furthest thing from that, it is yet another attack on the ACA, this time by legislating in an appropriations bill, a tactic my Republican colleagues have previously vigorously protested, and yet hypocritically include just that in this legislation. I strongly urge my colleagues to vote in favor of my amendment, and I yield the balance.
Thanks to the gentlewoman for her comments and amendment. Chairman Cole.
I'd thank the chairman and the rise in opposition to the gentlelady's amendment. And just in full disclosure, we'll probably find we're both on both sides of legislating on appropriations bills if you look down the list of amendments ahead of us today. So fair enough point to make, but I think it probably can be made against all of us. As was done in the last several years, the chairman's mark contains a provision aimed at stopping the further implementation of Obamacare. The provision supports the House's position of repeal and replacing this flawed law. Obamacare has produced tens of thousands of pages of regulations. These regulations directly contribute to the unnecessary experience by American businesses and have contributed to health care premium spikes across the nation. You know, we will disagree about the impact of this legislation. Probably all of us draw our experiences from our own constituents, our own states, our own situation. Frankly, in my state, there isn't any question that this has been a failed system. Look, we're down to a single provider now. We have a 69% rate increase coming up this year. And we're not a Medicaid expansion state. We're not going to become a Medicaid expansion state. And so we are literally have our hospitals taking care of patients that in 31 other states are being compensated for. The provision itself, by the way, does not repeal Obamacare. It merely prevents the use of funds in this bill to support its further implementation. Other than allowing for the Medicare rate-setting aspects to ensure Medicare providers can be paid. Last point to make, we're still in a major discussion and debate, obviously, over this legislation. And I respect my friends when they say we're ready to sit down and deal with you. They're not, maybe that is so. I've never seen very many solutions proposed on the fixes. And I remember when the bill was sold. I mean, I was on the floor of the House, and I voted against it and would cast that same vote again today. But I remember being told that, you know, we were going to save $2,500 per family. It wasn't true. I remember being told, you like your doctor, you can keep him or her. That wasn't true. I remember being told, if you like the plan you got, you can keep it. That wasn't true either. So the flaws here are major and massive. And perhaps we can move through this as we go forward. But in the meantime, I'd rather preserve the funding in our bill for areas where we agree as opposed to open up areas where we clearly disagree. So I would urge a rejection of the gentlelady's amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. DeLauro is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And to the subcommittee chairman, I would just say one of the uncertainties that insurance companies have talked about is whether or not we're going to continue with cost-sharing payments. That, in fact, would let insurance companies stay to know what's going on, to have some consistency in this process, in addition to which that, in effect, will hold the premiums down as well. I rise in support of Ms. Wasserman-Schultz's amendment. It does remove harmful partisan riders, prohibits the implementation of the Affordable Care Act, restores funding for the Center for Medicare and Medicaid Services to last year's levels. Really, the Republican proposals to repeal and replace the ACA unravels protections for payments for patients with pre-existing conditions, eliminates coverage for essential health benefits. Essential health benefits, my friends. What are they? Maternity coverage, substance abuse treatment, emergency services. We're going to talk about lead poisoning at some point here today, and the no copay for the test for elevated blood levels is going to be stripped out of this as well. These are essential benefits. They would defund Planned Parenthood, cutting off women from preventive care services. The claim that people with pre-existing conditions will be covered is false. Life-threatening consequences for millions of Americans. In the past, insurance companies would deny health care to people with a pre-existing condition or raise their costs precipitously. Because we passed the Affordable Care Act, Americans with pre-existing conditions can now get the health care that they need to survive. Our friends in the other body intend to proceed with a repeal-only bill already doomed to fail. Make no mistake, repealing the ACA will cause chaos. It will cost lives. People will die. According to an analysis by the Urban Institute, the number of uninsured will increase by nearly 30 million in 2019 if the ACA is repealed and the replacement is delayed. I take very seriously what the chairman of the subcommittee has said. We should work together in a bipartisan manner. I can tick off any number of solutions that we could look at. We need to do something about the cost of prescription drugs. We can do something about increasing the subsidies in order for people to deal with the cost of deductibles. We can provide for a public option. We can lower the age of Medicare from 65 to 55, thereby including more people. We can deal with auto enrollment. There are a number of solutions, but Democrats and Republicans, instead of the focus being on repealing the Affordable Care Act, which is what the last several years have been about, with no idea of where a replacement would be or what it would look like, as we have seen over the last several weeks with the chaos that's out there over repeal and replace. But instead of doing that, let's sit down together, let's look over the solutions and come to a conclusion and make sure that people have affordable care. And I urge you to support my colleagues' amendment.
Thank you, Ms. DeLauro. Ms. Wasserman Schultz, a minute to close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Our friends on the other side of the aisle seem to be unable to take no for an answer. The American people have roundly rejected every single proposal that they have put forward to replace the Affordable Care Act because they accept and embrace that health care is now a right and is not a privilege reserved only for people who can afford it in this country. Instead, the approach that this appropriations bill takes is death by 1,000 cuts. Cutting navigators who are there to help make sure that more people, not fewer, can sign up for health care coverage is essential. Making sure that we are not making it more expensive for seniors to get access to prescription drugs is essential. I mean, run through the list of things that these cuts will result in, hurt people, when this bill, out of any of the 12, is the one who, in the spirit and in fact, is supposed to be helping people improve their quality of life. I urge my colleagues to support my amendment and make sure we can truly sit down at the table and work together to address how we can improve access to quality, affordable health care. I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Wasserman Schultz. The question is on the gentlewoman's amendment. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. No. In the opinion of the chair, the nays have it. The amendment's not agreed to. Sufficient hands, the clerk will call.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Adderholt, no. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Aguilar, aye. Mr. Amadei. Mr. Amadei. Mr. Bishop. Aye. Mr. Bishop, aye. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Calvert, no. Mr. Carter. No. Mr. Carter, no. Mr. Cartwright. Aye. Mr. Cartwright, aye. Miss Clark. Aye. Miss Clark, aye. Mr. Cole. No. Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Cuellar. Aye. Mr. Cuellar, aye. Mr. Culberson. Mr. Culberson, no. Ms. DeLauro. Aye. Ms. DeLauro, aye. Mr. Dent. Mr. Dent, no. Mr. Diaz-Balart. No. Mr. Diaz-Balart, no. Mr. Fleischman. No. Mr. Fleischman, no. Mr. Fortenberry. Mr. Fortenberry, no. Mr. Frelinghuysen. Mr. Frelinghuysen, no. Miss Granger. Miss Granger, no. Mr. Graves. Mr. Graves, no. Dr. Harris. Dr. Harris, no. Miss Herrera-Butler. Miss Herrera-Butler, no. Mr. Jenkins. Mr. Jenkins, no. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce, no. Miss Captor. Aye. Miss Captor, aye. Mr. Kilmer. Aye. Mr. Kilmer, aye. Miss Lee. Miss Lee, aye. Mrs. Lowy. Mrs. Lowy, aye. Miss McCollum. Ms. McCollum, aye. Miss Meng? Ms. Meng, aye. Mr. Molinar? Mr. Molinar, no. Mr. Newhouse? Mr. Newhouse, no. Mr. Palazzo? Mr. Palazzo, no. Ms. Pingree? Ms. Pingree, aye. Mr. Pocan? Mr. Pocan, aye. Mr. Price? Mr. Price, aye. Mr. Quigley? Mr. Quigley. Mrs. Roby? Mrs. Roby, no. Mr. Rogers? Mr. Rogers, no. Mr. Rooney? Mr. Rooney, no. Miss Roybal Allard? Miss Roybal Allard, aye. Mr. Ruppersberger? Mr. Ruppersberger, aye. Mr. Ryan? Mr. Ryan, aye. Mr. Serrano? Mr. Serrano, aye. Mr. Simpson? Mr. Simpson, no. Mr. Stewart? Mr. Stewart, no. Mr. Taylor? Mr. Taylor, no. Mr. Valadeo? Mr. Valadeo, no. Mr. Visklosky? Mr. Visklosky, aye. Miss Wasserman Schultz? Miss Wasserman Schultz, aye. Mr. Womack? Mr. Womack, no. Mr. Yoder? Mr. Yoder? Mr. Yoder, no. Mr. Young? Mr. Young, nay.
Are there members who wish to record their vote or change their vote? Seeing no one, the clerk will tally. On this vote, the ayes are 21, the nays are 29. The amendment's not agreed to. Mr. Stewart's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk. Request it be considered read.
Consider read. Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
And in deference to the long day in the committee, Mr. Chairman, I won't take 5 minutes. I can do this in 1:27 if I concentrate here.
We're counting. Go right ahead.
My district is home to 4 beautiful national parks. If you haven't come to visit us, please do. But it brings us to the point of this amendment, and that is what we consider the overtime rule. This is a bipartisan issue. We've had support on it in the past, as we've discussed with the chairman. This language has been included for the last 2 years. It's really very simple. It's this. Outfitters and guides, who many people who visit the state will not be able to enjoy these wonderful national parks and remote areas if they don't have an outfitter and guide with them, have always been excluded from this overtime rule until 2014, when the Labor Department said that now suddenly they would be. What this means is these young kids who are going out many times, college students, this is a wonderful summer job for them. When you're outfitting and guiding, you're on the clock basically, around the clock, and after 40 hours, they have to pay them overtime. It is driving businesses out of business. And these are small mom and pops. They're not large corporations. And in many cases, driving them off federal lands. We would just ask for the previous language that has been in the bills for the last 2 years to be restated that would exclude them like we exclude other seasonal enterprises such as ski resorts who also hire people on a part-time basis. And would look for the support of the members on this. Thank you, and I conclude.
Thanks to gentlemen. The chairman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of Mr. Stewart's amendment. As he appropriately points out, this has been in this bill before. It's been debated by this committee multiple times. And frankly, it is the most common sense proposal that we tend to have out here. And why the Department of Labor under the previous administration would not recognize that and persisted in an attempt to micromanage and frankly put out of business people that are pursuing a perfectly innocent activity is simply beyond me. I'm hoping with a different administration, a different Department of Labor, that we'll do a little bit better this time. But my friend's amendment certainly has my full support. With that, I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Deloro is recognized.
As I understand this amendment, which is establishing a minimum wage for contractors, this would allow contractors to pay less than the federal minimum wage. So I rise in opposition to the Stewart amendment, undermines our ability to give hardworking Americans a much-deserved raise. Full-time, year-round work at the current minimum wage of $7.25 leaves a family of 3 below the federal poverty line. While the 10-10 wage for federal contractors is better, still insufficient for a family to make ends meet. This means low-wage workers have to work longer hours just to achieve a standard of living that was considered the bare minimum almost a half-century ago. Again, the greatest economic challenge facing our nation today is that too many Americans are in jobs that do not pay them enough to live on. The low minimum wage is not just bad for workers, it is bad for business and the entire economy. Low wages limit consumer demand, which stalls our country's economic growth. Wages for the top 1% have grown 138% since 1979, while wages for the bottom 90% have only grown 15%. We have an opportunity to make a real step toward closing this gap. Raising the minimum wage to $12 an hour, as an example, would directly or indirectly lift wages for more than 35 million workers, or more than 1 in 4 U.S. workers. I recognize that this amendment is narrowly tailored to recreational services on public lands, but we must be extremely cautious when undermining working families' ability to put food on the table, gas in the car, or money in a college fund, no matter where they work. I might just add that if my recollection serves me right, I think it was last week where we were talking about how what we should, and I think it was no, it was withdrawn. That members of Congress, in addition to the $174,000 that they make on this job, could be open to be able to get additional funds through going back to the profession that they may have come from. I find that really pretty extraordinary when we are not really willing to do something about minimum wage workers. So I urge my colleagues to please oppose this amendment.
Mr. Laura, yield to Chairman Rogers.
Mr. Chairman, I yield to Mr. Stewart.
I would just like to be clear, if I could, this isn't these aren't full-time. They're not year-round jobs. These are seasonal jobs that no one, I don't think, has the expectation that they're going to try to raise a family working for 6 or 8 or 9 weeks during the summer off that income and that income only. These are almost all college students who love the wilderness. They love to run the river. They love to be out in the wilderness. And their choice isn't between doing this job for $11 an hour. Their choice is between doing it for the prevailing wage or not doing it at all, and not doing what they love and instead going back and into the city and working at some hamburger place or something like that. That these small businesses will be driven out of business, as they already have been, if they have to comply. And frankly, the Labor Department themselves, in our conversations with them, recognize this is an overreach. They recognize that this isn't the target of the intent of these overtime and these minimum wage rules. This language just allows the Labor Department, gives them some clarity that it wasn't our intention that they would be forced to comply with this tiny segment of the labor force. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield my time back to you.
I thank the gentleman. Ms. Capps is recognized for 5 minutes.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I would like to yield my time to the gentle lady, the ranking member.
I will be brief, and I understand what my colleague is saying, except for so many years, the reality has been that minimum wage workers, whether that these were folks who were college students who were flipping hamburgers, and why, in fact, did we have to even think about raising the minimum wage for them? Well, in fact, today, 2/3 of minimum wage workers are women, and more than likely women who are head of a household raising a family. We don't know who these seasonal workers are, why they have this job, but why would we be discriminating against them and paying them a minimum wage and allowing them and not saying that you are a subcategory and we are not going to pay you what you are worth or what kind of hours and time you put in. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank my colleague.
Thank you both. Mrs. Stewart, do you have yield to Mr. Simpson? You have your own time.
Thank you. I appreciate the fact that the gentlelady from Connecticut didn't learn anything from the discussion we had last week about what we were talking about last week, but that's okay. We'll continue to discuss it and try to educate the gentlelady about what the issue was last week.
Ad hominem attacks really should
This is not an ad hominem attack. You're the one that
should
mentioned
not be a part of this debate. Sorry.
You have your time.
I believe I control the time, and that was not an ad hominem attack, whatever the hell that is.
Look it up.
Okay. But let me tell you on this
Mr.
issue.
Simpson, you're recognized.
These kids are actually college kids. They're coming from my district, from Mr. Stewart's district, from other places. They want to work outside. And they're upset with me and with the federal government because we're saying they can't. Because they're literally on the clock, as Mr. Stewart said, 40 hours a week, or excuse me, 24 hours a day, all day long when they're out doing guiding services. And frankly, they can't afford more than that, or the business just goes away, and that's what's happening. And you know who's upset? It's not the guides that own the business. It's the college kids that don't have a job anymore, because now they're down flipping hamburgers and making half of what they used to make before to put themselves through college. That's what's happening. Do you want to come to Idaho? And I'll show you what is. And ad hominem attack like that is not right. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr.
I guess
Simpson.
you do know what it means.
Mr. Stewart, to close. Let's keep collegial here, please.
Just like to indicate
down
that
your weapons, Mr.
I did
Stewart,
take
minute to
my
close.
I did take my minute 27 seconds. I'm not responsible for the conversation that occurred after that.
Okay.
But to conclude, look, these are college kids. They do want to do this job, and they just can't. These mom and pops can't pay them overtime after they've been out in the field for 40 hours, which is less than 2 days. And I would conclude by saying this: all of us want people to have successful lives. We all want them to make as much money as possible. But this is a really good example where most people would look at this and say, you know what? That's just common sense. There has to be some flexibility. There has to be some reasonable approach to this where we could, on one hand, accommodate those who are trying to raise families, but on the other hand, recognize that there are other segments which is a different circumstance, and we're just trying to accommodate them as well. So, Mr. Chairman, thank you, and I urge those to support the amendment.
Great, thank you. The questions on the Stewart amendment, all those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. Opinion of the chairs, the ayes have it, and the amendment's agreed to. I'd just like to use this opportunity to thank Mr. Yoder for the food last night. Excellent, very good, and we hope that's where Mr. Rupersberger is trying to track some things down here, so we can get some food into people's stomach. Ms. Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have Clark Amendment 2 at the desk. I'd ask that you would consider it read.
Please proceed.
Thank you. The research consistently shows that high-quality education and care early in a child's life yields a lifetime of benefits. We know that if we can have our youngest learners reading at grade level by grade 3, we can close the achievement gap, increase economic productivity, and decrease reliance on social services. Child care costs are also some of the biggest bills that working families face. In many of our states, in many of our districts, those costs exceed the costs of college tuition. I am grateful for the increases that we see in this bill in many of these areas, but my amendment restores necessary level of investment in 4 critical programs. The first is the Child Care and Development Block Grant, which serves 1.4 million children per year. This program yields a strong economic multiplier as it allows parents to join the workforce and contribute to the economy. My amendment provides the funding the Department of Health and Human Services says it requires to implement the updated quality health and safety standards Congress authorized in 2014. Without the funding in this amendment, over 217,000 children and their families will lose their child care. Second is the Head Start program. Despite the increases we have in this bill, last year at the direction of Congress, the Head Start program updated its program's performance standards for the first time in over 40 years. The National Head Start Association says it needs the funding in this amendment to implement those standards, or else 120,000 of our most vulnerable children and families will be cut out of the program. Third is the preschool development grants, which help state build their capacity for high-quality preschool in a sustainable and lasting way. My amendment increases investments in this grant program to ensure that there is enough to meet demand. Finally, My amendment restores the funding for the Child Care Access Means Parents in School, commonly known as the C Campus program. This program is the only federal funding stream that supports quality childcare on campuses. Unaffordable childcare is a significant barrier for parents who want to start or finish their degrees in order to earn bigger paychecks for their families. Close to 30% of college students today are parents, and that number is on the rise. Especially in my district, and I know in many of yours, as we look to community colleges to become that critical link to develop better skills to match job openings and economic trends, childcare is critical for student success. The bill before us completely eliminates this program and that funding. My amendment would restore level funding from the last year's budget. If we are serious about our economic future, we have to support student parents and their families. Investing in children between ages of 0 and 5 is one of the best investments of scarce public resources that we can make. I encourage my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield the balance of my time.
Thanks to the gentleman from Massachusetts. Chairman Cole.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in opposition to the gentlelady's amendment, but before I do, the gentlelady is a very valued member of the subcommittee and frankly has done very good work since her arrival, and this is actually an area where we tend to find ways to cooperate and work together. The particular program the gentlelady mentioned, she mentioned a variety of programs, all of which were important. Some of them are very large, like Head Start, which is a $9 billion program. We have a modest increase. I'd like to do more, quite frankly, there. And the other, the child care program on college campus, relatively small program, about $15 million. But as the gentlelady suggests, it's important money, and it's an important program. You know, I've approached this subcommittee with areas of priority, and people may or may not agree with them. Obviously, NIH has been a big priority. First generation college students, a big priority. People with disabilities, a big priority. And early childhood, a major priority. We've been able to make some gains there in the last couple of years. So while I have to oppose the gentlelady's amendment now, simply because it pushes us beyond our 302B allocation, I want to also commit to her to work with her on this as we move forward. And look, I think gentlelady performs a valuable function in bringing these up and having a good discussion. Heaven knows there are many areas that as Democrats and Republicans we disagree on, but I'm very pleased, and I want to give my ranking member a lot of credit for this too. I'm very pleased for those areas where we have been able to find common ground, and this is one of them. So again, as we go forward in the process, I'll be certainly working with my friend from Massachusetts and my good friend from Connecticut to see if there's some more that we can do in this area together, because the gentlelady's right. These are investments that pay off many, many, many times over as a child grows up and ages, and we see it in lower crime costs, we see it in more healthy relationships, we see it in better performance in school, we see it in greater success in life. So again, while I have to reluctantly urge the rejection of the amendment for allocation purposes, I want to reaffirm my commitment to work with the gentlelady as we go forward. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank the gentleman for his comments. Mr. Laura is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I thank the chairman of the subcommittee for his comments as well. We do share these priorities, and very well spoken about areas of priorities, and these are critically important issues, and we all believe that it's about child care development block grant and helping parents balance jobs with families, and the evidence that's out there about early childhood interventions, and that they work. They reduce inequality, they narrow an achievement gap. And I think that, just say two very quick things. Latest research, Nobel-winning economist James Heckman found that high-quality early education delivers a 13% return on investment through better outcomes in education, health, employment, and social behavior. This reduces taxpayer costs in the decades that follows, and he writes, and I quote, investing in the continuum of learning from birth to age 5 not only impacts each child, but it also strengthens our country's workforce and prepares future generations to be competitive in the global economy tomorrow, which is one of the reasons why, and another issue, these programs are so important. But along with Mr. Fleischman, we co-chair on a bipartisan basis something called the Baby Caucus, which focuses in on infants and toddlers. And to speak of bipartisan efforts, this caucus has been that way from the outset. I was co-chair with Congressman Rehberg of Montana and Congressman Duncan Hunter of California. So we understand we need to do more, and I look forward to working with my colleague and working with the chairman in increasing the funding for early childhood programs.
Thank you, Ms. DeLauro. Ms. Lowy is recognized.
I'll be brief, Mr. Chairman, but I just really appreciate the other chairman, my friend's comments, because this is so very important. And I just want to emphasize that I strongly support Ms. Clark's amendment. We know that early childhood education, like the Child Care Development Block Grant, Head Start, is absolutely critical for many low and middle-income families. And I know many of my colleagues join me and so many of us and visit Head Start centers, child care centers, and really understand how important this is for our communities, in addition to the future of these young children who are benefiting. And we know that research has consistently shown that high-quality learning programs within the first 5 years of life do improve cognitive, social, emotional, language development. And these are such important, really essential skills for life. So I just want to thank Ms. Clark for introducing this and working with Mr. Fleischman and the chairman. And I do hope that we can really have an impact and focus on this absolutely essential part of the bill. Thank you.
Ms. Clark, a minute to close.
Chairman, and I want to thank Mr. Cole for your willingness and your leadership on these issues, and especially to the ranking member, Ms. DeLauro, for her incredible work over the years. I hope we can see the increases in all these areas, but especially the C Campus program. It is a relatively small amount of money, but truly makes a difference for our students' success and success of families. So thank you. We look forward to continuing work on this issue.
Thank the gentleman. The questions on the Clark Amendment. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. In the opinion of the chair, the nays have it. The amendment is not agreed to. Mr. Quigley's, Mr. Serrano, excuse me.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment, and I'd like at the desk, and I'd like to waive
The clerk has considered read it. Recognize Mr. Serrano.
First off, I would like to thank the chairman and Mr. DeLauro for their steadfast commitment to federal TRIO programs, which receive robust funding for FY 2018. The good this will do for our low-income first-generation students is immeasurable. And trust me, I have seen its results firsthand in my district in the Bronx. Students in my district who never thought they would go to college, let alone Harvard or Yale, did just that because of the preparation and educational services they were able to get through Upward Bound. My office has even employed staffers and interns that have gone through this federal TRIO programs, and they will tell you that these programs were life-changing experiences they never would receive without TRIO. Now listen to this. However, earlier this year, the Department of Education rejected dozens of applications from institutions of higher education and nonprofits that run Upward Bound programs, that are running them now, based on minor and ridiculous errors that had nothing to do with the substance or quality of the proposal. Things like the wrong font size and formatting, or going over the page limit, were automatically deemed ineligible without further review. One university in my district, Fordham University, went over, but through a cut and paste issue, an error, by $72, and they were rejected after running a program since 1983. So what we have here, and I have any more notes I won't read, what we have here is a situation where people made mistakes in their application, like spilling tea on it, perhaps, and they would not accept it. They were turned down. So what my amendment will do is simply allow any schools that were rejected on minor accounting errors that had nothing to do with substance and received past scores that made them eligible for funding in a prior funding cycle to be reviewed by the department and considered for funding. The language directs the department to prevent these schools from being penalized in their scores for these minor mistakes. My staff worked with majority and minority staff on committee as well as staff at the Education Department to craft language that was workable and would cause no harm to the grant program. So I would ask the committee to support this, and I repeat for the last time, this was not, I'm not asking, I would never do this. Never done it, I would never do that. I would never tell an agency you must fund this particular program. These were schools that were turned down because their application had too many pages, their application had their own font size, their applications were not formatted properly. For those reasons, great programs are going down the drain in great schools in many communities, including mine. So this just directs them to redo the whole process.
Thank you, Mr. Serrano. Chairman Cole.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to reluctantly oppose my friend's amendment, but I want to engage him just a moment. And first of all, I want to thank him for his consistent support of TRIO. I'm really proud of this subcommittee in this particular area. This is TRIO in the last 2 years got bigger increases than it's gotten since 2001. So this is clearly a program that we think has been extraordinarily valuable. Just for informational purposes, for the committee's knowledge, TRIO's produced over 5 million college graduates for this country. And if you look at these kids and the backgrounds that they came from, the odds of them actually getting to that degree absent this program are very low. So I think this has been a very good investment for our country, a proven program over many decades, and I'm quite frankly disappointed that the last two administrations sort of lost sight of that. And you know, we were doing race to the top or this or that, but sometimes you got a program that's consistently delivered, consistently made a difference. You ought to look at that. So again, we've proposed, and this subcommittee and this committee and this House has been the one you know, that has been pushing increases in this program. We didn't get them from the last administration, didn't get them from the Senate. We've had to fight, honestly, to get the increases we've gotten. What I'm concerned about with my friend's amendment and what I want to offer to work with him on, we have had some discussions with the authorizing committee. They seem to have some concern. We have some discussion with the department, which seems, at least to us at this point, to have pushed back. We want to make sure that if we adopt our friend's amendment, we don't inadvertently take money away from programs that have gotten it. In other words, we're correcting the problem going forward. We're not looking in the amendment. And we just haven't had the time. And again, I don't say this disrespectfully to anybody. I think we just got the language today, and we sort of knew about the substance last night. But I know of instances similar to those my friend has mentioned in his remarks. I've seen them happen in my own district, so I know these things do occur, and we need to have some way of not making sure that perfectly qualified applicants are really disqualified on what is really very minor. So I'm going to, since I'm not sure about the language, I'm going to urge a rejection of my friend's amendment. But if he wants to withdraw, or whether he wants to withdraw or not, I want to continue to have this discussion with him to see if we get to the final bill that we can have language that we're very confident achieves what I know my friend's objectives are, which, again, I don't disagree with at all. With that, I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. DeLauro is recognized.
Just very quickly, Mr. Serrano was asking simply for report language, and the chairman has commented, but it doesn't penalize the institution. It's simply not penalize institutions' applications that were rejected based on minor errors in a new upward bound competition. And it's my understanding, Mr. Chairman, that the Department of Education has said that this is workable, so that I think it makes sense to see, to ferret out what information you have. Be happy to yield, Mr. Chairman. Yeah.
Go ahead. Thank you very much. I will work with you on this. I just want to make sure, that's all. We have a lot of great existing programs out there. I don't have any problem with the intent of my friend's amendment. I just want to make sure I can get everybody in a room and make sure that we're not inadvertently doing something. I've been advised we might be, and I just want to be certain. And I know my friend does too. So, again, we don't disagree with the intent. I just want an opportunity to have a little bit longer to work with this. If we can come to a solution, be more than happy to include it.
You have the time?
No, gentlelady has time.
Yes.
Would you yield?
Mr. Serrano, let me yield to you.
If I may, the chairman's words are totally sincere to me, and I believe him. And I believe that he believes what we know, that this was an error that was made, foolish error, maybe heavy-handed in a bureaucratic way. So with the words you've presented here today, I'm willing to withdraw the amendment and keep working with you on it.
I appreciate the gentleman.
Amendments withdrawn. Next to it, Mr. Pocan has been patient. You're recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it. And I'd like to, I have an amendment.
Amendments at the desk. Would you consider it read?
Yeah, please.
You're recognized for 5 minutes.
And this is introduced on behalf of myself and Mr. Kilmer. First of all, to our subcommittee chairman and our ranking member, thank you for
what number, Mr. Pocan?
I'm sorry?
What number amendment?
Well, number 1.
Number 1. Pocan, number 1. Considered read, and the gentleman is recognized.
Great, thank you. And I just wanted to thank our subcommittee chair and our ranking member on the TRIO funds. I know you've mentioned that a few times, a 6% increase. That's great, and I really appreciate that. This is an amendment this committee has had some prior experience of working together on Pell Grants. I think in the fiscal year 17 omnibus, we worked around the year-round Pell Grants, so we've got some precedent working together. This amendment would take the $3.3 billion cut to the Pell Grant program and instead allocate it as a small increase of $135 additional to a maximum grant of $6,055 for students. This year's maximum Pell Grant covers the smallest share of college costs in over 40 years due to increases in college costs. Since 2010, the purchasing power of Pell has declined 29%. In state schools, fees have just increased in the last 10 years by 72%, and making the effective ability for students to use Pell Grants as effectively far less. And just a reminder, Pell Grants are awarded to students who have very high financial need. The vast majority of Pell recipients have family incomes of $40,000 or less. These are students who are working really hard, as many students are. I know this personally because I was one of those Pell Grant beneficiaries. I grew up in a lower middle class family. I worked several jobs at the same time. I never went on a spring break because I couldn't afford to. I had to be working. And these are students who really, really do need this money. And we know that student debt is now the second largest debt that's out there. It's quadrupled in the last, I think, 10 years. And in 2017 is the last year that Pell Grant funding is going to be indexed to inflation. So all the more, any increase that we can do to the student who's getting Pell Grants is really going to matter. So this committee has worked together on this previously. I would just like to see us, rather than taking away that $3 billion, let's increase that allocation. Let's make sure the students who actually need it the most under those income limits have that money. And I would yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Pocan. Chairman Cole.
Thank you very much. I'm going to urge rejection of the gentleman's amendment, but again, I want to engage him. He too is a very valued member of our subcommittee and has brought a lot to it since his arrival. We did, when we talk about taking $3 billion out of Pell Grants, my friend knows that's a surplus account. We haven't affected what anybody gets. We do want to make certain, and as my friend was kind enough to acknowledge, working in a bipartisan way with our friends in the Senate, actually, who deserve a lot of credit for this, we were able to get year-round Pell, and I think do it in a way that really will help us get a lot better success rate for individual students so that we don't break up their continuity once they're in the rhythm of that classwork. I would like to honestly wait a year before we engage in this. We did use the surplus more, frankly, than I would have liked. I would have preferred, but again, we've got a variety of priorities in this committee, and we got hit with a couple of things, not just an allocation, but literally things I'm not going to drag this committee into discussion of chimps and changes in mandatory spending, but we had a couple of things hit us that were nobody's fault, but they lessened the amount of resources that we might have had available. So I'm going to urge the rejection of my friend's amendment, but I want to encourage him to continue to have this dialogue. And I also want to continue to try and work with him, not some way just to get more money to students, but to do something about the manner in which college costs keep increasing as medical inflation, at 2 times the inflation rate. And this is an area, honestly, where I've looked at state budgets who actually do most of this, and we've seen a really pretty dramatic cutback in state support for their own colleges and university students. They're basically offloading a lot of that cost onto the back of students, many of whom, as my friend suggests, can't afford it. So while I urge the rejection, I want to keep working with him on the issue.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Laura is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of this amendment, increasing the maximum Pell Award to adjust for inflation. It's an increase of $135 over last year. And I might add that I understand that the funding, the taking money from Pell came from the surplus, but I've always been of the view that if you're going to take money from Pell, the way we did the last time was we used it for the year-round program, which was very, very effective, as we've all agreed. But if you are going to take money from Pell, then what you might do is to use it for Pell. And this would be a good use of those dollars to increase the Pell Grant. Adjusted for the price of attendance at a 4-year public school, funding today for the Pell Grant is at its lowest in history, providing less than 30% of average cost for students. In 1975, the Pell Grant covered nearly 70% of college costs, so that you have working-class students today forced to decide between taking courses, feeding themselves, trying to support their families. With non-traditional students, those who are 24 years or older, low-income, working part-time, or single parents, it's more common in our college classrooms than the 18-year-old recent high school graduate of yesterday. 21st century workforce requires 21st century skills. Pell Grant program helps to ensure young men and women have the support they need to gain those skills and be competitive in a modern economy. And we also have to deal with the issue of ongoing automation in many sectors. We cannot leave American workers behind, that they will need specialized skills and training, and they need to have the support. And Pell Grants are an important piece of that puzzle. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment.
Mr. Laura. Ms. Lowy is recognized, the ranking member.
Okay. Thank you. I just wanted to thank the chairman, for committing to work with us on this issue, and I wanted to applaud my colleague, Mr. Pocan, for addressing this urgent issue. As many of us, I visit junior colleges, regular colleges throughout my district on a regular basis. These kids are working 3, 4, 5. I just recently was chatting with a student, 6 jobs, and with a big smile on her face, because she knows how important it is to get that diploma. And I want to emphasize again that the value of Pell Grants has not kept up with the rising cost of higher education. And your amendment, the gentleman's amendment, would provide an inflationary increase in Pell Grants that's badly needed. So I want to thank the distinguished chairman, my friend, for your commitment to work with us, bipartisan, both sides of the aisle, on this important program, because Pell Grants are so important to the success of students in all of our communities to really reach out and be who they want to be and fulfill their dreams. So thank you, and thank you, Mr. Chair.
Comer's recognized.
Thank you, Chairman. I thank the both ranking members for their good words on this, and I thank the chairman for his commitment to Pell Grants as well. I just want to say a little bit about why this matters. You know, not everybody's going to go to college, and in fact, we had a discussion earlier today about the importance of apprenticeships for everything from computer coding to the trades. But having said that, more and more jobs are going to require at least some post-secondary education. According to the Department of Education, by 2020, about 2/3 of job openings will require some higher ed. So that means education's the door to economic opportunity. And for a lot of families, including mine, financial aid is the key to that door. Look, folks are seeing their costs go up. They're seeing their tuition costs go up, as Mr. Cole suggested, as some states retrench in terms of their commitment to higher ed. We're seeing their housing costs go up. We're seeing their textbook costs go up. Unfortunately, in this bill, what doesn't go up is their Pell Grant. And as a consequence, what does go up for them is their student debt. You know, as has been said, Pell Grants have fallen to a historic low in terms of their capacity to cover the portion of attendance that they previously covered. In 1980, they covered 3/4 of the cost of a public 4-year university education and the entire cost of an associate's degree education. It now covers less than 2/3 of an associate's degree, less than 1/3 of the cost of a 4-year public university education. And that means that as purchasing power goes down, student debt goes up. And I know we have a challenging budget, but so do students, and so do their families. And so my hope is that rather than stepping away from having our Pell Grants keep up with inflation, that we can focus on strengthening it and strengthening the future for our students.
Thank you, Mr. Comer. Mr. Pocan, a minute to close.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I appreciate the subcommittee chairman's comments, and I'd also love to talk more about the college costs, especially at the public universities where exactly what you said is happening. I just noticed that across multiple loans, Perkins loans, we had a hard time getting reauthorization. Grad students now lost access. Here we are on Pell Grants. I just want to make sure we keep this very much on the front burner because I am seeing students dropping out of college to go work for a few years to try to get money, and they don't get back into college. This is the reality, and this is where I came from, and I know no one here, hits those income levels to have our children involved with Pell Grants, but I don't want to pick up the ladder where I got from. So I know that I think we're going to ask for a formal vote on this one, but I do appreciate the subcommittee chairman's comments on this, and I'd love to work more with you.
Thank you, Mr. Pocan, for your comments. The question is the Pocan amendment. Questions on the amendment? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. No. Opinion of the chair. The nays have it. The amendment's not agreed to. Recorded vote. Sufficient hands.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Aguilar, aye. Mr. Amadei. Mr. Amadei, no. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop, aye. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Calvert, no. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter, no. Mr. Cartwright. Mr. Cartwright, aye. Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark, aye. Mr. Cole. Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Cuellar. Mr. Cuellar, aye. Mr. Culberson. Mr. Culberson, no. Ms. DeLauro. Ms. DeLauro, aye. Mr. Dent. Mr. Dent, no. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Mr. Diaz-Balart, no. Mr. Fleischman. Mr. Fleischman, no. Mr. Fortenberry. Mr. Fortenberry, no. Mr. Frelinghuysen. No. Mr. Frelinghuysen, no. Ms. Granger. Mr. Graves. Mr. Graves. Dr. Harris. Dr. Harris, no. Ms. Herrera-Butler. Ms. Herrera-Butler, no. Mr. Jenkins. Mr. Jenkins, no. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce. Ms. Captor. Aye. Ms. Captor, aye. Mr. Kilmer. Aye. Mr. Kilmer, aye. Ms. Lee. Mrs. Lowy. Aye. Mrs. Lowy, aye. Ms. McCollum. Aye. Ms. McCollum, aye. Ms. Meng. Aye. Ms. Meng, aye. Mr. Molinar. Mr. Molinar, no. Mr. Newhouse. Mr. Newhouse, no. Mr. Palazzo. Mr. Palazzo, no. Ms. Pingree. Aye. Ms. Pingree, aye. Mr. Pocan. Mr. Pocan, aye. Mr. Price. Aye. Mr. Price, aye. Mr. Quigley. Aye. Mr. Quigley, aye. Mrs. Roby. No. Mrs. Roby, no. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers, no. Mr. Rooney. Ms. Roybal Allard. Aye. Ms. Roybal Allard, aye. Mr. Ruppersberger. Mr. Ruppersberger, aye. Mr. Ryan. Aye. Mr. Ryan, aye. Mr. Serrano. Yes. Mr. Serrano, yes. Mr. Simpson. No. Mr. Simpson, no. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stewart, no. Mr. Taylor. Mr. Taylor, no. Mr. Valadeo. Mr. Valadeo, no. Mr. Visklosky. Aye. Mr. Visklosky, aye. Ms. Wasserman Schultz. Mr. Womack. Mr. Womack, nay. Mr. Yoder. Mr. Yoder, no. Mr. Young. Mr. Young, no.
There are members who wish to record their votes. Mr. Graves, you're recognized.
Mr. Graves recorded no.
Okay, anyone further? Mr. Rooney?
Mr. Rooney recorded no.
Mr. Adderholt's recognized.
Mr. Adderholt recorded no.
Seeing no one further, or is there a member about to come in? Mr. Joyce, how are you recorded? And how are the hot dogs?
Mr. Joyce, no.
I'm sure. Here we go. I did mention something. I see chopsticks on this table, which tells you about the educational level, and then I see hot dogs on this level.
Miss Lee.
Miss Lee, how are you recorded?
Miss Lee, you are not recorded.
Okay.
Miss Lee recorded aye.
Miss Lee is now recorded. The clerk will tally. Yeah, well, Yoder did good job. I never saw the chicken wings. They were eaten over here. Roper's burger. Whoops. Right along. On this vote, the ayes are 21, the nays are 29. The amendment's not agreed to. Mr. Quigley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk. If we could waive the reading.
Absolutely. Consider that done. Your gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is number one.
Amendment Quigley, number one,
Yes.
considered read. The gentleman's recognized.
Thank you again. This amendment fully funds the National Violent Death Reporting System. NVDRS is a state-based system that centralizes information from a variety of sources such as law enforcement, medical examiners, crime labs, and death certificates to provide a more comprehensive picture of the circumstances surrounding violent deaths. Because violent deaths are such a serious public health problem in this country. Over 58,000 Americans die by homicide or suicide every year. But many violent deaths are preventable. And with the right information, we can find policy solutions to stop this pain and suffering. The information we gain from collecting data on violent deaths is vital in helping the CDC identify trends and develop effective prevention strategies. By aggregating and analyzing this information, the public health officials can better characterize and monitor violent deaths. This information empowers our public health officials and policymakers to design and implement targeted prevention efforts, and it saves lives. Please don't take my word for it. Let's use one of my favorite states, Kentucky, as an example. Kentucky began participating in the National Violent Death Reporting System in 2005. Their data indicated that among women their data indicated that among women killed by an intimate partner, only 39% had filed for a restraining order or been in contact with adult protective services. This underscored a real need to improve outreach linking potential victims to local protective services. Kentucky has used the knowledge they've gained from this vital program to save women's lives. Just think what it can do for your states and constituents. So far, this system has been implemented in 42 states. Many states want to join the program but can't because of lack of funding. In fact, several represent states that were approved to join the system but were unable to because the funding level in the system. Florida, Tennessee, Texas, Mississippi, and West Virginia. These are all states that are being prevented from participating because of lack of funding. With the $7.5 million increase provided in this amendment, we can expand this critical program to the remaining 8 states and the District of Columbia. A vote in support of this amendment is a vote for valuable data that states and localities can use to take on violent crime.
Thank you, Mr. Quigley. Chairman Cole.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was violently opposed to the gentleman's amendment, and then I found out how much good it had done to my good friend, the chairman's home state of Kentucky, and now I'm only mildly opposed. And I'm sure it was strictly coincidental that Kentucky was chosen while you were chairman of the full committee, but you know, some people seem to be luckier than others. I actually want to be very serious with my friend here for a moment. I am going to oppose the amendment simply because of allocation issues. But I think my friend makes a very good point. And the areas, you know, as I know my friend is probably aware, we put $1 billion plus more in the CDC than the administration requested. I think this is actually one of the best buys the government does. You know, we talk a lot about the NIH and its role is unsurpassed, but the CDC really is the front line of defense against the average American and disease. And frankly, the relationships it has with state departments of health all across the country are really one of the most important connections that we have. I can tell you in my own home state, they provide over half the budget for the State Department of Health, which does invaluable work. So as we go forward, I will tell you one of my priorities is to try to get that number back to where we were at, if not a little bit above. I don't know if we'll be able to do that or not. I can't commit to that. But, you know, again, I want to make it abundantly clear to my friend, the only reason I oppose this amendment is because I have a magic number that at this stage in the process I have to live within. But I want to work with him if we get to the other side of this and we have a higher number. And again, if I didn't believe in this institution of what they do, we wouldn't be $1 billion plus above the administration's request in its own budget. So with that, I reluctantly oppose and yield back.
Thank you, Chairman Cole. Ms. DeLauro is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of Mr. Quigley's amendment increasing the funding for the CDC, the National Violent Death Reporting System. I just want to reiterate very quickly one more time, allocation is really not an issue since there's $5 billion available in order for us to reach that cap of $516 billion. But the NVDRS is a perfect example of core public health at work, provides information, enables us to identify, address public health problems in our communities, helps to identify and address the tragedy of violent deaths. More than 60,000 Americans die every year by homicide or suicide. Teenage males in the U.S. are 5 times more likely to die from violence than their peers in other wealthy countries. Violent deaths are preventable. We will never be able to address the tragedies unless we know where they occur and can identify the size and the scope of the problem. Public health officials and policymakers need this information to make informed decisions for their communities. They want better information so we can design programs and activities to make families and their communities safer. I know that this is not a political issue, but I don't believe it is a funding issue as well. We should give state and local officials the tools they need to do their job. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment.
Thank you, Ms. DeLauro. Further discussion? Hearing none, the gentleman, Mr. Quigley, has the right to close for a minute.
Thank you. I just want to thank the chairman of the subcommittee for his thoughtful remarks on this, and I look forward to working with him and encourage a yes vote.
Gentlemen, questions on the Quigley amendment. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. No. Opinion of the chair, the nays have it. The amendment's not agreed to. Ms. Capter is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk label number 2.
The clerk will read.
An amendment offered by Ms. Capter.
Ms. Capter, the amendment's considered read. You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, I plan to withdraw this amendment, but I want to bring to light again the severity in our country of untreated mental illness. In the accounts included in this legislation, SAMHSA, the Substance Abuse Mental Health Services Administration, has received $306 million less than the enacted level. And additionally, the Health Resources and Services Administration received $397 million below the enacted level. So the chairman of the subcommittee has a real job on his hands here. But I wanted to mention those 2 instrumentalities and perhaps others contained in this bill that are vital in the treatment, the diagnosis and treatment of mental illness in our country. But one of the real problems we have is people, even if we funded the accounts, we don't have enough doctors and neuropsychiatrists, psychiatrists, psychiatric nurses to treat those who are ill. In fact, there are some physicians in Ohio who have told me 98% of the original diagnoses of patients by psychologists are incorrect. Think about that one. So even when, and that's why you see people who won't take their meds when they're prescribed. We have a real problem in the country. And I'm not saying anything against psychologists, believe me. But we need trained psychiatrists. We need trained advanced practitioner nurses in the psychiatric sciences. We need psychologists. We need behavioral specialists, and they all have to work together. What this amendment does, of the $25 million in the bill for behavioral workforce education and training grants, it would carve out $10 million for the training of psychiatrists, psychologists, counselors, psychologists, and other mental illness professionals. Recognize mental illness is a biochemical imbalance of the central nervous system. In some places, such as University Hospital's case in Cleveland, they call it mood disorders. You will recognize the diagnoses more specifically as bipolar or schizoaffective disorder or schizoaffective disorder with a bipolar subtype or obsessive compulsive disorder or panic disorder. There are many different subtypes which medical science is still trying to understand. But what we do know is that it is a biochemical imbalance of the central nervous system. Perhaps the research that's being done on the human genome will help us pinpoint where, but we do not have professionals out there because this is a specialty that many, many individuals do not go into because they go into orthopedic science or something that is more definitive. This is a field that is still developing. The number of newly trained physicians willing to enter psychiatry and neuropsychiatry has not kept pace with growing demand. In fact, there are not even enough new professionals to replace aging baby boomer psychiatrists who are starting to retire in droves. We need a program somehow in these bills that provides a ladder for individuals going into this field, and we need to attract them. HRSA projects the nation will need a minimum of 5,000 additional psychiatrists by 2025 on top of the more than 45,000 providers already employed. The report estimates 20,470 psychiatrists will have to enter the workforce over the next decade, and frankly, I think that's a low number. So if you look at most of our jails across the country, they do not have mental health professionals, mental illness professionals that work with the local sheriffs. It's a real problem. The head of the Capitol Police here will tell you that those who are mentally ill create lots of stress on the force up here. Obviously, there isn't a neuropsychiatrist assigned to the Capitol Police. No matter where you go, this is happening. And the last place for these individuals actually is prison. That is the wrong place. Actually, many of them are attacked and killed in local jails and on the streets. So in withdrawing this amendment, I just say to the chairman of the subcommittee, I hope you can work with members here in this committee and in the broader House who care about this very much and are very worried that we're missing the mark for the future in our country in this very important field.
Thank you very much, Ms. Capter. Chairman Cole.
Thank you very much. I want to thank the gentlelady for withdrawing, but I also want to thank her for her excellent work, and I know she is working closely with my good friend, our good friend, Congressman Tim Murphy, who really is an expert in these areas. Some of the programs my friend mentioned were in 21st century cures. The challenge for us is, to be fair, they are authorized, but authorization committees quite often authorize more things than we can fund. And again, going forward, I couldn't agree more with the remarks my friend made, and this may be an area, if we have a larger deal, that we could at least plant some good seeds here, because the problems are truly, as she suggests, problems we're going to have to deal with over multiple years. You literally have to create the human infrastructure that you need here to deal with a lot of these problems. I think a lot of them bear on everything from violence to drug. I mean, this is an area where I think a modest investment could help us in multiple ways.
Would the gentleman yield just for a moment? This is our moment. For those who handle the Justice Bill, for those who handle the Veterans Bill, for those who handle the DOD bill, let me just say I have thought about shared personnel, a way of going across accounts so that, let's say you have a veterans hospital or a clinic in the area where an individual could be trained to work there, or a DOD hospital, but then give half their time on the civilian side. But I think this issue cuts across several accounts. We happen to be on your account right now, but I do think there's an answer for the country if we could put the best minds in the House together, and I thank you very much.
Thank you. Yield back, Mr.
I want to thank the chairman, the ranking member. Ms. Roy, you're recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk and ask that the reading be dispensed.
What number?
I'm sorry, amendment number 3.
Number 3. We will consider it read and would please proceed.
My amendment is about protecting children and families in this country from preventable public health threats. It would restore funding for the CDC 317 immunization program to the FY17 enacted level and increase funding for the CDC childhood lead poisoning prevention program by $35 million to the full authorization level for that program. The Section 317 program is the backbone of our nation's immunization infrastructure and is critical to ensuring that children, adolescents, and adults receive appropriate immunizations. Vaccines are one of the greatest success stories in public health and are among the most cost-effective ways to prevent disease. Over the past 20 years, childhood immunizations have prevented 322 million illnesses, 732,000 deaths, and nearly 1.4 trillion in societal costs. But vaccines alone cannot protect a population. The Vaccines for Children program, the primary source of federal vaccine funding for children, relies on Section 317 to effectively serve millions of children each year. The 317 program partners with local and state healthcare providers in the public and private sectors to assure the implementation of effective and safe immunization practices that achieve high coverage and reduce disparities. My amendment would restore the cuts to this program, which would jeopardize critical public health functions, such as providing a safety net for access to immunization services, managing vaccine shortages, and monitoring the safety and effectiveness of vaccines and vaccine policies. The CDC Childhood Lead Poisoning Prevention Program assists states and cities to implement primary lead poisoning interventions, including housing rehabilitation, health code enforcement, and early childhood programs. The ongoing Flint water crises and the exide contamination in my own district underscore the severity of the public health crisis posed by lead poisoning in many communities across this country. Not surprisingly, children in low-income and minority communities bear an unequal burden from these conditions. According to the best estimates available, approximately 500,000 U.S. children aged 1 to 5 are currently living with blood lead levels above the acceptable value for safety. Of these children, 150,000 have significantly higher blood lead levels, indicating grave risks for lifetime intellectual, behavioral, and academic deficits. All of these children will need years of monitoring for lead poisoning effects and, if present, long-term treatment of their deficits. My amendment increases the allocation for the lead poisoning program to $52 million. This would enable CDC to provide grants for childhood lead poisoning prevention to all 50 states and 10 cities, up from its current capability of only 29 states and 6 cities. Mr. Chairman, there are many important public health programs that have been level funded, reduced, or eliminated in this budget. But these two programs are critical to the lifetime health and well-being of our children, and I urge my colleagues to support this amendment to adequately fund immunizations and childhood lead poisoning prevention.
Thank the gentlewoman for her amendment. Chair is recognized.
Thank you, Mr.
Cole.
Chairman. I'm going to reluctantly oppose my friend's amendment, but again, I want to engage in a little bit of discussion about this because I agree with her points in many areas. On the lead poisoning program, the program was $17 million. I think we level funded it, as I recalled. Certainly willing to look at something like that going forward, depending on what the allocation is. On the vaccination program, it was about $557 million or something. We took $50 million out of it. It's really an allocation issue. But I want to refer you back to the comments that I made to Mr. Quigley. I think CDC is a best buy. And so this is an area that I really want to revisit because I think we get a lot of bang for the buck here. But we also, as we were putting together the budget, wanted to maintain a sense of momentum on some other priorities as well. But I don't disagree with the gentlelady's points. Look forward to working with her in the process to see whether or not we can not only restore these things, but modestly move us along. Vaccination is a lot cheaper than putting somebody in an emergency room. So the gentlelady's point is not only the right thing in terms of public health, I think it's a fiscally responsible approach as well. So we'll be working together as we go forward on that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. DeLauro is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of this amendment, which would restore the $50 million cut to the immunization program, increases funding for lead poisoning prevention to $52 million. Just a snapshot of funding for the CDC on the lead poisoning. This program was authorized in 2005 at a $40 million level. It has never received that level of money. The highest amount it received was in 2010. Which was about $34 million. In 2012, it went down to $2 million. In 2014, we increased it to $15 million, and 16 and 17, it's at $17 million. Clearly, not the level at which it was authorized, nor what it needs in order to be able to go forward. Regarding immunizations, short-sighted for us to cut this program. Access to immunizations saves lives, decreases healthcare costs, keeps our schools safe. I think it's interesting on the lead poisoning issue is that there really is a public health crisis in lead poisoning in the United States amongst our children. And we need to do more to identify children with elevated lead blood levels and connect them with services. The CDC considers childhood lead poisoning the most preventable environmental disease among young children. 500,000 U.S. kids aged 1 through 5 with blood levels above the 5 micrograms per deciliter. That's the reference point that CDC uses, and that's when they recommend that public health actions begin to take place. Variety of health issues, serious health issues. Damage to the brain, nervous system, speech and language problems, decreased bone and muscle growth, developmental delays. So I said this is a crisis in this country. We've got at least 4 million homes have young children living in them that are being exposed to high levels of lead. And over again, health professionals have told us there is no healthy level of lead for the human body. Many of us went to Flint, Michigan, to see what the devastation was there with 9,000 kids lead poisoned. We said it was never again. No child should be poisoned by a water supply or because of paint or paint dust, the way that occurs in the Northeast and in my community of New Haven, Connecticut. But the fact is our nation's infrastructure is aging, desperate need of repair. Our homes, especially those built before 1978, are at an alarming high risk for having lead pipes or lead paint. We know that this is preventable. We can do something about it. We need to increase the funding. I say that to you, Mr. Chairman. I know where your heart is on wanting to do this. We've got to do it. As a matter of fact, I am proposing in a new authorization bill $150 million for this program because we can do something about making sure that our kids are safe and that they have a bright future. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I urge my colleagues
further discussion on the amendment.
Support.
Gentlewoman has the right to a minute to close.
And I want to thank the chairman for his willingness to work with us on this very important issue because it is true, we do get the best bang for the buck. For each dollar invested in childhood immunizations, there are over $10 of societal savings and $3 in direct medical costs. And as was stated, there really do have a serious public health crisis when it comes to childhood lead poisoning. So I thank you for your offer to work with us on this.
Thank you. The question is on the gentlewoman from California's amendment. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. In the opinion of the chair, the nays have them. The amendment is not agreed to. Further amendments, Ms. Lowy.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk, amendment number 3.
Clerk will read.
Ask unanimous consent to waive the reading.
Consider that done. The ranking members are recognized for 5 minutes.
My colleagues, the bill before us would eliminate Title X family planning. As a result, it would make it more difficult for low-income women to access cancer screenings, lead to more abortions, and increase Medicaid costs. My amendment would reverse such dangerous and discriminatory policies, maintain current funding for Title X, which is critical to the health of millions of Americans. To my colleagues who say community health centers can take in all the Title patients, with respect, that is just not correct. Community health centers in my district have told me they cannot meet the increased demand, particularly as this bill levels funds community health centers. In 2015 alone, Title X health centers provided nearly 800,000 Pap tests, 1 million breast exams, nearly 6 million tests for sexually transmitted infections. 6 in 10 women who rely on Title X centers consider it their primary source of medical care. And 90% of Title X clients have incomes that are 200% or less of the federal poverty level. Cutting Title X hurts low-income women and costs the United States government, as every public dollar invested in family planning saves over $7 in Medicaid-related costs. Don't take it from me. Take it from Health and Human Services Secretary Tom Price, who came before the subcommittee in March and stated that Title X is often, quote, an individual's only line of opportunity to gain access to the kind of care they need, end quote. Just want to repeat that. That was a quote from Health and Human Services Secretary Tom Price. It's no wonder the CDC called Title X one of the most significant public health achievements of the 20th century. And those suggesting Title X is unnecessary, frankly, are just flat wrong. That's not what the 4 million Americans who choose to visit 4,000 Title X health centers each year believe. And it's not what Secretary Price or President Trump believe, having included Title X funding in the FY18 budget. Want to be sure you heard that. President Trump and Secretary Price included Title X funding in the FY18 budget. This is just another example of House Republicans leaving the mainstream to attack reproductive health. So, my friends, let's make sure that Americans have a full range of family planning services, and I urge you to vote for my amendment.
Thank you, Ms. Lowy. Chairman Cole.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and I'm going to rise to urge rejection of my friend's amendment, although I must say I thought it was a clever touch to mention President Trump and Secretary Price, who don't normally provide me a lot of funding in this particular area. But we have an allocation issue here, number one. Number two, this has been very controversial in the manner in which the money has been distributed because of Planned Parenthood, quite frankly. And number three, I think that this is not the be-all and end-all of family planning. Actually, it's a relatively modest percentage of this activity. So I think given the controversy and given the constraints of our budget, I'm going to urge the rejection of the gentlelady's amendment. With that, I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Further discussion. Ms. DeLauro.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I once again would reiterate that there really isn't an allocation shortfall, and we need to keep focused on that. I rise in strong support of Mrs. Lowy's amendment to restore funding for crucial family planning services. The bill effectively bans many working women from accessing a legally protected medical procedure, denies many women in America any semblance of reproductive choice. If you deny women access to comprehensive family planning and preventive health services, this legislation has a devastating impact on women and their families, especially low-income women and women in rural communities. Working families are already struggling to make ends meet. If you deny funding for family planning, it is not just morally reprehensible, it is economically unwise. Every family should be able to make their own decisions about reproductive health. If you eliminate Title X, you cut funding from family planning, well women exams, life-saving cancer screenings, birth control, testing and treatments for sexually transmitted infections. It hurts state, county, local health departments, hospitals, family planning councils, health centers, and other organizations that serve as Title X providers. This provision does not even make good financial sense. Research shows that every public dollar invested in family planning services saves more than $7 in public expenditures. Let's use this bill to promote health and of women across the country, not to promote an ideological agenda that places the health of millions of women at risk. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Laura. Ms. Lee is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in strong support of this amendment and thank our ranking member for introducing it. I'm not sure why our chair said that this is controversial when it really shouldn't be. It's about family planning. Democrats and Republicans, I thought, support family planning. We need to understand that this is dangerous by blocking the critical funding for family planning. Since 1970, Title X family planning centers have been the only federal program dedicated to comprehensive family planning and reproductive health services for low-income Americans, men and women. Today, more than 4 million low-income individuals receive health care services at nearly 4,000 Title X health centers every year. Because of their critical work, Title X clinics, as you've heard, save taxpayer money. For every federal dollar invested in family planning, taxpayers save over $7. Eliminating these programs would have dire consequences, potentially increasing unintended pregnancies for adults by 66% and for teens by 73%. Once again, this is family planning, the prevention of abortions. It would deny our most vulnerable Americans access to vital family planning services, but also to critical preventive care like well woman exams, life-saving cancer screenings, birth control, and testing and treatments for sexually transmitted infections, including HIV. It's unconscionable that this bill seeks to pull these vital health services for women, especially low-income women and women of color who are more likely to use Title X family planning services and centers as their primary source of medical care. This really should not be controversial. I ask for an aye vote.
Ms. Lee, Ms. Wasserman Schultz is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to thank as well my colleague, the Ranking Member Lowy, for offering this important amendment, and I rise in strong support of it. In every corner of our nation, women and men rely on Title X for basic primary and preventative health care, including annual exams, life-saving cancer screenings, contraception, and testing and treatment for sexually transmitted diseases. It really is a shame that the majority would allow millions of women across the country to lose access to such basic primary and preventative health care services. Moreover, studies have shown that better access to family planning leads to healthier outcomes for the mother and the child. When women plan their pregnancies, they are more likely to seek prenatal care, improving their own health and the health of their children. In fact, access to family planning is directly linked to declines in maternal and infant mortality rates. Without Title X, more women will experience unintended pregnancies and face potentially life-threatening cancer and other diseases that could have been prevented through screening. Let's be clear, these cuts do not help women, they do not help families, and they certainly do not help our nation financially. For every dollar invested in Title X, $7 is saved in Medicaid costs down the road. The fact is, if we want to be fiscally responsible, we will adopt this amendment. The decision by Republicans to defund Title X wasn't only reckless, but it's also thoroughly anti-woman, anti-child, and anti-taxpayer. I urge my colleagues to support the amendment and help correct a massive injustice against American women and families.
I thank the gentleman from Florida for her comments.
Mr. Chairman, in honor
Minute to close to Ms. Lowy.
In honor of the time, I'll ask for a recorded vote. I think everything's been said.
Okay, Ms. Roby, the questions on the Lowy amendment. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. In the opinion of the chair, the nays have it. The amendment is not agreed to. Sufficient hands, the roll will be called.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Aguilar, aye. Mr. Amadei. Mr. Amadei, no. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop, aye. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Calvert, no. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter, no. Mr. Cartwright. Mr. Cartwright, aye. Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark, aye. Mr. Cole. Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Cuellar. Mr. Cuellar, aye. Mr. Culberson. Mr. Culberson, no. Ms. DeLauro. Ms. DeLauro, aye. Mr. Dent. Mr. Dent, aye. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Mr. Diaz-Balart, no. Mr. Fleischman. Mr. Fleischman, no. Mr. Fortenberry. Mr. Fortenberry, no. Mr. Frelinghuysen. Mr. Frelinghuysen, no. Ms. Granger. Mr. Graves. Mr. Graves, no. Dr. Harris. Dr. Harris, no. Ms. Herrera Butler. Ms. Herrera Butler, no. Mr. Jenkins. Mr. Jenkins, no. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce, no. Ms. Captor. Yes. Ms. Captor, yes. Mr. Kilmer. Mr. Kilmer, aye. Miss Lee. Miss Lee, aye. Mrs. Lowy.
Aye.
Mrs. Lowy, aye. Miss McCullum. Miss McCullum, aye. Miss Meng. Miss Meng, aye. Mr. Molinar. Mr. Molinar, no. Mr. Newhouse. Mr. Newhouse, no. Mr. Palazzo. Mr. Palazzo, no. Miss Pingree. Miss Pingree, aye. Mr. Pocan. Mr. Pocan, aye. Mr. Price. Mr. Price, aye. Mr. Quigley. Mr. Quigley, aye. Mrs. Roby. Mrs. Roby, no. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers, no. Mr. Rooney. Mr. Rooney, no. Miss Roybal Allard. Miss Roybal Allard, aye. Mr. Ruppersberger. Mr. Ruppersberger, aye. Mr. Ryan. Mr. Ryan, aye. Mr. Serrano. Mr. Serrano, aye. Mr. Simpson. Mr. Simpson, no. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stewart, no. Mr. Taylor. Mr. Taylor, no. Mr. Valadeo. Mr. Valadeo, no. Mr. Visklosky. Mr. Visklosky, aye. Miss Wasserman Schultz. Miss Wasserman Schultz, aye. Mr. Womack. Mr. Womack, no. Mr. Yoder. Mr. Yoder, no. Mr. Young. Mr. Young, no.
The members who wish to record the vote or change their vote. Seeing no, and the clerk will tally. On this vote, the ayes are 23 and the nays are 27. The amendment is not agreed to. Mr. I think Ms. McCullum might have been, is that right? Ms. McCullum, you're recognized? Or Mr. Price? Yeah. Ms. McCullum's recognized for her amendment. Would you consider it read?
I'd consider it read.
And you're recognized for 5
Thank you.
minutes. Thank you.
I rise to offer an amendment that would restore funding to arts education in fiscal year 2017 enacted level of $27 million. This restoration is offset by reducing, and I'm going to be clear where I'm taking it from, $27 million funding increase over 2017 levels to charter school grants. Under this amendment, there would be no cut to the enacted funding level for charter schools. So this was an addition that charter schools received. And many of you may know this if you're involved in the charter school movement, but the charter school movement, in fact, started in Minnesota, and it's something I worked on and was very supportive of as a state legislator, and continue to look at how charter schools can be part of our overall education system. But eliminating dedicated funding for public arts education programs is just miscited as far as I'm concerned. So, Mr. Chairman, I believe it's essential for American school children to receive a well-rounded education in our public schools, and that includes the arts. Arts education engages students in learning, and engagements in art skills are linked better to better academic performance and higher test scores. Arts education nurtures creativity in children and teaching them new ways to solve problems. Art education helps children learn to innovate, communicate, skills necessary to succeed in the 21st century economy. And that's why instead of talking about STEM, as most states do, in Minnesota we talk about STEAM, and other states are too. That's science, technology, engineering, arts and mathematics. So once again, this amendment restores the enacted fiscal year level for both programs. It puts the money back into where public arts education was, and it puts the charter schools back to where they were before. With that, I yield.
Thank the gentlewoman for her amendment. Chairman Cole.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise to reluctantly oppose my friend's amendment, but I want to congratulate her for finding an offset. That's been rather rare today, and I think she deserves credit for that. Full disclosure, the offset to charter schools, that actually has been a priority area for us the last 2 years. We've increased charter school funding, and frankly, the president proposed a much more robust increase than we did, even though his overall education budget's considerably smaller. So we moved, I think, $27 million in his direction, up to about $370 million. He had asked for $500 million. I will, so while I oppose this, because I do want to continue this progress on charter schools, and again, it's a major administration initiative, one that we did not give them nearly as much money as they would like. I'm not anxious to cut that back to a status quo, but I will certainly commit, as we go forward, to working with my friend to see if we can do something to address her concerns, which I think are very legitimate. I live within a world bound by a single number. I know my friends have a disagreement on that, but I live within the number I'm given. If that number changes, as it often does, as we go forward in these negotiations, well, then my view of the world changes, and we usually find additional areas opening up that we can cooperate in. With that, I yield back.
Thank you, Chairman Cole. Mr. Laura is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of this amendment. The bill eliminates arts and education, and this is about our humanity. This is about who we are. This is about what happens. The arts should not only be in the purview of the wealthiest or the most affluent. The arts and education program supports high-quality arts education projects for our kids. We've neglected to support critical investments in the arts among our youth, especially those who are from low-income communities. It's important that we provide funding for this program. It gives educators and students access to high-quality instruction in music and dance, drama, media arts, and visual arts in K-12. If you can't buy this on the humanities side of it, there is a very big economic benefits with regard to arts and education. I just would just conclude by saying a small program seeks to provide some support to ensure that access to the arts is not determined by your zip code that you may live in. So I urge the adoption of the amendment.
Or Mr. Fortenberry is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think this has been a very helpful discussion, both by my friend from Minnesota, particularly changing the acronym to STEAM. I do think that in this century particularly, as we think about holistic education, including things like arts and music alongside the importance of science and technology for the purpose of creating the whole person, I think ought to be a priority. Now, I'm a person who generally believes that education is in the hands of local persons, parents, educators, school boards, and then state officials. So it's a bit of a dilemma here. The federal government can set some priorities, can create a trajectory of a vision, but I do think I want to commend the gentlelady from Minnesota for bringing this up, and commend the chairman as well for clearly a disposition toward thinking through this perhaps more creatively as we go along. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Ryan's recognized.
Mr. Chairman, just a brief comment. This is part of the bigger picture I was talking about earlier. So we have so many communities, because of the erosion of the manufacturing base or whatever the case may be, have school districts that can't afford these kind of programs. And if we know that it enhances academics, if we know it increases our ability to connect, if we know that maybe music is some kid's pathway into understanding math better but doesn't have that opportunity, it's good for all of us if we give this kid the opportunity to grow. That's what we're trying to say. If we're going to build an economy that's going to be based on STEM, if it's going to be based on engineering, and we don't give kids an opportunity to find some doorway into helping their brain grow and develop, and actually taking all the research that we know now about art and music on a kid's brain, shame on us. We've got to grow the economy. And if we don't have kids that can become engineers to create jobs, to hire our people, and we know what the answer is, and we're not doing it, and again, this is all going to be on, coming down the pike, a tax cut that's going to primarily cut taxes for the wealthy, and we're going to say we don't have money for these kind of programs, we're reducing opportunity for working families. Thank you.
Mr. Ryan, Ms. McCollum, a minute to close.
I'm going to give you the top 10 reasons why we need to stay focused on arts and education. Creativity, better grades, motor skills, confidence, visual learning, decision-making, perseverance, focus, collaboration, and accountability. And as a person, the name of John Gardner said, life is drawing without an eraser. I yield back.
The gentlewoman, the questions on the McCollum Amendment. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. No. In the opinion of the chair, the nays have it. The amendment's not agreed to. Ms. DeLauro. Amendment at the desk. Number 2,
An
DeLauro.
amendment offered by
I
Ms.
ask unanimous
DeLauro.
consent to dispense
Consider
with
read.
reading.
The gentlewoman's recognized for 5 minutes.
The amendment would restore funding for the mental health programs that are cut in this bill. Specifically, it would reverse the $142 million cut to SAMHSA's mental health block grant and restore the funding for Project Aware state grants and healthy transitions programs. Both were eliminated in the underlying bill. Mental health services for so long have been relegated to the shadows, approached with the shame and misunderstanding that only exacerbates pain for people and for their families. Today, we know how widespread these issues are. We need to approach them without stigma and treat them in the same way that we would treat other illnesses. According to Mental Health America, 1 in 5 adults has a mental health condition, yet more than half of Americans with a mental illness receives no treatment. Many families without health coverage or whose insurance will not cover mental health or recovery programs rely on services funded by SAMHSA's mental health block grant. The program supports screening, treatment, emergency mental health services for adults and children with serious mental illness. What will happen to these individuals if we cut these services? The amendment restores funding for Project Aware and, as I said, the Healthy Transitions program, which were created, by the way, in the aftermath of the Sandy Hook school shooting. Those of us in Connecticut still can't talk without a great deal of emotion about what happened at Sandy Hook. Lives of 6 adults and the slaughter of 20 innocent children. In response to the tragedy, the administration and the Congress came together to support several new programs to help better communities identify and treat behavioral disorders. Project Aware helps our schools, our communities with 2 important challenges related to mental health services, and that's outreach and engagement. If we cut this program, Mr. Chairman, it means that communities like Baltimore, Maryland, Flint, Michigan, places that have experienced significant traumatic events with an undeniable impact on youth, these communities may not get the resources they need for a healing process. The Healthy Transition improves access to treatment and support services for young adults with serious mental health conditions. The subcommittee for years has worked to help prevent some of our nation's most vulnerable people, including those with mental illness, from falling through the cracks of what is today a frayed mental health system. Without funding for this critical program, Mr. Chairman, I'm afraid that these small cracks turn into a canyon with people in need on the one side and life-saving services on the other. We can make our country and our communities more welcoming, more compassionate, and safe for everyone, and restore this funding, I believe, is an essential part of that effort. So I urge my colleagues to support the amendment.
Thank you, Ms. DeLauro. Chairman Cole.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to rise and urge opposition to my good friend, the gentlelady's amendment. But again, I want to point out a couple of things here, because I think my good friend makes a lot of good points, and these are programs that have considerable merit. But we have an allocation issue here, and I have to live within the numbers I've given. However, I've noticed the last 2 times that we've gone through this exercise, we started very far apart and somehow magically ended up voting for the same bill, which sort of suggests if the powers above us can find a larger agreement, we can tend to find an agreement within that agreement that satisfies our needs. And certainly, if that were to occur, I would look forward to working with my friend on these issues, because I think the mental health issue is actually one where, again, we've seen considerable convergence in Congress over the last few years. People always talk about what divides us, and there's certainly plenty of that, but there are things that have united us. And again, I look at my good friend Congressman Murphy's work, which was very bipartisan, supported on both sides of the aisle. I look at things like 21st Century Cures. Frankly, I even look at our own last two omnibuses together and know that there are ways to get there. So while because my number is limited right now, I'm going to have to urge rejection. I'm going to make sure my good friend knows the door is open for a longer another discussion as we go forward.
Thank you, Chairman Cole.
Yield back.
Ms. Capter and then Ms. Lee.
Yes, I'd like to rise in support of the gentlelady's amendment, and would just like to reference over the last couple days as we've been meeting, there are many related issues that have come before us. One is homelessness. If you look under homelessness, you will find mental illness. If we talk about the exploding rates of suicide among our Vietnam veterans, if you look under that problem, you will find mental illness. If you look at the issue of DOD discharging veterans or discharging members of our military, but not to care when these illnesses onset, usually when an individual is over 18 years of age, the 18 to 29 age group is really important. DOD doesn't discharge to care. They just discharge to the street, and then there's a gap between what happens there and that individual ever finding help at a veterans clinic. We miss so many people. If you look at the local prison overcrowding issue, look underneath it, and what do you find? Undiagnosed mental illness, lack of treatment, lack of doctors. I'm just amazed as an American, really, and having watched this and tried to make a difference over so many years. Boy, you know, there's just a whole lot of denial that's still going on out there and a lack of understanding. If you look at the lack, for those who serve on the Agriculture Committee, FDA, Food and Drug Administration, if you look at the lack of neuropsychiatric medication applications that come in, why is that? Why is that? And if you look at HHS, and you find the mentally ill across this country being forced into generic medications, going off of brand name medications that they have been stabilized on and making them sicker, how can we be allowing this to happen as a country? But we do. Every one of us that's sitting here today, because we don't speak out, we don't force collaboration between the agencies, we don't work together, we're too stovepiped among all these different subcommittees and committees, and meanwhile people are dying every day because of our inability to deal with mental illness, the reality of mental illness. So I support what the gentlelady is doing. I hear what the chairman of the subcommittee is willing to do, and I would urge him, and frankly I think David Joyce and I should have a fish dinner for every subcommittee chair that has anything to do with mental illness in this institution and come up with a solution that meets the seriousness of the challenge out there in the streets of America every day. I thank my colleagues for listening and yield back.
Ms. Lee, thank you, Mr. Laura. Ms. Capter. Ms. Lee is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Very quickly, I just want to thank the gentlelady for offering this amendment and rise to say a couple of things. First of all, my background is psychiatric social worker. I'm a clinical social worker by profession. I chair the social work caucus here on Capitol Hill. And we worked so hard to make sure that mental health, mental illness was part of our overall health care in terms of parity. And to continue to cut our mental health services continues to diminish what we've been trying to do for so long, and that's create parity between mental and physical health. Secondly, with regard to many communities that have been victimized by gun violence, there are communities around our country where people are traumatized and need mental health services. I can cite over and over again districts and places I've been where in 10 square blocks, almost every resident has PTSD, and they're not being treated. And so rather than cut these programs, we need to not only restore the funding, but we need to increase funding, because throughout our country we have more and more veterans, more and more people who need mental health services. And I tell you, we're not going to ever achieve parity in our mental health care if, in fact, we continue to allow these cuts to take place. So I want to thank the gentlelady for offering the amendment and hope we can see, this committee can see this as a priority.
Thank you, Ms. Lee. Ms. DeLauro has a minute to close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would say to my friend, the chair of the subcommittee, that yes, indeed, 2016, 2017, we were able to increase mental health services. I also want to thank my colleagues for speaking out on this, because mental health illness is a crisis in this country. And as I said, I think we have tried to come together as a subcommittee to address the issue and to keep people from falling through the cracks. And to Chairman Cole, let me just say that I'm going to push on those powers to be, other than us right here, in order to be able to give us the flexibility of that $5 billion that's still out there, where they have put this arbitrary cap on the amount of money for non-defense spending. So we want to restore funding for mental health programs in this bill. It affects working families and the vulnerable in each and every state in this country. Ultimately, these programs help Americans who would otherwise have no access to the services. We have to work together, erase this stigma around mental health, invest in these programs. That's a critical step in this direction, and that's what this is amendment about, and I urge my colleagues to support the increase.
Thank you, Ms. DeLauro. The questions on the gentlewoman's amendment, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Opinion of the chair, the nays have it. The amendment's not agreed to. Sufficient hands. Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Adderholt, no. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Aguilar, aye. Mr. Amade. Mr. Amade, no. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop, aye. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Calvert, no. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter, no. Mr. Cartwright. Mr. Cartwright, aye. Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark, aye. Mr. Cole. Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Cuellar. Mr. Cuellar, aye. Mr. Culberson. Mr. Culberson. Ms. DeLauro. Ms. DeLauro, aye. Mr. Dent. Mr. Dent, no. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Mr. Diaz-Balart, no. Mr. Fleischman. Mr. Fleischman, no. Mr. Fortenberry. Mr. Fortenberry, no. Mr. Frelinghuysen. No. Mr. Frelinghuysen, no. Ms. Granger. Mr. Graves. Mr. Graves, no. Dr. Harris. Dr. Harris, no. Ms. Herrera-Butler. Ms. Herrera-Butler, no. Mr. Jenkins. Mr. Jenkins, no. Mr. Joyce. No. Mr. Joyce, no. Ms. Captor. Ms. Captor, aye. Mr. Kilmer. Mr. Kilmer, aye. Ms. Lee. Ms. Lee, aye. Mrs. Lowy. Mrs. Lowy, aye. Ms. McCollum. Ms. Meng. Ms. Meng, aye. Mr. Molinar. Mr. Molinar, no. Mr. Newhouse. Mr. Newhouse, no. Mr. Palazzo. Mr. Palazzo, no. Ms. Pingree. Ms. Pingree, aye. Mr. Pocan. Mr. Pocan, aye. Mr. Price. Mr. Price, aye. Mr. Quigley. Mr. Quigley, aye. Mrs. Roby. Mrs. Roby, no. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers, no. Mr. Rooney. Mr. Rooney, no. Miss Roybal Allard. Miss Roybal Allard, aye. Mr. Ruppersberger. Mr. Ryan. Mr. Ryan, aye. Mr. Serrano. Mr. Serrano, aye. Mr. Simpson. Mr. Simpson, no. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stewart, no. Mr. Taylor. Mr. Taylor, no. Mr. Valadeo. Mr. Valadeo, no. Mr. Visklosky. Mr. Visklosky, aye. Miss Wasserman Schultz. Miss Wasserman Schultz, aye. Mr. Womack. Mr. Womack, no. Mr. Yoder. Mr. Yoder, no. Mr. Young. Mr. Young. Mr. Young, no.
Are there members who wish to record their votes or change their votes? Yes. Ms. McCullum, how is the gentlewoman?
Ms. McCullum is not recorded.
How would you like to be recorded? An aye? Anyone?
Ms. McCullum is recorded aye.
Seeing no one further, clerk will tally. Great. On this vote, the ayes are 21, the nays are 28. The amendment's not agreed to. We are going to recess until after the 4 votes 5 minutes thereafter, after vote. Reconvene here about 5 minutes after vote. So please be back here. Thank you very much. Stand in recess.
talked to the local press back home, and they said outrage is in front.
We'll just assess them.
They're going to talk to you. They told them we need to send a letter to Democratic.
Yeah, that was her recommendation. Yeah, yeah, we should do that. Okay.
But they said they wanted to check with you before we did that.
Okay. Okay. Yeah.
You know, it was purely bipartisan.
They didn't even get it to rules to do a vote to take it out. They just took it out.
You're right. I think
Even before it got to just evaporated in the middle of the night.
Of course.
some of it for your seat. It's wet.
Somebody doesn't like me, huh?
With this someone.
Looks like there was quite a. I mean, it looks like blood spatter.
Oh, all right. They never voted.
All right, I'll do it.
Ridiculous.
If he wanted to, I mean, he might already know that.
Somebody, you know, I could see them spilling it and then cleaning it up. They didn't even bother cleaning it up. Wait, Grace, is this washable?
A meeting will reconvene. Everybody take their seats. Just a little bit of a update on where we are. We have 24 amendments. So I would beg your indulgence to, if you could, keep your remarks short. And I know there's a desire to have a recorded vote on just about everything, but please consult your leadership and your consciences and your schedule. And we're going to go until we've finished. So we do have some bumps in the road. Want to be respectful of those who contribute our good positions on the budget committee. We have a role on the budget committee. Our appropriators do, and I'm awfully grateful for both sides doing that. So I ask unanimous consent that be remarks, or I want to check with. I better check with Ms. Lowy first. Okay. Okay. Amendments. Mr. Pocan recognized.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'll try to set the example, keeping it short, and I won't do a recorded vote. This is Pocan Amendment 2 at the desk.
An amendment offered by Mr. Pocan.
Clerk will read.
Number 2.
Considered read?
Yeah, consider it read, please.
Time is yours, sir.
Thank you. This is an amendment to return $10 million to the Wage and Hour Division at the Department of Labor. So there's a lot of cuts to the Department of Labor and a lot of things that could have gone and try to make sure we had money for. But this is one that I think people forget not only helps workers, but it also helps employers, good employers, high-road employers. And let me just give you a couple examples. One is misclassification comes under this division. And, you know, as I mentioned earlier, for nearly 30 years, I've had a small specialty printing business. When you have misclassification, it's the businesses that often aren't lasting long, that try to get cheap contracts, that don't treat their employees well, don't collect the taxes, and we often don't see that happen when they're misclassified. And this is the division that takes care of that. So that protects not just employees, but also the employers who are taking care in the long run of their employees and with other measures. Also, wage theft. Again, an area that really is only done by some marginal employers. where they'll actually, either through minimum wage violations, meal break violations, pay stub and illegal deductions, overtime violations, off the clock violations, this affects a lot of people. What we need to know is this division has had the same number of people, about 1,000 investigators, since 1948, and fewer than that now. So that's over 70 years. They have not grown one person. But by losing $10 million, that will hurt the good employer actors, that'll hurt the employees, and I hope that you would consider adding $10 million to this amendment, and I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Pecan. Chairman Cole.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to regretfully oppose my good friend's amendment. And again, it's we've got a tight budget, tight allocation, but I do want to give the members some perspective. I mean, last year, this particular division got $227 million. This year, they're getting $217. So, I mean, it's $10 million in a much larger budget. So, again, we're always willing to look at this thing as we work through it, talk to our friends on both the other side of the aisle in this chamber and the other side of the rotunda. But this doesn't strike me as an extensive cut. So we're going to just try and hold the line here and stay within our allocation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Laros, recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I rise in support of the Pocan Amendment. It would restore funding to the wage and hour division because wage theft in this country has become an epidemic. According to a 3-city survey conducted in Los Angeles, New York, and Chicago, 2/3 of workers in low-wage industries experience at least one pay-related violation in any given week. Researchers estimate that the average loss per worker over the course of a year was about over $2,600 out of a total earnings of over $17,000, particularly harmful given that these workers are already economically distressed. Wage and Hour Division has done extraordinary work in identifying the industries and employers most likely to be avoiding wage and hour laws and exploiting their workers. Strategic enforcement is critical to ensuring that low-wage workers keep their own hard-earned income. We cannot cut funding for this important agency. I urge my colleagues to support the Pocan Amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Lauro. Any further discussion? Back to Mr. Pocan.
Let me just wrap with this, and hopefully I can continue to have conversations with our subcommittee chairman on this. We know of 30 million people who are currently independent contractors through the traditional logistics, trades, et cetera, about 5 industries. Last year when we sat down with this division, they think there's 70 million people right now who are independent contractors in this country who clearly aren't all independent contractors. And this is an area I think that really does hurt good high-road employers and hurts employees, and I'd love to have more of a discussion in the future.
Thank you, gentlemen. The questions on the Pocan Amendment. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. Nay. In the opinion of the chair, the nays have it. The amendment is not agreed to. Further amendments. Mr. Price.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment of the desk number 2.
Clerk will read.
And ask that the reading be dispensed with.
Consider it done, and gentlemen's recognized.
Mr. Chairman, this this amendment deals with another cluster of program eliminations and cuts. This one possibly even more puzzling and distressing than the previous cluster dealing with teachers. This deals with older Americans. And the list is led, and I think this will hit home with all of us probably. The list is led by the complete elimination of the State Health Insurance Assistance Program, the SHIP program, which offers one-on-one counseling to Medicare beneficiaries, caregivers, and their families. Eliminating funding for SHIPs will impact those who have the most difficulty understanding and accessing their Medicare benefits. North Carolina's SHIP program alone helped seniors save an estimated $44 million on Medicare and prescription drug costs in 2016. You know, that's equivalent to the SHIP account being, the cuts in the SHIP account, the elimination, being sought by the majority. Our office learned a long time ago that the SHIP hotline was the best place for us to send people who wanted to know about Medicare, who wanted honest, understandable information. I just don't know what we would do without it. I don't know what they would do without it. This is a most unwise program elimination. The second cut is a 1/4 cut in the Senior Community Service Employment Program. That's the only federal job training program focused exclusively on helping older Americans return to the workforce. It assists over 60,000 Americans at present. The third is another large cut for the elder rights support activities. Those are funds that provide training and technical assistance to organizations working to prevent and detect elder abuse and neglect. We know that this kind of abuse and neglect is on the rise. Why in the world would we cut support for our nation's most vulnerable seniors? And then finally, the bill would cut by nearly half funding for developmental disabilities projects of national significance. This program funds grants and contracts that develop new technologies and innovative methods that support the independence, productivity, and integration into the community of the disabled. This, of course, also applies to disabled seniors in a big way, many of them living in long-term care. It's almost like we're channeling the Trump Care bill. You know, the Trump Care bill that was devastating to seniors in long-term care. It was devastating in terms of the senior tax for what people would pay, older people would pay for health insurance on the exchanges. It was devastating in terms of shortening the life of the Medicare Trust Fund. Why on earth would we compound the offense by going after seniors in this appropriations bill? My amendment will take care of that, and I urge its adoption.
Mr. Price, please recognize the chair. Mr. Cole.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Again, as my friend knows, we do face an allocation question here, and I don't think this will assuage my friend's concern, but we're considerably more generous than the administration is in these areas. So I'm going to ask that we stay within the allocation boundaries that we have, so I would ask to reject my friend's amendment, but I'd reaffirm to him that we're willing to relook at some of these things as we move forward.
Thank you, Mr.
Yield back.
Cole. Mr. Laura is recognized. And
that protect one of our most vulnerable population, seniors. Again, to reiterate, it's my view that there is no allocation concerns. There is money on the table. Price Amendment rejects the elimination of Medicare state health insurance program, which provides individualized counseling and assistance to beneficiaries that have the most difficulty accessing information or understanding their Medicare benefits. The proposed elimination of this funding would cut off this access point for seniors. More than 7 million people received help through this program over the past 2 years. The Senior Community Service Employment Program helps tens of thousands of low-income older workers find public service jobs that will either help them transition to private sector, unsubsidized employment, or onto Social Security. Older Americans Act affirmed that older Americans are entitled to certain basic rights and benefits. The majority's proposed cuts to elder rights support activities program impedes the work of our states and communities to prevent, detect, and respond to elder abuse, neglect, and exploitation. Urge my colleagues to support the Price Amendment, restore the proposed cuts to these programs, critical to the well-being of our nation's seniors.
thank you, Mr. Laura. Gentleman from Iowa, Mr. Young.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. While I'm not able to support this amendment, I appreciate the gentleman's work to draw attention to funding for the state health insurance program. Iowa's CHIP program attends and gives advice to Iowa seniors on Medicare, Social Security benefits, and what plans work best for them. I believe by ensuring our seniors are able to choose what benefits are best suited for their needs, we're able to save money, minimize identity theft and fraud, and overall do what's best for our seniors. Again, while I am unable to support this amendment, I do thank my colleague for bringing this up. I want to work with the chair of the subcommittee, Mr. Cole, and the ranking member on this and try to find some funding for this as we go forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Young. Further discussion? If not, Mr. Price has a minute to close.
I thank members for their comments, including the last comment from Mr. Young. I do think the SHIP program is a proven program, something most of us rely on, and if you're not relying on it, you should, because I promise you, in our state and probably many states, it's the best place you can steer seniors to get the kind of honest information that they need. And I simply don't know where they're going to turn if this program were to be eliminated. Have no clue what all these people would do. So we have a chance here to restore funding, nothing lavish, nothing extravagant, just to restore funding to 4 proven programs that support our nation's older citizens. I urge adoption of the amendment.
Thank the gentleman for his comments. The question's on the price amendment. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. No. Opinion of the chair, the nays have it. The amendment's not agreed to. Requisite number of hands. Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Adderholt, no. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Aguilar, aye. Mr. Amadei. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop, aye. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Calvert, no. Mr. Carter. No. Mr. Carter, no. Mr. Cartwright. Aye. Mr. Cartwright, aye. Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark, aye. Mr. Cole. No. Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Cuellar. Mr. Cuellar, aye. Mr. Culberson. Mr. Culberson, no. Mr. Loro. Mr. Loro, aye. Mr. Dent. Mr. Dent. Mr. Dent, no. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Mr. Diaz-Balart, no. Mr. Fleischman. Mr. Fleischman, no. Mr. Fortenberry. Mr. Fortenberry, no. Mr. Frelinghuysen. No. Mr. Frelinghuysen, no. Miss Granger. Miss Granger, no. Mr. Graves. No. Mr. Graves, no. Dr. Harris. Dr. Harris, no. Miss Herrera Butler. Miss Herrera Butler, no. Mr. Jenkins. Mr. Jenkins, no. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce, no. Miss Captor. Aye. Miss Captor, aye. Mr. Kilmer. Mr. Kilmer, aye. Miss Lee. Miss Lee, aye. Mrs. Lowy. Mrs. Lowy, aye. Miss McCullum. Miss McCullum, aye. Miss Meng. Miss Meng, aye. Mr. Molinar. Mr. Molinar, no. Mr. Newhouse. Mr. Newhouse, no. Mr. Palazzo. Mr. Palazzo, no. Miss Pingree. Miss Pingree, aye. Mr. Pocan. Mr. Pocan, aye. Mr. Price. Mr. Price, aye. Mr. Quigley. Mr. Quigley, aye. Mrs. Roby. Mrs. Roby. Mrs. Roby, no. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers, no. Mr. Rooney. Mr. Rooney. Miss Royal. Miss Roybal Allard. Sorry. Miss Roybal Allard, yes. Mr. Rupesberger. Mr. Rupesberger, yes. Mr. Ryan. Mr. Ryan, aye. Mr. Serrano. Aye. Mr. Serrano, aye. Mr. Simpson. Mr. Simpson, no. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stewart, no. Mr. Taylor. Mr. Taylor, no. Mr. Valadeo. Mr. Valadeo, no. Mr. Visklosky. Mr. Visklosky, aye. Miss Wasserman Schultz. Miss Wasserman Schultz, aye. Mr. Womack. Mr. Womack, no. Mr. Yoder. Mr. Yoder, no. Mr. Young. Mr. Young, no.
Other members who wish to record their vote or change their votes? Mr. Amadei. No for Mr. Amadei. Anyone?
Mr. Amadei is recorded further? No.
Yes. Mr. Rooney wants to be recorded no.
Mr. Rooney recorded no.
Anyone further? Clerk will then tally. On this vote, the ayes are 22, the nays are 30, and the amendment's not agreed to. Mr. Quigley, or Ms. Captor, excuse me.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk, but I'm not sure what number it is. It's the one that concerns a amendment to the report. Number one. Amendment 1.
Captor 1, would you?
I ask unanimous consent that the reading be dispensed.
The gentlewoman's recognized for 5 minutes.
My colleagues, this amendment is merely an addition to the report, to the bill. About 2 years ago, we asked the Department of Health and Human Services to report back to us on what prescription drugs cost the federal government, those that from the Department of Health and Human Services, the VA, and DOD. We wanted to know the 10 most expensive accounts, what cost us the most, and then which were the most frequently used medications. Well, the Department of Health and Human Services took a long time to report back to us. They produced a report last year that was 6 months late and didn't really have the information in it that we were looking for. They claimed that in order to give us the spending information, it would violate certain proprietary rules that they have of not divulging confidential information. How that can be when it's taxpayer money is beyond me. But in order to get the information we're looking for, we are asking for another report, and this one is asking them to tell us how much they're spending for drugs, paid for by federal and state programs, disaggregated by drug class. We're not asking for specific medications this time, although I really want to know that, but by brand name drugs, brand name biological products, generic drugs, and biosimilar biological products within each drug class. We feel that that will give us information that we need so that we can begin to understand how our pricing patterns compare to that of other countries. And obviously you all know how this issue matters to our constituents. And it's really been surprisingly difficult to get the Department of Health and Human Services to give us information that is useful and definitive. So I just ask for the support of the members in including this report language.
Thank you, Ms. Capter. Chairman Cole.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to reluctantly oppose the gentlelady's amendment, largely because we've just completed a study that, where we asked for almost the same thing, essentially from the last administration's Department of Health and Human Services. We don't think this report will do anything to enhance transparency or lower drug prices, which is my friends on the other side have repeatedly pointed out. The rate of growth, at least in prescription drug prices, has actually been declining. And we think it will take a lot of time and effort away from what they ought to be doing, which is modernizing the FDA under the dictates laid out in the 21st Century Cures Act. So for that reason, I would ask for a no on the lady's amendment.
Mr. Lauro is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I rise in support of Representative Capter's amendment, which will bring much-needed transparency to the federal government's spending on prescription drugs. Rising drug costs affect everyone, from seniors to families to children. As I mentioned earlier, this could be one of the ways in which we can address the high costs in health care and help to bring down those costs. Pharmaceutical companies are earning record profits, while patients and taxpayers face higher and higher costs. These companies grow their businesses with the benefit of taxpayer-funded basic research. They turn around and then gouge those same taxpayers without whom their drugs might not even exist. I realize that pharmaceutical companies invest their own resources to bring a new drug on market, and I believe that they should make a profit for their innovation. However, let me just point you in the direction of the Sunday New York Times, July 16th, in the business section. When Big Pharma spends, research isn't number one. Companies budget more for share buybacks and dividends, a new academic study shows. The paper's 5 authors concluded that from 2006 through 2015, the 18 drug companies in the Standard & Poor's 500 index spent a combined $516 billion on buybacks and on dividends. It's not about research. According to a report by Public Citizen, Medicare could save $15 to $16 billion annually by negotiating directly with drug companies rather than having individual insurers negotiate drug prices. On average, Medicare pays 83% of a brand name drug's official price. In comparison, Medicaid and the Veterans Health Administration pay only 48% and 46% of the official price for the same drugs. We need as much information as possible about federal spending on prescription drugs. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Lauro. To Ms. Capter to close. Ms. Herrera-Butler.
I just actually have a question for the sponsor. I'm a little confused. Is it asking for aggregate totals on how much each of these agencies are spending, or is it asking, I think I heard in that last bit, you're asking for drug, apples to apples. This drug, how much you spend on this drug, same drug, in this agency, how much you spend on this drug. Which is it?
You're yielding to the gentlelady from
I would yield to the gentlelady.
Ohio.
What we're asking, they won't give us proprietary information on any single drug. So what we're asking for is the information that each of these departments spends by drug class. So the identity of the medication is hidden, but we get a sense of how much is being spent by each of them. So we can get a sense of what we are spending.
A sense of how much we spend on, I don't know, pick a class per agency. Is that, am I saying that, am I understanding that right?
Right, they are in several
Mental health type
categories.
drugs.
They call them, let's see, I've got it here. I ticked them off. By drug class and further disaggregated by brand name drugs, brand name biological products, generic drugs, and biosimilar biological products within each drug class. So you're not asking for specific names, you're just asking for the class of medication. So that protects whatever private interests might be worried about, but it gives us a sense of how much each of these departments is spending in what class. Because I'd asked last year for what are the 10 most expensive things we buy? What are the 10, whatever it is, I want to know. They won't do that. And then I said, well, then what do we spend the most money on? Aspirin, heparin? I mean, we don't know. So we're asking for, by class, what we're spending.
Thank you. I yield back.
Thanks, John. Ms. Pingree, you have time.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I want to rise in support of the Capter Amendment, and I do appreciate that it perhaps is another study, and I know that was one of the concerns of the chair. But frankly, until we fix this problem, I don't think we can study it enough. I think some point we have to come up with a study, a comparison, some data that allows us to deal with what has become an increasingly serious problem. It's always been expensive to buy prescription drugs, but in the last 2 decades, and particularly the last one, prices continue to increase. And I think all of us know, we meet with constituents who say they often make a choice between buying those medications, putting food on the table. In Maine, it's paying for your heating bill, whatever it is, especially our senior citizens and people who have to take multiple medications. It just costs too much money. Now, I spent a lot of time working on this issue when I was a state legislator, and as the Senate Majority Leader back in the state of Maine, we passed one of the more revolutionary pieces of legislation that allowed us to buy prescription drugs and negotiate for prescription drugs using the Medicaid program. But prior to that, we didn't have any ability to do that. And it's time that the United States government, which only negotiates within the Veterans Administration, did that. We're like the only Western nation that doesn't negotiate for better prices. We pay the highest prices in the world. Think of it this way. When our governor talked about the bill at that time, he said, what if you were on the airline and you were the only one who paid full fare and everybody else was in a cheap seat? And that's what it's like for us. And we shouldn't be doing that in government purchasing. We shouldn't be doing that for our seniors. In my state, people cross the border all the time because you can buy the exact same medication, sometimes for 1/3 the price, just by crossing the border. Same package, looks exactly the same. There's just no good excuse for this. And there's no good excuse for many of the things that happen in the pharmaceutical industry. I know they put money in research and development, but as my colleague said, a lot of it goes to buyouts, stock buyouts. Frankly, a lot of it goes to advertising on TV, which wasn't even allowed before 1993. That's an excessive use of something that we don't need to see. None of us need to see those 20 minutes of disclaimers every night that make us afraid to take practically any prescription medication. So I just want to say this is a good piece of, this is a good amendment. We should be doing so much more, and I commend my colleague on this and suggest that all of you vote in favor of it.
Thank you, Ms. Pingree. To close, Ms. Capter.
Thank you very much. I don't think it's good for any of us to fly in the dark. And this is one of those issues that I think the more we know, the more responsible we can be. We know Americans spend about $1,000 each year on prescription drugs compared to about $700 for Canadians and just $300 for the Danes. So there's great disparity across the world. But right now, no one here can really accurately indicate how much we are paying this year for these various medications. And our language doesn't ask for the specific medication, it asks for the class of medications. Prices of drugs are expected to rise 17% in our country, and the United States government is the biggest consumer in the marketplace that helps set the price for individuals who simply can't afford these rising prices. So I ask for inclusion. This is simply asking for information. It's an amendment to the report.
I thank the gentlewoman.
I beg my colleagues' support on this.
The questions on the Capter member. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Opinion of the chair, the nays have. Amendments not agreed to. Roll call. We're going to do this pretty rapidly.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Adderholt, no. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Aguilar, aye. Mr. Amadei. Mr. Bishop. Aye. Mr. Bishop, aye. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Calvert, no. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter, no. Mr. Cartwright. Aye. Mr. Cartwright, aye. Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark, aye. Mr. Cole. Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Cuellar. Mr. Cuellar, aye. Mr. Culberson. Mr. Culberson, no. Mr. Loro. Mr. Loro, aye. Mr. Dent. Mr. Dent, no. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Mr. Diaz-Balart, no. Mr. Fleischman. Mr. Fleischman, no. Mr. Fortenberry. Mr. Fortenberry, no. Mr. Friedlingheisen. No. Mr. Friedlingheisen, no. Ms. Granger. Ms. Granger, no. Mr. Graves. Mr. Graves, no. Dr. Harris. Dr. Harris, no. Ms. Herrera-Butler. Ms. Herrera-Butler, yes. Mr. Jenkins. Mr. Jenkins, yes. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce, no. Ms. Capter.
Aye.
Ms. Capter, aye. Mr. Kilmer. Mr. Kilmer, aye. Ms. Lee. Ms. Lee, aye. Mrs. Lowy. Mrs. Lowy, aye. Ms. McCullum. Ms. McCullum, aye. Ms. Meng. Ms. Meng, aye. Mr. Molinar. Mr. Molinar. Mr. Molinar, no. Mr. Newhouse. Mr. Newhouse, no. Mr. Palazzo. Mr. Palazzo, no. Ms. Pingree. Ms. Pingree, aye. Mr. Pocan. Mr. Pocan, aye. Mr. Price. Mr. Price, aye. Mr. Quigley. Mr. Quigley, aye. Mrs. Roby. Mrs. Roby, no. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers, no. Mr. Rooney. Mr. Rooney, no. Ms. Roybal-Allard. Ms. Roybal-Allard, aye. Mr. Ruppersberger. Mr. Ruppersberger, aye. Mr. Ryan. Mr. Ryan. Mr. Ryan, aye. Mr. Serrano. Mr. Serrano, aye. Mr. Simpson. Mr. Simpson, no. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stewart, no. Mr. Taylor. Mr. Taylor, no. Mr. Valadeo. Mr. Valadeo, no. Mr. Visklosky. Mr. Visklosky, aye. Ms. Wasserman Schultz. Ms. Wasserman Schultz, aye. Mr. Womack. Mr. Womack, no. Mr. Yoder. Mr. Yoder, no. Mr. Young. No.
Are there members who wish to record their votes or change their votes? Seeing no one, the clerk will tally. On this vote, the ayes are 24, the nays are 27. The amendment's not agreed to. The Budget Committee is going into their first set of votes, so we will, and we have, I think, five members from our committee. So we'll reconvene or recess until. Well, I'd like to keep going. Yeah, that amendment's okay.
If it helps, I'm not asking for a recorded vote on this one.
Oh, okay. Mr. Quigley's, thank you, Mr. Quigley.
I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will read.
An amendment
Ask that we
offered by
waive the
Mr.
reading.
Quigley.
And Mr. Quigley is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, I'll be brief and not ask for a recorded vote, but that does not diminish the importance of this issue. My amendment would instruct the National Heart, Lung, and Blood Institute to work with the FDA to update their antiquated and discriminatory blood donor questionnaire. The current FDA blood donor guidelines calls for a 12-month celibacy requirement for men who have sex with men. The blood donation community has identified the NHLBI as the best research body to determine an appropriate replacement questionnaire focused on behavior, not orientation. This arbitrary deadline asks something of our gay and bisexual friends that we don't ask of our straight friends. We are essentially leaving the majority of these eligibility to we are leaving the majority of MSM ineligible to donate blood, as the 12-month celibacy requirement is unrealistic for most healthy gay and bisexual men to meet. The 12-month deferral policy in practice broadly excludes gay and bisexual men, as it doesn't account, like it does for other donors, the length of monogamous relationships and medical history. It also perpetuates the completely unsound stigma that MSM and transgender women inherently pose of HIV transmission. That simply doesn't square with science. The American Medical Association, the Advisory Committee on Blood and Tissue Safety, the American Association of Blood Banks, the American Red Cross, and America's Blood Centers have all routinely called for scientifically sound policies applied consistently and fairly based on donor risk level. As a result, our blood bank community has adopted the most technologically advanced testing available. Donated blood is meticulously screened and cleaned. HIV detection tests now have near perfect, near instantaneous results. Behavior, not orientation, has to be the foundation of future MSM blood donor policy. I urge a yes and yield back.
Mr. Quigley, Chairman Cole.
I thank the gentleman, and I thank the gentleman for allowing us to proceed by voice vote. The amendment actually properly belongs, I don't think my friend Mr. Adderholt will like this, but in his jurisdiction. But to my friend's point, the FDA is already working on updating the questionnaire related to blood donation, so perhaps this problem will take care of itself. Since the amendment, in my view, is not necessary at this point, I would oppose it.
Further discussion, Ms. DeLauro.
I rise in support of Mr. Quigley's amendment. It urges the NIH to work with the FDA to come up with a more appropriate and modernized blood donor questionnaire. I hope they are working on it. The questions apply an outdated and prejudiced view. The MSM donation ban was implemented in 1983 at the onset of the HIV epidemic, when HIV/AIDS was largely misunderstood by doctors and the general public. Since that point, technology has advanced. We can test donated blood for communicable diseases, including HIV. When we screen for donors with high-risk behaviors and test blood, the MSM ban is rendered obsolete. Let's not discriminate based on sexual orientation when it comes to blood donation, particularly when we have a great need to increase our national blood supply. According to the American Red Cross, every 2 seconds, someone needs donated blood. While 38% of the population is eligible to donate blood at any time, less than 10% of that eligible population actually does in a year. We cannot manufacture blood. It must come from donors. We should not risk shortages during emergencies because of an outdated, prejudicial policy. We have the science. We know better. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment.
Thank you, gentlemen. Any further discussion? Mr. Quigley to close.
Thank you. The chairman of the subcommittee is correct. The FDA is working on this. I started working on this with Senator Kerry in 2009. So I think the point is any impetus to move this forward would be helpful. Let me just say this. After Orlando, the entire community in the Orlando area came forward to donate blood. This is what Americans do best. We mobilize in solidarity with victims. We are quick to demonstrate our resiliency. It is a shame that we still have a policy that's based on our understandings of 1984 and not modern times. So I encourage a yes vote.
Thank you, Mr. Quigley. Questions on the Quigley amendment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. No. The opinion of the chair, the nays have it. The amendment is not agreed to. Further amendments. Mr. DeLauro.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk. I ask unanimous consent to dispense with the reading.
Consider that done. The gentlewoman is recognized. Which amendment?
This is amendment number 3.
Number 3.
Thank you.
Lauro, thank you.
The amendment would provide $5 billion in emergency funding for the Public Health Emergency Fund. We all know that public health emergencies are costly, and one of the most important things we can do as legislators is protect our constituents from health threats. We need to give the Department of Health and Human Services the ability to respond to these crises as they arrive, rather than waiting for Congress. We have seen how long Congress can take, even when lives are on the line. Whether it is the next infectious disease like Ebola or Zika or the next pandemic flu, our public health agencies need resources to immediately respond to a crisis. We have the responsibility to ensure that our public health first responders are about to ramp up disease surveillance and the development and production of medical countermeasures. Public Health Emergency Fund is modeled on the Disaster Relief Fund, which enables, as you know, rapid federal response following a natural disaster. If we can act quickly to respond to floods, natural disasters, we should be able to act quickly to respond to public health emergencies. 2017 Omnibus, Congress provided $6.7 billion in emergency funding to the Disaster Relief Fund to pay for future disasters like floods, wildfires, hurricanes, and tornadoes. Yesterday, this committee approved another almost $6.8 billion for the Disaster Relief Fund. If we can plan for future disasters like these, why don't we plan for future public health emergencies that kill people in a time between an outbreak and the time when Congress appropriates funds? This is not hypothetical. These delays cost lives. With the Zika virus, the President requested funding in February of 2016. We did not appropriate funds for 7 months. With Ebola, The WHO declared an emergency in August. We did not appropriate funds for 4 months. With H1N1, President requested funds in April 2009. We appropriated funds 2 months later, while a pandemic raged. We can do better. This amendment would provide $5 billion to the Public Health Emergency Fund, which the Department of Health and Human Services could use to combat future unknown threats. Last year, the New York Times editorial board called this kind of proposal, quote, the obvious answer to addressing public health crises, a permanent pool of money that the government can tap into quickly when an emergency arises. We should be making federal investments to ensure that every American has access to quality health care when they need it most, and the Public Health Emergency Fund is a responsible way to do just that.
Thank you, Mr. Lauro. Chairman Cole.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I want to oppose the gentlelady's amendment because the $5 billion obviously would put us well beyond our allocation. But I do want to talk about some. I don't want to relive Zika and Ebola, but I will point out there was always enough money to respond. There was never one thing not done for lack of money because we had considerable flexibility in the funding that was available, partly because of the robust initial response for Ebola, which the administration, that was a response spread over several years. A lot of it had to do with building public health infrastructure in West Africa. Hey, personally, I think a good thing to do, but you didn't need to spend every dollar of it right away. So there was enough time to deal with things. I would also say, and this area I want to actually work with the gentlelady on going forward. As I know she will recall, last year we put a much more modest version of this in the Labor H bill and in the final bill for our full committee, and I think it was in the $100 million range. It was certainly not as robust as this. And my friend, then the chairman of the full committee, Chairman Rogers, was extremely supportive of that. This was really done because of the experiences that we had all had in responding to some of these health crises and outbreaks. So there's considerable sympathy in the House. I will tell you, from having negotiated with our friends in the Senate, their view is institutionally different than ours. They actually like the model of being able to reprogram across the entire agency. And their view is if you have an emergency fund, then frankly, what's going to happen is there'll be an emergency every year and it'll just be drained out and it becomes an expansion. I don't share that view. I just offer you that explanation as to where they were coming from, because I had several pretty robust discussions with my friends in the United States Senate over this issue, where we just in the end agreed to disagree. I would also note that the president is sort of interested in this idea. Strangely enough, this may be another area where we can come together with the administration. There's not a lot of them, but this is one of them. And there's considerable interest from Mr. Price in something like this as well. So I'm not exactly sure where we'd go. We felt with the Senate opposition and the lower allocation that we had, we just didn't have quite the same level of interest, and we would have been putting something in there at the sacrifice of something else. So, but this is an area where I'm going to oppose today, and where I think probably the fund here is high. I'll certainly commit to work with it. I think if we get to the point that we're having discussions with our friends on the other side of the rotunda and involving the administration, I think this is an idea we ought to raise with them, and that I would be, broadly supportive of at least some sort of fund. Let's establish it, see how it works. Do what appropriators do, and figure out, give us a baseline, give us some time, let's see if it works. But so I'm not at all adverse to the gentlelady's initial suggestion. Again, it's something this committee has done at a much more modest level in the past. It's something that the administration has actually expressed some interest in. So maybe we can go someplace, but I'm not convinced we can do it in this bill today. And so with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Back to Ms. Laura to minute to close.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And to Chairman Cole, I actually was quite surprised because, in fact, we did put in a modest amount of money in the last bill because everyone viewed that this was a good, solid concept. Again, in the same way we deal with disaster relief. And but at the time when we were talking about this, we still do have an opioid crisis. We had a full-blown Zika crisis, and we were trying to deal with the lead poisoning issue in Flint, Michigan. And we now know that there is lead poisoning nationwide in which we can begin to address this. So I was surprised that the money was not there. I would just also say to you that while we did shift money around, it took 7 months to move that money because of the process here. With disaster relief, there's an immediacy about it, and we know that we have to move and we have to go. So that I think that that's what I'm hoping that we can build on. We don't know what the next public health emergency is, but there will be one. So we don't want Americans to suffer. We don't want to take money from other programs. And I think we need to move forward with looking at spending for future emergencies and emergency spending for that. So I hope that we can continue to talk about a standing fund. I think it is critical. We'll keep talking about it and to see at what range, because I know I'm a broken record on this. There is money in this allocation or that we have on the table. I urge my colleagues to support the amendment.
Thank you, Ms. DeLauro. Questions on the DeLauro amendment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. In the opinion of the chair, the nays have it. The amendment is not agreed to. Further amendments, Ms. Royal by Allard.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will read.
Amendment number 1.
An amendment offered by.
Reading be dispensed. Okay.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
My amendment will restore funding to the Agency for Healthcare Research and Quality to the FY17 level of $324 million. I would be remiss, however, if I did not first thank you, Chairman Cole, for recognizing the uniqueness of ARC research, rejecting the President's draconian budget request and maintaining it as a standalone agency in this bill. But I am offering this amendment because I'm concerned about a very disturbing trend in undervaluing the importance of ARC and the health service research that it generates. The chairman's mark includes $300 million for ARC's research and data collection activities, which is a cut of $24 million below the FY 2017 level. Taken on face value, this is not one of the most draconian cuts in this bill. But looking back over the last 3 years, we can see a very disturbing trend. This cut is $34 million below FY 2016 level and $64 million below FY 2015. Compare this to the commitment made to NIH research over the last 3 years, where funding has increased by more than $5 billion. These increases, while very appropriate, come at a cost to other important agencies and programs in our bill, including ARC. We all recognize that robust investments in NIH are critical to ensure that we stay on a competitive trajectory to recruit and retain our brightest researchers. And we know that investing in NIH results in life-saving treatments and cures that are critical to patients, providers, and our communities. But it is important to note that ARC does not duplicate NIH investments in basic science and disease research. Rather, ARC's health services research complements NIH by advancing our knowledge about how to most effectively deliver the NIH discoveries and cures to patients. In fact, the return on investment for ARC funding is exponentially greater than we see with NIH. In just one example, ARC's evidence-based CUSP program to prevent healthcare-associated infections saved more than 1,500 lives and nearly $200 million in the program's first 18 months, all from an initial $500,000 grant. Since primary care practices are often the first line of defense against substance use disorders, they need to know what works and what doesn't work. in preventing and responding to this epidemic. ARC research provides these answers. So, Mr. Chairman, ARC produces the evidence, the tools, and the training needed to change what's wrong and share what's right in day-to-day healthcare delivery. And I urge my colleagues to support my amendment.
Thank the gentlewoman. Chairman Cole.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I rise to oppose the gentlelady's amendment. We wish to point out here the cut is relatively modest, $34 million out of a $300 million plus budget. I think it actually lowers it to $300 million. And we give the Secretary the authority to rearrange, the NIH Director the authority, and the Secretary the authority to rearrange some of these duties across NIH, which is robustly funded. So this is an allocation issue. I would actually say we've made progress in the direction that my friend wants over the last 2 or 3 years in this area, but I'm willing to continue to work with her as we go forward. Right now, however, we simply don't have the money available to restore the cut.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Lauro, recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I rise in strong support of Ms. Roybal-Allard's amendment to restore funding for ARC. ARC is by far the smallest of 7 agencies that make up the U.S. Public Health Service. It plays a very important role, a unique role. Its mission is to improve how health care is provided. The agency sponsors research. It builds a solid base of evidence as to which healthcare practices work best to improve quality and safety of care, which we're all very, very much interested in. Its research involves what goes on in healthcare settings. This is not laboratory research into the mechanisms of a disease and the development of drugs and therapies, as we have at NIH. It's not a public health research into the prevalence of infections and the health status of the population, as what CDC does. They look primarily at the delivery of health care, which what makes its mission very unique. It does work on best practices for using information technology to improve patient safety in health care. Ms. Roybal-Allard has stated this clearly. Hugely successful ARC is in reducing hospital-acquired infections. A mistake to cut funding for this important research. I strongly urge my colleagues to support Ms. Roybal-Allard's amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Lauro. Gentlewoman has a minute to close.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, we cannot expect to reap the rewards of continued increases in NIH without placing as much emphasis on the delivery of effective treatments as we do on discovery. And I ask for an aye vote, and I appreciate the chairman's willingness to work on this.
The questions on the gentlewoman's amendment. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. Opinion of the chair, the nays have it. The amendment's not agreed to. Any further amendments? Ms. Clark, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
For 5 minutes.
Thank you. Chairman Rogers gave an eloquent statement this morning about the impact of the opioid crisis on our country, and I think it has hit every single one of our districts in a devastating way. In my home state of Massachusetts, last year we lost 2,069 people to overdoses, and the indications are that this number will be growing this year. We know this epidemic is getting worse despite many of the efforts of those of us in this room, and that's why it was so disappointing to see the substance abuse prevention program cut in this bill by $58 million. My amendment would bring back the program to 2017 levels. And we know that if we don't spend money now, this epidemic will continue to grow and we will end up paying later. Currently, every year we have $55 billion in health and social costs related to prescription opioid abuse. And it is simply common sense that we need to concentrate more resources on prevention, and especially with our adolescents, so that they don't develop a substance use disorder. Not only is prevention cost effective, it will save lives. And I know that many of you have had the experience that I have had at looking parents in the eye who have lost children to this epidemic. And I know you care deeply about helping them and preventing further loss of life. This has been a bipartisan issue that I am very pleased to have worked with many of you in this room on and across the aisle with others. I ask for your support in preventing more of our constituents from suffering the horrors of this epidemic by supporting this amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Clark. Chairman Cole.
I thank Mr. Chairman. I rise reluctantly to oppose.
Would the gentleman give their attention to the chairman, please? Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, reluctantly oppose my my good friend's amendment. I want to point out for the record, obviously we are doing $500 million here through cures, and we have other opioid initiatives spread across the district. I also think my friend is right. I think this is emerging as a genuinely bipartisan national issue. I noted with some interest how much discussion there was over about a huge potential anti-opioid fund on the other side during the discussions over replace and repeal from the Republican standpoint. So my instinct, this is going to be an element going forward. Again, we'll see where our final allocation is, but I can't imagine on this chairman or this committee, given the concerns of both sides of the aisle, there won't be additional support if we can come to a larger agreement. With that, I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Lauro is recognized.
I rise in strong support of Ms. Clark's amendment and restoring funding to the substance abuse prevention programs that were cut. Preventing substance abuse addiction is crucial to ending the opioid epidemic, as providing treatment to those who are already suffering from its effects. All communities across the country ravaged by the rise in opioid-related deaths. We all can recount tales from our districts and states. CDC says about 90 Americans die every day from an opioid overdose, more than twice the rate in 2013. 2015, more than 33,000 Americans died from an opioid or heroin overdose, more than the number of people who died in car accidents. Sadly, opioid deaths are likely undercounted. Federal government has a critical role to play in supporting state and local communities as they work to combat the tragic consequences of addiction. Strategy needs to include substance abuse prevention. Working Americans are watching their livelihood. They're watching their livelihoods and their families slip away. We had in our committee, in our hearings at LHHS, documentation of, again, what has happened to families with loss of jobs and the incidence of opioid abuse, substance abuse, which is ravaging the lives of our families today. This is a moral imperative, and it's more than an economic imperative. It's a moral imperative. And an investment in substance abuse prevention is an investment overall, and particularly on our nation's youth. We can't afford to wait to act when this is affecting the lives of so many. I urge my colleagues to support Ms. Clark's amendment, restore funding to the substance abuse prevention programs that are cut in this bill. It's too high a priority in the life of this country to cut funding for this program.
Thank you, Mr. Lauro. Any further discussion? Mr. Clark, a minute to close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the comments of Chairman Cole, and we look forward to working with you on this issue. Just to reiterate, we need prevention dollars. It's the way we're going to save lives. It's the way we're going to curb this epidemic. 91 Americans a day. We can't wait any longer to take action and do everything we can to give solutions to families and some comfort and hope. But thank you.
Questions on the Clark amendment? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. No. Opinion of the chair, the amendment is not agreed to. Further amendments? Mr. Lauro. Number 5, DeLauro memo. The clerk will read. Consider that done. Gentlewoman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. The amendment would require the Department of Education to fully implement the Borrower Defense Regulation, which was set to be implemented on July 1st of this year. Instead, the department has decided to delay the rule and abandon its responsibility to protect students and taxpayers. This common sense regulation, backed by advocates for students, veterans, consumer rights groups, and over 20 attorneys general, safeguards students and taxpayer dollars from unscrupulous institutions that commit fraud and mislead students. The borrower defense rule helps students who have been defrauded by institutions of higher education to enable them to have their loans forgiven. They can apply for loan forgiveness, and schools are unable to practice what they have been practiced in forced arbitration. It also requires for-profit education companies with horrendous outcomes to post clear warnings for potential students, among other consumer protections, like banning schools from inducing students to sign pre-dispute arbitration agreements that waives their right to go to court. Without this regulation on the books, we are making students vulnerable to schools who willingly commit fraud. In ordering the delay, Secretary DeVos said her first priority is to protect students. However, it is clear that her preference is to let shoddy schools off the hook for fraudulent misconduct. The need for full implementation of the borrower defense protections is urgent. Bad actors have routinely bent federal rules to extract profits from students while increasing risk for taxpayers. Example, collapse of Corinthian colleges wrecked the lives of tens of thousands of students, leaving them with high debt, useless degrees. Corinthian was an example of the worst practices in for-profit education. It was deceptive marketing. It lied to the government about its graduation rates, forced to close when the federal government turned off the spigot of federal aid for only 21 days. Imagine that. This is a business that could not survive for 3 weeks without access to federal student aid. Students attending these worthless institutions should not be required to bear the burden of a student loan debt. That is what the borrower defense regulation is designed to do, protecting our students, providing them an avenue for debt forgiveness, and protect taxpayers' dollars. In the wake of Corinthian, the decades-old regulation on the books was rarely used, provided few details on how students could seek relief. The new borrower defense regulation protects the rights of borrowers, holds institutions accountable. The regulation applies to all sectors of higher education, a focus on further tightening of accountability for for-profits. The schools enroll just 1 out of 10 students, but they account for more than a third of all student loan defaults. For-profit colleges prey on veterans, vulnerable students. Let me be clear. This is their business model. It targets our most vulnerable. And I quote, this is who the people they go after. And we can see it in their documentation. They go after, quote, welfare moms, those who are recently divorced, those with low self-esteem, those who have experienced a recent death. The list goes on. Employees are trained using what they call a pain funnel, a technique designed to wear these prospective students down to the point where they're coerced into rolling into these sham education programs. We have 200 for-profit colleges. They receive more than 90% of their revenue from taxpayers when DOD and VA benefits are counted as federal assistance, and almost all these institutions receive more than 85%. They take in an estimated $8 billion in federal aid. So they are propped up by federal dollars. Students at for-profit colleges are less likely to graduate. At public and nonprofit schools, students who attend for-profit colleges are much more likely than their peers at other schools to default. Both the Congress and the Department have an obligation to protect students from these programs that rip them off.
Thank you very much, Ms. DeLauro. Chairman Cole.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I rise to oppose the amendment. The amendment falls outside the jurisdiction of the Appropriations Committee. Frankly, we haven't had a single hearing over this topic. The debate actually belongs within the Education and Workforce Committee, and obviously for that reason I must oppose the amendment. The Higher Education Act provides loan forgiveness to students in certain situations if an institution is engaged in fraud or other unscrupulous conduct under state law or under applicable federal law. The Obama administration, frankly, created quite a vast regulatory scheme based on this, cost taxpayers $16.6 billion. But again, the new regulations are expensive. Students who've been significantly wronged or misled, their institution should have some avenue for relief, but unfortunately, this new regulation, in my view, is not the right path. So I would respectfully urge rejection of the amendment.
Further discussion? If not, we'll go to Ms. DeLauro to minute to close.
Let me just say, if we applied this notion that this is outside of the purview of this bill, then, my God, every rider that is in this bill would be outside the purview of the bill to be taken up somewhere else. So that is not the criteria. What this amendment essentially does is our students are at risk, taxpayers' dollars are at risk. And this is a quote from the Department of Education's own Inspector General, has found that the borrower defense rule will improve the department's procedures for, quote, mitigating harm to students and taxpayers. Let me just tell you that education is the key to the middle class. Working Americans want to better their lives. They should be protected from shameless, predatory tactics to take advantage of their good intentions. Student loans are an enormous burden on working Americans at the very least. We have the obligation to protect people's hard-earned dollars from these schemes. I urge my colleagues to support the amendment.
DeLauro.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Questions on the DeLauro amendment? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Nay. In the opinion of the chair, the amendment is not agreed to. Further amendments? Mr. Young is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will read.
An amendment
Ask
offered
that the reading
by.
of the amendment be
Consider
dispensed.
gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment would continue language included in both the fiscal year 2016 and fiscal year 2017 omnibus appropriations bills, requiring the Secretary of Education to allocate new student loan borrower accounts to eligible student loan servicers based on their performance and capability. It would also allow student loan borrowers to select among the 9 current student loan services and would include report language directing the department to continue allocating accounts based on performance of the servicer. Can I get some order in here, Mr. Chairman?
Please give the gentleman the respect he's due. Please proceed, Mr. Young.
Thank you. Over the past several years, the Department of Education has tried to consolidate all student loan accounts under one servicer and one system. Unfortunately, this movement not only defies congressional directives, it also threatens our student loan borrowers by increasing risk within the system, eliminating competition and the need to perform well, decrease service levels for borrowers, and increase defaults. Now, I understand the committee has been looking at this and would like to look further into this issue, and I would ask for a commitment to work with the committee, and there are not just myself, but others as well who would like to work on this and see some kind of resolution to this in the final spending bill.
We yield to the chairman, and
Thank you very much, Mr.
or you
Chairman.
can claim your own time.
I want to thank my friend for bringing the issue to my attention. It does fall outside the jurisdiction of the Appropriations Committee, and I don't feel particularly qualified to dictate to the department what they should do. But as we move through the process, we can work with our friends in the other body, who I think also have an interest in this, and at the Department of Education to ensure that students have efficient, quality, low-cost servicing of their student loans. So I will work with the gentleman as we move forward on this issue.
I appreciate that commitment, and with that, I will withdraw my amendment. Thank you.
DeLauro.
If I may just for a second, because
equal time here.
Yes, I mean, I echo the concern about creating a large monopoly student loan servicer that's overseen by the Department of Education, and what the impact of that would be on borrowers already struggling under what are incompetent and sometimes illegal student loan servicing practices. So I would hope to work together with you, Mr. Young, so that we ask Secretary DeVos to go back to the drawing board to come up with a new proposal, because her current plan will hurt a lot of student loan borrowers who have done everything that we have asked them to do. And I thank the gentleman.
Amendments withdrawn. Ms. Wasserman Schultz is recognized for her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk. It's Wasserman Schultz 3.
Clerk will read.
1, and I ask that it be considered.
Consider that done. Gentlewoman's recognized.
Thank you. I rise to introduce an amendment that would strike Section 536 from the bill. Section 536 contains the Conscience Protection Act of 2017, an egregious assault on women's health care and insurance coverage in our nation. This bill would take away health care coverage from Americans who are currently receiving it. It would allow doctors and hospitals to refuse to provide vital services to patients. It infringes on a state's ability to protect women's health, and it would allow our healthcare system to discriminate against women. Supporters of the Conscience Protection Act of 2017 claim that all this bill does is allow, in the name of protecting religious freedom for people who object to certain kinds of healthcare coverage. First, the problem with that is that this language is written so broadly that any employer or insurance company could refuse coverage for almost any women's health service as long as they claim to object for religious or moral reasons. This means that you could be denied insurance coverage for vital preventative services required by the ACA, like domestic violence screening or counseling, HIV screening, or gestational diabetes, because your boss, your insurance company, or just one individual covered under the same plan objects. Secondly, freedom of your own religious and moral beliefs does not and should never mean the freedom to impose your religious beliefs on other people, especially your employees. In short, your healthcare decisions are not your boss's business, and their religious beliefs should not replace your judgment about your healthcare needs. Women and all Americans deserve access to the care and coverage that is right for them. Section 536 threatens that access. It is dangerous to the health of women and all Americans. Healthcare decisions should be kept between patients and doctors, which is why I strongly urge my colleagues to vote in favor of my amendment to strike Section 536.
I thank the gentlewoman from Florida for her comments. Chairman Cole.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise to oppose the gentlelady's amendment. The Conscience Protection Act is necessary to make clarifications to existing conscience law. This bill has carried the Hyde-Weldon Conscience Clause since 2005, and it's not been challenged since. In fact, it's even retained during the years when Democrats controlled the House, the Senate, and the presidency. I take it to mean that's a pretty non-controversial policy. By adding these protections to this bill, we've simply expanded the protection of the Hyde-Weldon to the Public Health Service Act. CPA also adds to a private right of action for existing conscience clauses so that victims of discrimination can go to court if they need to. I understand these changes are necessary due to numerous recent events in which individuals and institutions that are deeply opposed to abortion have been subjected to discrimination and are left without the ability to seek relief in court. These protections are needed now to protect the conscience rights of doctors, nurses, and other health care providers. So I would urge a no vote on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. DeLauro is recognized, and then Ms. Lowy.
Thank you. So, Chairman, I rise in strong support of the Wasserman-Schultz amendment to strike the authorizing language to expand the federal refusal clause, speaking of issues that do not belong in this bill. First of all, the content of Section 536 is an entire text of an authorizing bill. It has no place in the Appropriations bill. It is a blatant violation of the separation between authorizing language and our bill. This provision is also completely unnecessary, does not need to be attached to the Labor HHS education bill. The language of this rider is sweeping in its breadth and its reach. It is intended to obstruct access to abortion services under the guise of protecting religious liberty. It erodes patient protection, subjects women to health care decisions of others, including their employers. Current law already provides protections for hospitals and healthcare workers to refuse to perform abortions. This legislation would extend those exemptions to employers. Simply not acceptable for women's health care decisions to be subjected to the religious views of their employer. It would also give health entities a new right, the right to refuse to provide health services to women. According to the ACLU, and I quote, it would open the door to frivolous lawsuits by creating a new private right of action, lowering the bar for lawsuits to deny women access to the full range of health services. Already there's in place a system to protect the conscience rights of healthcare professionals. If a healthcare entity believes the law has been violated, it can submit a complaint to the HHS Office for Civil Rights, which investigates whether a violation has occurred. Let's be clear. A vote for this amendment is a vote to allow women to make their own health care decisions. A vote against this amendment is a vote to allow employers to deny health care services to women. I strongly urge my colleagues to support the amendment.
DeLauro. Ranking Member Lowy is recognized.
I
Would the
rise.
gentleman please give the ranking member the courtesy of your attention? Thank you. Ms. Lowy.
I rise in strong support of the amendment to stop another attempt to interfere with a woman's right to make her own legal health care choices. The right of this amendment would strike unwisely expands opportunities for discrimination against women for their reproductive choices. The rider would allow doctors to refuse care of constitutionally protected procedures, even in life-threatening situations. That means any hospital employee could refuse to even process bills or handle medical records. This rider permits the healthcare system to discriminate against women. Frankly, it's embarrassing that at a time when this committee's top priority should be growing the economy and creating jobs, the majority has gone out of its way to deny women basic health care. Let me be clear. If we don't strike this language, we endorse an America in which a woman could die on an operating table due to a doctor's moral or religious objection to life-saving procedures. Let's pass this amendment without further delay.
Ms. Lowy, Mr. Fortenberry is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to thank Chairman Cole for including this provision as one of the early authors of what was earlier called the healthcare conscience right. I could foresee what was coming in the last healthcare bill. And let me just make all of this conversation a little bit more real. I went over to the Supreme Court last year and sat in on a case. It was a case about the Little Sisters of the Poor, a Catholic religious order where women dedicate their lives to providing health care for the most vulnerable, the poor, the elderly. They had to appeal their case all the way to the Supreme Court because our government was forcing them in their own health care plan, the very people that the health care bill was intending to help, the poor and the vulnerable, was forcing the Little Sisters of the Poor to provide services that were inconsistent with their deeply held, sincerely held, long-held traditional religious beliefs. Went all the way to the Supreme Court. We used to have widespread agreement on this philosophical concept until very recently. I don't know what's gone wrong. But this is a sacred place, this sacred place of conscience from which flows the principle of religious liberty must be protected. And I want to thank the chairman for your willingness to include this and engender this discussion.
Further discussion, Dr. Harris.
Thank you very much. I'll be brief. I'm probably the only one in this room who's been put in the position of having superiors pressure you to do something against your religious belief. Because I worked in an institution where abortions were performed. And when I informed people that I can't participate in it, they said, why not? You're just doing the anesthesia for it. Because that's participating in it. And when you have a superior tell you that, you can say, oh, well, you just refuse. I was also in the military. You know, for years, we discussed whether or not to allow abortions on military bases. Well, when I was assigned to some of the military, I was the only anesthesiologist there. You don't get a choice. You get a commanding officer tell you to assist in an abortion. What are you going to tell your commanding officer? No, it's a religious problem? Practitioners need protection like this. They need federal protection because we're dealing with a constitutional right. And ladies and gentlemen, I'll tell you, without this protection, this kind of thing occurs. And it's subtle. It's a superior who doesn't respect your religious beliefs. That's why I support this amendment. I yield back.
Further discussion. Yes, Ms. McCollum.
Amendment would yield. I understand that you were dealing with employers.
Would yield, gentlewoman? Yield
Yes.
to your colleague.
So your amendment deals with employers. So if I work for someone and I'm a woman, my health care can be dictated what's going to be covered from family planning all the way through by my employer's religious beliefs. Is that correct?
That's exactly right. And what an example would be, let's say that your boss's religion, he or she objected to blood transfusions, which there are vaccinations or different kinds of health care. They could refuse to provide coverage in their policy to cover their employees because of their religious beliefs.
Thank you. Thank you for clarifying this, because I think what Dr. Harris said was I mean, no one, and I say this as a very pro-choice person, should be put in the position that you were describing you were put in. But let's get back to what this is. This is about your employer. This is about whether when I worked at Sears or whether I worked at the state of Minnesota or when I worked for Dayton Hudson or when my first job was at Dairy Queen, I can put a Q on one, is whether or not my employer could pick and choose what kind of coverage I or my family, let's say I'm the primary policy holder, could have. So let's put this back to where it was. And I will speak as a Catholic. What goes in the collection plate and is used in the collection plate for paying for church clergy services, if the collection plate it's all been gathered by the church and there's no commingling of funds, many of us have seen that line and we've been there. So we're not talking about what the Archdiocese of St. Paul is doing. We're talking about what the restaurants, what the retailers, and other people are making decisions on what a woman's or a family's health care plan should be. So the other discussion is important to have, and I'm glad we had it, and I think there's a lot of consensus in it. But let's get back to what this amendment deals with. It deals with employers. I yield back.
Ms. Wasserman Schultz to Ms. Herrera Butler. Recognized for 5 minutes.
I think it's important that we not, I heard people saying if, a medical personnel, of someone who's doing the financial stuff behind the scenes, and then all of a sudden, wham, you're not going to get health coverage. I mean, let's not make this, let's not take this beyond what it is. Let's not dramatize this. If you read the First Amendment, it guarantees that the government is not going to make a decision about my religion. And what you're saying is we will not offer protection to people purely on a religious belief. The irony here is your employer can make a decision about whether there's eye coverage in your health plan. I don't hear anybody screaming religious exemptions or problems there. They can make a decision about whether you get dental coverage. They can make a decision about what is covered, and no one is saying that's wrong. But you're saying it's wrong because you want employers to pay for abortions. That's your right to want that. I get it. I get it. There are those of us who don't agree with abortion. There are those who do. But the reality here is, enshrined in the First Amendment is the right to have a belief, and then for your government not to take that away. That's so fundamental. There are so many different options for people. If you happen to work for a small family business and you find that they don't, I would be all for asking people to be upfront about that when you're an employee and you want to get a job somewhere. I don't think there's anything wrong with asking an employer, hey, what are you going to limit something here? Are you going to limit this for me? A lot of people ask those questions anyways. They're going in and finding employment. That's fine. So then someone can make an informed decision about whether they want to apply and even work there or whether they should go to a different company. I think we need to be rational about this. People deserve the right to their belief. Fundamentally, that's why our country was founded. We have to protect that moving forward. And with that, I urge defeat of this amendment.
Thank you, Gentlewoman. Ms. Wasserman Schultz, a minute to close.
I couldn't agree more with the gentlelady from Washington that people deserve the right to their belief. What they don't have the right to do is impose their beliefs on other people who don't share those beliefs, including their employees. And the language in this amendment, which removes it from the bill, what it does is it says that if you have an employee who needs blood transfusions, as people with hemophilia often do, or if you have a employee who has diabetes, or if you have an employee who has a particular condition that requires a medical procedure that your boss decides is against their religion or their religious beliefs, they can impose that religious belief on you and deny you the coverage that your health requires. And so, you know, there's nothing overly dramatic about what we're trying to do here, because if you just leave it at abortion, which this language in the bill does not do, then that might be one thing. But this covers any potential religious belief that a boss tries to impose on their employee, and that is unacceptable, it is not constitutional, and it doesn't belong in the appropriations bill.
Thank the gentlewoman for her comments. The questions on the Wasserman-Schultz amendment, all those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. No. In the opinion of the chair, the amendment is not agreed to. A requisite number of hands, and clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Adderholt, no. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Aguilar, aye. Mr. Amade. Mr. Amade, no. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop, aye. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Calvert, no. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter, no. Mr. Cartwright. Mr. Cartwright, aye. Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark, aye. Mr. Cole. Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Cuellar. Mr. Cuellar, no. Mr. Culberson. Mr. Culberson, no. Ms. DeLauro. Ms. DeLauro, aye. Mr. Dent. Mr. Dent, no. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Mr. Diaz-Balart, no. Mr. Fleischman. Mr. Fleischman. Mr. Fortenberry. Mr. Fortenberry, no. Mr. Frelinghuysen. Mr. Frelinghuysen, no. Ms. Granger. Ms. Granger, no. Mr. Graves. Mr. Graves, no. Dr. Harris. Dr. Harris, no. Ms. Herrera-Butler. Ms. Herrera-Butler, no. Mr. Jenkins. Mr. Jenkins, no. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce, no. Ms. Capter. Ms. Capter, aye. Mr. Kilmer. Mr. Kilmer, aye. Ms. Lee. Ms. Lee, aye. Mrs. Lowy. Mrs. Lowy, aye. Ms. McCullum. Ms. McCullum, aye. Ms. Meng. Ms. Meng, aye. Mr. Molinar. Mr. Newhouse. Mr. Palazzo. Mr. Palazzo, no. Ms. Pingree. Ms. Pingree, aye. Mr. Pocan. Mr. Pocan, aye. Mr. Price. Mr. Price, aye. Mr. Quigley. Mr. Quigley, aye. Mrs. Roby. Mrs. Roby, no. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers, no. Mr. Rooney. Mr. Rooney, no. Ms. Roybal Allard. Ms. Roybal Allard, aye. Mr. Ruppersberger. Mr. Ruppersberger, aye. Mr. Ryan. Mr. Ryan, aye. Mr. Serrano. Mr. Serrano, aye. Mr. Simpson. Mr. Simpson, no. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stewart, no. Mr. Taylor. Mr. Taylor, no. Mr. Valadeo. Mr. Valadeo, no. Mr. Visklosky. Mr. Visklosky, aye. Ms. Wasserman-Schultz. Ms. Wasserman-Schultz, aye. Mr. Womack. Mr. Womack, no. Mr. Yoder. Mr. Yoder, no. Mr. Young. Mr. Young, no.
Are there any members who wish to record their vote or change their vote? Mr. Fleischman's recognized. No.
Mr. Fleischman recorded no.
Any further members? If not, the clerk will tally. On this vote, the yeas are 21, the nays are 29. The amendment is not agreed to. Mr. Price is recognized. And
thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment of the desk and ask that the reading be dispensed with.
Consider it done. The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, this amendment would restore funding that's totally eliminated in the bill for the overseas programs more commonly known as Fulbright Hays in the International Education and Foreign Language Studies account. The funding would be, the replaced funding would amount to $7 million. That's an amount that would be fully offset by a modest reduction in the increase that the bill contains for charter schools. That increase is $28 million, and we'd simply take a fourth of that and apply it to Fulbright Hays. In 2014, I was one of a bipartisan group of 4 members that requested a report from the Commission on Language Learning of the American Academy of Arts and Sciences. It was released in February of this year. It found, and I'm quoting, that by several measures, the United States has neglected languages in its educational curricula, in international strategies, and its domestic policies. Several GAO reports have come to similar conclusions, citing shortfalls of language and cultural skills in the U.S. military and intelligence communities that could threaten our priorities and missions around the globe. Fulbright-Hays overseas programs work in tandem with other Title VI programs to ensure that there is a ready supply of college graduates with cultural and language expertise to serve our country's needs. These programs strengthen us in many ways: economic competitiveness in the private sector, and they're our main overseas mechanism for our educators to increase their language ability, improving the quality of language and cultural instruction in our colleges and universities. So, restoring Fulbright-Hays funding is a modest yet critical investment in our nation's education and national security and economic competitiveness. I urge adoption of the amendment.
Mr. Price, Chairman Cole.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have some sympathy with the gentleman's amendment since I'm a former Fulbright scholar myself. But we have an allocation issue here. This is a relatively modest amount of money. The gentleman and I have worked on these types of issues before, and frankly, what I'll do, while I'm going to oppose the amendment, is commit to him that, again, as we work toward a larger deal, this will be certainly an area I work with the gentleman on. Yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Laura is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of the Price amendment. And again, there should not be any allocation issue, and I congratulate Chairman Cole on being a Fulbright scholar, and I know that he was in London, and as I was at the London School of Economics, and he with his. So we've got. I wasn't a Fulbright scholar though, Mr. Chairman, but congratulations to you. Look, the programs are designed to improve elementary, secondary, post-secondary teaching, research in other cultures and languages. The multiple Government Accountability Office reports have cited shortfalls of language and culture skills in the U.S. military and intelligence community. Simply put, our nation's language deficit could threaten our priorities, missions around the globe. This is critical, and I urge my colleagues to join in supporting the amendment, and I thank the Chairman Cole for his willingness to increase the funding here.
Okay, further discussion? Otherwise, Mr. Price has a minute to close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me just stress, there is not an allocation issue here. The amount we're talking about is $7 million. That is merely 1/4 of the increase proposed for charter schools. So this is a question of a rather modest shifting of priorities. And really, this is pretty drastic to eliminate this program entirely, which is what we're talking about in this bill. This is important. And there's such widespread consensus about the need to beef up our language training and the kind of exposure that we have culturally so that we can serve the private and public sectors' needs alike. So this is a modest amendment, but it's very, very important, and it is paid for. This ought to be one where we can cross party lines and get it done. And so I ask for your vote.
Thank you, Mr. Price. Questions on the Price amendment? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. No. The opinion of the chair, the nays have, and the amendment is not agreed to. Further amendments? Ms. Lee has been patient. Ms. Lee.
Lee Amendment number 2.
Clerk will read.
Reading to be dispensed.
Consider it done. Lee Amendment number 2. You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment aims to undo some of the damage that this bill poses to adolescent sexual and reproductive health. The bill before us eliminates funding for the Teen Pregnancy Prevention Program. It cuts what my amendment does is actually restore funding to the level of $107 million. Also, it would strike funding for the misguided abstinence only until marriage program and instead directs those funds to the proven effective Division of Adolescent and School Health. As if eliminating funds for Title X weren't enough of an assault on reproductive health, this mark before us also harms young people, especially young women and women of color, by completely eliminating the Teen Pregnancy Prevention Program. Research has shown that this not only prevents unintended teen pregnancy, but also delays sexual activity and helps protect our young people from sexually transmitted infections, including HIV and AIDS. With unintended teen pregnancy rates at a historic low, we should be doing more, not less, to support this program and equip young people with the tools they need to make decisions best for themselves and their health. So it is mind-boggling to me that you don't realize that one way to reduce abortions is to prevent unintended pregnancies through prevention and education programs. That's pretty simple. It's really shameful that the proposal for $20 million for abstinence-only program, in which they're not effective, that's a $5 million increase from last year. They're ineffective and they're harmful and they're stigmatizing. These so-called sexual risk avoidance programs intentionally withhold critical information from young people and stigmatize the LGBTQ youth community. My amendment would shift $20 million from the harmful abstinence-only program to provide a much-needed increase to the DASH program. This is a vital program that supports HIV, STD, and pregnancy prevention in our nation's schools and should be fully funded. With 1,000 new infections among young people each month, we need to ensure that this program receives our full support. We know what works. Evidence shows that teens who receive medically accurate information are 50% less likely to experience an unintended pregnancy. That's 50%. Thanks to these evidence-based programs, the rate of teen births has declined consistently over the last 5 years. So our young people deserve better. They deserve programs that give them the information that they need to protect themselves and make healthy decisions. And we have a responsibility to support the lifelong health of our nation's youth. I ask for an aye vote.
Thank you, Ms. Lee. Chairman Cole.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise to oppose the gentlelady's amendment. Gentlelady's proposing to shift funds away from a proven effective program to prevent risky behaviors among youth, and a program that's a priority for a lot of members here. There's a variety of ways, obviously, to discourage teen pregnancy. We believe abstinence only is one of those ways, and so with that, I would urge rejection of the lady's amendment.
Mr. Laura is recognized.
I rise in strong support of Ms. Lee's amendment.
Please give the ranking member your attention, please. Mr. Laura.
Strong support of Ms. Lee's amendment to restore funding for teen pregnancy prevention programs, to boost funding for school health programs to prevent HIV/AIDS infection. The House bill completely eliminates the teen pregnancy prevention program. It's unacceptable. The teen pregnancy prevention program that really have made great strides to reduce teenage pregnancy and abortion, as well as in addressing disparities in teen pregnancy and birth rates. Teen pregnancy rates are declining in the U.S. They're currently at a historic low. They have dropped by 67% since 1991. Yet teen pregnancy rates in the U.S. are still much higher than most of the industrialized world. The current evidence-based adolescent sexual health promotion programs rely on rigorous studies of programs that demonstrate positive behavioral outcomes. Research, let's take a look at research. Let's stand on solid ground that teens who received health education are 50% less likely to experience an unintended pregnancy. This is evidence-based, and an evidence-based curriculum ensures that young people receive education that is effective and responsive to their needs. Too much for us at stake to waste federal dollars on ineffective programs such as abstinence-only programs. Again, research, data, let's stand on it. 2007 Mathematica Policy Research Study conducted on behalf of the Department of Health and Human Services found no evidence to support the effectiveness of abstinence-only education programs. We need to rely on programs that are proven to reduce teen pregnancy. That is where we ought to be putting our scarce resources. Restoring funding to these programs is the right thing to do. I strongly urge my colleagues to support Ms. Lee's amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Laura. Ranking Member Lowy is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in strong support of Ms. Lee's amendment, and it baffles me, frankly, that in 2017 we're even having this debate. Now, some may remember, but 2 decades ago, former Republican Congressman Mike Castle and I were the co-chairs of the National Campaign to Prevent Teen Pregnancy. We learned then that what the Teen Pregnancy Prevention Program is doing now is the right approach. Invest in research that identifies the best strategies to reduce teen pregnancy. And frankly, we received strong support from other Republican members, including John Porter, a former chair. He was chair of the Committee on Labor, Health, Human Services, and Connie Morella. And we introduced legislation to evaluate the strongest policies to reduce the rate of teenage pregnancy because we felt it was so very critical to deal with the facts. And frankly, as a mother, as a grandmother, this issue, to me and to many of our colleagues, was absolutely essential. We really wanted to know what we could do as members of Congress. Unfortunately, it's disappointing to me today that bipartisan spirit is no longer evident on this issue. The bill before us would yet again eliminate funding for teen pregnancy prevention initiatives that work. So it's an example of turning our backs on science and callously disregarding reproductive health. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Ms. Wasserman Schultz is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. I also rise today in support of my colleague Ms. Lee's amendment to restore funding to combat pregnancy and eliminate abstinence-only program funding. Again, this bill would completely gut the Teen Pregnancy Prevention Program and the Division Adolescence and School Health Program and replace these evidence-based interventions with funding for abstinence-only sex education. We know what works in fighting teen pregnancy: comprehensive sex education for young people. Research has found that teens who receive this type of education are 50% less likely to experience an unintended pregnancy. Evidence also tells us that the health programs that promote abstinence, as well as the use of condoms, do not increase sexual behavior. Meanwhile, as a result of failing to provide comprehensive sex education, there are 1,000 new HIV cases among young people every month. Schools are an essential tool in promoting the health and safety of young people, and DASH assists schools in implementing sex education, supporting students' access to health care, and creating a safe and supportive environment for students and staff. This vital funding has been funneled instead into the Sexual Risk Avoidance Program, which has quadrupled its funding since being reestablished in fiscal year 2012. These abstinence-only approaches are not only unethical, but they also are demonstrably harmful to the young people that this body pledges to represent. These programs intentionally withhold vital information from students and deny their access to education about their sexual health. If we want these young people to make healthy decisions about their own bodies, we need to trust the years of peer-reviewed research and provide them with the tools they need to succeed. The information our nation's youth receives regarding their sexual health lays the foundation for the rest of their lives, and we owe it to these young people to give them the best chance possible at lifelong health. I yield back.
Thank you. Ms. Lee, a minute to close. Thank you.
Quick. First, let me just say to the chairman and members, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to just remind us that we're not living in the dark ages. This is the 21st century, and abstinence programs do not work. The data reflects that, and we know that. This bill would undermine the health and wellness of young people and women at all stages of their life. Now, let me tell you what it does. This bill promotes ineffective abstinence-only programs. This bill eliminates teen pregnancy prevention programs. This bill eliminates Title X family planning programs, and this bill consistently works to eliminate women's access to safe and legal abortion. I don't know what you want women to do. I don't know what you want young girls to do in terms of their health care. I think we should stop, or you should stop, making decisions that affect the private health decisions of women and our young people, and I ask for an aye vote.
Thank you, Ms. Lee. Questions on the Lee amendment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. No. In the opinion of the chair, the nays have it, and the amendment's not agreed to. Recorded vote. Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Aguilar, aye. Mr. Amadei. Mr. Amadei, no. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop, aye. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Calvert, no. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter, no. Mr. Cartwright. Ms. Clark. Mr. Cartwright, aye. Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark, aye. Mr. Cole. Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Cuellar. Mr. Cuellar, aye. Mr. Culberson.
Listen
Mr.
up,
Culberson.
please.
Miss DeLauro. Miss DeLauro, aye. Mr. Dent. Mr. Dent, aye. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Mr. Diaz-Balart, no. Mr. Fleischman. Mr. Fleischman, no. Mr. Fortenberry. Mr. Fortenberry. Mr. Frelinghuysen.
No.
Mr. Frelinghuysen, no. Miss Granger. Miss Granger, no. Mr. Graves. Mr. Graves, no. Dr. Harris. Dr. Harris, no. Miss Herrera Butler. Miss Herrera Butler, no. Mr. Jenkins. Mr. Jenkins, no. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce, no. Miss Captor. Miss Captor, aye. Mr. Kilmer. Mr. Kilmer, aye. Miss Lee. Miss Lee, aye. Mrs. Lowy. Mrs. Lowy, aye. Miss McCollum. Miss McCollum, aye. Miss Meng. Miss Meng, aye. Mr. Molinar. Mr. Molinar, no. Mr. Newhouse. Mr. Newhouse, no. Mr. Palazzo. Mr. Palazzo. Mr. Palazzo, no. Miss Pingree. Miss Pingree, aye. Mr. Pocan. Mr. Pocan, aye. Mr. Price. Mr. Price, aye. Mr. Quigley. Mr. Quigley, aye. Mrs. Roby. Mrs. Roby, no. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers, no. Mr. Rooney. Mr. Rooney. Miss Roybal Allard. Miss Roybal Allard, yes. Mr. Ruppersberger. Mr. Ruppersberger, yes. Mr. Ryan. Mr. Ryan, aye. Mr. Serrano. Mr. Serrano, yes. Mr. Simpson. Mr. Simpson, no. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stewart, no. Mr. Taylor. Mr. Taylor, no. Mr. Valadeo. Mr. Valadeo, no. Mr. Visklosky. Mr. Visklosky, aye. Ms. Wasserman Schultz. Ms. Wasserman Schultz, aye. Mr. Womack. Mr. Womack, no. Mr. Yoder. Mr. Yoder, no. Mr. Young. Mr. Young, no.
Are there members who wish to record their vote or change their vote? Mr. Adderholt.
Mr. Adderholt recorded no.
Mr. Rooney.
Mr. Rooney recorded no.
Mr. Culbertson. Anyone
Mr.
else?
Culberson recorded no.
Anyone further? Then the clerk will tally. Mr. Joyce, let's cool it for a minute. The clerk will tally.
Mr. Fortenberry.
Mr. Fortenberry.
Mr. Fortenberry recorded no.
Mr. Womack's been recorded?
Yes.
Clerk will tally. You got a vanilla? I'll take it. That's fine.
That's
On this vote, the yeas are 23, the nays are 29. The amendment's not agreed to. Before we entertain any more amendments, our votes, we have votes. We do have votes. There are some, looks like Derry's won. So, so we're going to start 5 minutes after the vote. So slurp it down pretty quickly and head over to votes. Okay, we stand recessed.
I want
Yes.
to applaud this committee. This is a committee that travels on its stomach. It's like Patton's Third Army. It is fabulous. This is great. Let's hear it. Let's hear it for all the food
Let's
in
hear
the
it for
last couple of
Ruppersberger.
days.
You know, yeah. Oh, thank you very much. You know, I wondered where Mr. Joyce was for all these votes. He's been working on this for 2 days. Okay, we stand in recess until after votes. Thank you.